Aye, we had some pride. Put it aside. Cutting the pie. With all the guys, Made mistakes and then I made up my mind. What I decide? I gotta grind, I gotta grind. I gotta grind. I gotta grind. All of the time, 24/7, 365. Gotta get mine. Stay on my grind, Aye. Look, it's business, ain't personal. Money straight, so I'm curving them. Whoa. He been tweaking, something irking him. Did them favors, they was not deserving them. Boy, I be thinking a mile a minute. They gotta be kidding. We go to war, I'm the captain, the general, and the lieutenant. Nowhere to run or hide, I don't stop till it's finished. Me, I be minding my business, drop more records than Guinness. Gotta be a Guinness World Record. Don't play chess nor checkers. I only play for keeps. Came out the east, boy, I'm a beast. He gotta keep the peace. That thing on him is keeping the peace. I never sleep out in the streets. Gotta stay out there, reach. With the mob, talk that talk, Seiko peace, Feel so big, talking Papa, Sean and Meech. We had some pride. Put it aside. Cutting the pie. With all the guys, Made mistakes and then I made up my mind. What I decide? I gotta grind, I gotta grind. I gotta grind. I gotta grind. All of the time, 24/7, 365. Gotta get mine. Stay on my grind, This just in, more doing, less discussion. Killing every single beat I'm touching. Sick with it, need a Robitussin. Moving fast, but I'm never rushing. Them boys really other son. Say you poppin', but I know you wasn't. Not my brother and you not my cousin. Nah, we never buddy. I like to drink to my vision pussy. Money got me feeling lovey-dovey. I say a prayer to the God above me. Tell him I'm back, I gotta stay in my zone, man. Maybe I'll come with the dogs, Maybe I'll do it alone, Either way, I get what's sold to me. Never believe what's told to me. City on lock, I hold the key. We can't link, I got goals to meet. That's facts. Put the island on my back. Grind cause we gotta eat. We the ones they wanna see, man. With the mob, talk that talk, Seiko peace, Feel so big, talking Papa, Sean and Meech. We had some pride. Put it aside. Cutting the pie. With all the guys, Made mistakes and then I made up my mind. What I decide? I gotta grind, I gotta grind. I gotta grind. I gotta grind. I've been quiet aside.
I'm the storm that beats the moon. I'm the sun that will not move. Do you think you are? Who do you think you
Good evening, everybody, and welcome along to RSC EU. We're here on this Championship Saturday, I suppose you could call it, as we try and get through some of the playoffs of RSC11. We're taking you through all the way up until the grand final at 10 o'clock this evening at Central European time. However, first up, myself and Morris Guy have got the pleasure of bringing to you this upper semi-final between Arena Tribe and Yoruba. And, well, Morris Guy, this playoff should be very, very close indeed.
It should be indeed. And what a way, what a way to kick off a Saturday by bringing in two top-tier teams into this one. And, Yoruba, they've featured so far in the play-ins, as you can see here coming up on the screen for you now. So they're sort of they're getting into the swing of things, but this is the first time really that we're seeing Arena Tribe in the playoff in the playoffs, and I'm excited to see whether they will be continuing their form from the season into the playoffs or not.
It will be interesting. They did top their group, of course. I say group, their conference. They topped. And, well, as we head into this playoff picture, then you can see this is the semi-final. Go through to the final, which then takes you through to the grand final. And, of course, forcing your opponents to go through a bracket reset. Now, I don't think, Morris, we can quite we can quite explain and emphasise how important going through to the grand final through the upper tier really does give you, because by the time you get to that bracket reset, your opponents have had to play 3 or 4 series in a row.
Yeah, absolutely. And then it becomes a case of sort of, mental stability, and, the fatigue might start to set in. And it is just, you're facing an uphill struggle, basically, if you're coming in from the lower bracket. But, I wouldn't say it's an easy ride, though, at the top. If you're coming in from the uppers, it's still a tough ask. But certainly, you want to give yourself the best opportunity. But, it's a long way to go. And I don't want to jinx anything just yet, so let's just have a look at the teams instead and just sort of, weigh up on paper exactly how this is going to go. But, like we said at the start, Tom, this is essentially two big teams from the league going off against each other. And, of course, you've got the top team in Arena Tribe squaring off. And it's... the thing is, though, on paper, these two teams are very evenly matched, and it's really, to me, it's just a bit more aggression, really, from Arena Tribe that has maybe sort of seen them reach the top of the table this season.
Yeah, you look at the win column, they aren't actually too far apart. 4 wins over the course of the season. That says a lot about these two different conferences, actually, and how they can potentially be so different. As we have a look at the player statistics, then anyone that particularly sticks out to you, Morris Guy?
Everyone knows the man himself, in the legend Potter. It's going to be his first game. Rather than telling people what they're doing wrong, we now get the chance to to rip into him if he should make a whiff or two. But he certainly, he's been holding his team alongside. I don't know, in chat, just let me know how you say this one, but I'm going to call him 38. Just purely because I don't know if that's an actual name or if that's a sum or whatever that is. But yeah, 38 is definitely one to look out for. If he can turn up as well and get the goals and also get the saves in, then you got to think Yoruba have got a big wall to get through.
It's a secret code, never mind a name. But on the other side, 3 players who were, three players who have played with this team before. Then Belmanatan, who's coming in as a debutant, potentially, if he is going to be substituted in at some point this evening. Of course, the entire playoffs essentially are being played over the course of this evening, so it'll be interesting to see if he comes into the picture. So, Morisco, I believe our predictions are rather similar. I have gone 3-1 to Tribe, and I have an inkling you might have done the same.
I have indeed. I mean, this is the first time I think ever, Tom, that we're on the same page on this one. But I just personally feel that, you know, this is the first game for Tribe in the playoffs. But Yoruba, they played on Wednesday, so that's still a good, you know, good couple of days for them to sort of get back into the rhythm and get back into the flow. So I think this is just going to be a proper head-to-head. And at the end of the day, I just feel Tribe are going to be the ones who come away on top.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And to be honest with you, those who watched yesterday evening, I went for a 3-0 sweep alongside Winalot purely because I basically decided that I was going to go exactly the same as he did. There was no logic to it. But here, I actually did genuinely just randomly, not randomly, I did genuinely with thought pick 3-1. I think I totally agree with you. I think Tribe here, if they are going to bring in a challenge for this grand final, which as a topper of a conference that you'd hope they are, then they've got to do it through the upper tier, and they've got to do it with a strong start here.
They have indeed, and we'll get this first game underway, and it seems like Yoruba trying to take the initiative straight off the kickoff there. And I mean, the other interesting thing is, I mean, effectively, you know, if you lose in this series, there's still another chance. So, you know, whether the same sort of pressure that you're going to get later on in the playoffs is going to show or not, it's going. I don't know what sort of mindset these players are going to be in, but certainly you want to get off to a good start. And at the moment, it seems like Yoruba are the ones that are looking to get the early advantage.
And one of the Yoruba players as well has got a cap sound for his boost, and I have to say, it's only mildly annoying. As I had to double check over my shoulder. I could have sworn my cat was in the other room. But here goes Potter. He's got Christmas boost for what it's worth. Down to the left-hand side he goes. It will be cleared away on this occasion. Down to the right-hand side. Mal keeps it in possession. Mythics will take it away. Now a free shot for Potter actually. Two people on the line, and Jax is going to get the clearance away. Here's 385 MS. I think actually I've cracked the code for the name. That's 385 milliseconds, isn't it? It's talking about his incredible ping, which right now is actually the worst on his team, but only by a little bit.
Oh man, I can't take this anymore. First we had one player trying to sort of, you know, do the equation for pi, and now we got somebody referring to them. Just pick normal names. I mean, I think I saw in the chat someone said call him Kevin, but I kind of refuse to believe that's actually true. Anyway, back to the action, and at the moment, it's just a bit of back and forth between the two teams, it seems.
Yes, now here goes, not changing. Out to the middle goes Mystics. Wow, this is the name derby. This one off of the crossbar. This goes, not a real opportunity at the first goal of the game. Not changing, puts it back into contention off of the backboard. 385 milliseconds brings it away. I think we're just going to go with milliseconds, and he can complain about it later if he so pleases. And to the right hand side we go. Jax will try and keep the attack alive. Finally a normal name, off to another person with a normal name. Mal taking it out of centre field, pops up nicely maybe. Jax is going to bring it away, and it's still deadlock in this game. 2 minutes and 30 seconds into it. Milliseconds takes a shot again, but this time no doing once more.
Ooh. Ooh. Oh, I just saw that one developing there as Potter just trying to make sure he had his bases covered as third man there, but Mythics, I think that's how you pronounce it, just got a lovely little touch over Potter into the back end there, and we finally have the first goal of the game, and it's gone to Yoruba.
It has gone to Yoruba. Maybe a little bit against the predictions. Potter will get a 50 in here. Mythics will win the 50. Takes a shot almost. Can't quite get connection on the ball. And milliseconds will bring it away. He gets a bump as well. No demo though. Mal now chases it downfield with a Japanese livery cut. Jax will bring it away now. Not really able to do much with it. Here goes milliseconds. A demo on the line. Will be a real opportunity for him. And they're back in the game.
Oh, Tom, you know I love a demo, and Potter bringing out the big guns on that occasion, leading the way for 38. I'm just going to call him that now. 38 to get it in the back of the net. That is exactly the sort of play that you need at this sort of level. And you know, I've said, you know, it seemed like a Tribe with a slightly more aggressive team, but just based on the amount of demos they had during the season. And if they can keep that sort of play up, then yeah, it seems like they're got them. They're going to be back into that sort of style again. But more importantly, minute and a half, and they've squared things up.
Dash says, call him Kevin. I'm afraid, Dash,
No.
I don't trust you enough for me to do that, especially considering this is such an important series. The guy will try and find a clip on the stream and we'll be calling you Kevin. I bet his name's not even Kevin.
Well, no. The thing is, even Camp, I know you. You're trustworthy. You're a trustworthy guy, but at the same time, I refuse to call him Kevin just based on the fact that he's called himself 38 or 385. You know, that's his own fault. He should change his name for the next series. But you know, we're digressing, Tom. Sorry, the action is here on the field at the moment. We get distracted by team names. There's a change, almost getting a lovely air dribble there, but Potter doing just enough to put him off and send it into the corner. And I've got to admit, this game so far. I nearly cursed it then. I was about to say it's been quite close between the two of them. And it's anyone's guess at the moment which way it's going to go.
I was going to say, we've actually got a very, very close game here in the last 26 seconds, and we're chirping away, waffling away, like it's a script. Here's a shot, and there you go. And I think he's earning the right for us to call him Kevin, because that is a fine, fine goal to take your team to potentially a Game 1 victory.
I'm still going to say he needs to give us at least 2 more clips that are worthy to be for us to call him Kevin. At the moment, though, he's still 385 to me. But nevertheless, as you say, Tom, giving Tribe the advantage. 7 seconds there. Jack's trying to get it in there, not quite. And here he is, 385, taking it to the sky. One final touch into the ground. And it's Tribe to take the first game.
It is. And, well, I'm actually hearing here that, oh my word, look at these points. I have never seen something so absurd in my entire time casting Rocket League, which albeit isn't a huge amount of time. Even they're calling him Kevin in chat now. And not one player on the team getting above 100 points, and they win. That is... I mean, there's a word for that I'm not allowed to say on this stream. It ends with housery. That's incredible.
Yeah, I was also, I think we were just distracted by sort of ripping into the players' names and whatever. But we didn't actually realise. You know, fair enough. I'll start calling him Kevin now because that was a hard carry and a half for Tribe. I thought it was a lot closer than that, but you know, it is what it is. That's what take me by surprise, Tom. But whether Kevin can continue that form, you've got to feel Mal and Potter, if they've got to make it more comfortable for themselves, have got to step up in the next few games.
If I get 84 points in a threes game with my friends, they'd cut me off and never speak to me again. Are they doing it in a playoff semi-final and winning? It's incredible stuff as we get underway for game 2. Jack's will cheat the kickoff. It's not really a cheat, is it? But milliseconds will take it away. I am going to be pedantic, not calling him Kevin. We'll take a more serious tone here into the second game as Jack looks to go forward. Mal will clear this away. End-to-end start into this game 2 then, of course. Mal now go up for it. Milliseconds takes it away. Looks for a shot now. Able to find one. Mal now surely taking a first shot of the game for himself. And no, cleared away once more.
Getting off to a cagey affair again between these two teams. Potter trying to find a near post there. Mythics on the line. Kevin! I can't do it. I just can't call him Kevin. Milliseconds. That sounds like a much better name to mine in my mind. But almost squeezing it in there, but not quite. And a minute played on the clock, and we're still all square. Strat's trying to get the demo. Potter. Ball's going up the other end of the field. and milliseconds. All he needed was one little touch to send in the back of the net to get the first goal. And finally, compared to the first game, it seems like we're off to going to have a few more goals in this one.
Hopefully so. I actually don't think I've ever seen anything like this series. You've got a guy who's just absolutely tearing it up. His teammates aren't even playing particularly badly. I didn't notice anything wrong with that for them to get 84 points. But Kevin was obviously doing a lot. Goes into the centre, he goes, looks for a teammate. Potter will put it forward. Kevin chases down, not able to do anything with it. Here goes Mal, meowing away. Potter will take a shot off of the backboard. I cannot take it seriously when he's got a meow. There's his engine sound. Here goes Kevin. Mytics will take it away. It's really a test of your professionalism. As here goes Kevin, and of course, Kevin turns it in.
Okay, no, fair enough, chat. I'll start calling him and Kevin because, you know, we said he was the one to look out for at the start if he was to sort of bring the goals into this series, and he's certainly stepping up. You know, it almost seems like the team, you know, they know that he can pop off, and Potter and Mal are kind of playing really good supporting roles, not too concerned about, you know, getting points on the board or whatever, but they're enabling Kevin at the moment to absolutely carry, and I'm sure if they come away with the victory in this series, they will not care one bit whether they got under 100 points each game or not. The fact is they'll be moving on to the next round.
Only Kevin has scored a goal for his team in this series. It's incredible stuff at the moment. So here goes Kevin once again out of the corner. Not quite able to do this. Mal has to bring it away. 2 shots and an assist for Mal at the moment though, so he's managed to net himself 80 points. Potter 156. Mytics can't connect with this one. It comes away. And I do apologise about the cat sounds. I hope these guys aren't in the grand final, because I feel like what should be a very serious cast very quickly turn unserious.
It's the mind games, Tom. That's what it is. I mean, I'm starting to feel like it's a genius move, you know, putting on the cat sounds and just putting your opponents on edge. Here comes Potter now trying to get on the end of that one, but Mytics, good speed from him. Oh, slight mistake there by Mausch. Just allowed Mytics to try and find something on the left-hand side, but Potter, lovely demo on the rotations back there. Just alleviate some of that pressure, but Change can't quite squeeze it in there. Just when I said the pressure had been alleviated, Change had other ideas, but not able to find the back of the net.
Here goes Kevin.
Oh.
Hat-trick. And it's as simple as that. It's nonchalant. It's relaxed. And despite some incredible, in support of some incredible supporting play from his teammates, he is leading the line superbly.
I've got to say, there seems like, you know, Tribe, there just seems like there's a comfort to their players. Kevin getting a save on the line and a follow-up as well. Jack's not able to convert on that occasion. And it just seems comfortable for Tribe to sort of be playing in this style where Kevin is just sort of leading the front. An awkward miss there on the corner, but Potter able to clear this one up. And you've got to feel Europa, in the first game, they started really well. You know, they were matching Tribes, but as this series is progressing, they're just not, they just can't find some sort of answer to keep Kevin at bay. But they've got to find something soon.
They do. Here goes Mal waiting on this one. It goes into the centre. There is a shot and it's a good save. Will it be followed in? Not quite. Mal gets there for the double save. No one able to turn that one home. It was an inspired piece of defending. Potter now getting save credit and finally getting some points onto the boards as well. Here goes Kevin wanting to shadow to this one. Gets a bump on Change. Will get the ball. Potter off of the wall. Goes into Mal. Now takes a shot, but no one on this Tribe side could score apart from Kevin. It would just break the matrix as he's rotating back, and Jax looks to get a flip over him. Kevin with a save on this occasion with 28 seconds to go. It's still all to play for. 4 for Kevin, because of course it's 4 for Kevin.
I mean, do you just call the team arena Kevin at this moment? I don't know. It's the Kevin show for sure, and it's bizarre. I mean, you know, you hear about sort of players across the whole of Rocket League, you know, the players that can carry a team. But so far in this series, it's all about Kevin. I'm pretty sure that's the name of a film or something like that, but if not, it should be. But Europa just got to find some way to just take him out of the equation, be a bit more aggressive, you know, look for him on the rotations in and out and take him out of the equation, because if this continues, Tribe are going to get the clean sweep series victory.
I mean, God forbid Kevin has a power cut before the grand final, because I don't know what they do. And in fairness, Potter and Mal are not bad players. I mean, they scored 264 points. They are, by statistics, being carried here. But actually, they're not really, because they've set up to have Kevin, to basically play around Kevin, and it's working a treat.
And thank you, Wobber Congo, as well. It's we need to talk about Kevin, and I think by the end of this series, we will be talking about Kevin. He's putting in an absolute stonking performance, like you say, Tom. But yeah, I mean, Europa, I wouldn't say they're playing bad as well. They're just like, there's a few mistakes that creep in, and they're not even like really bad mistakes either. But at the moment, this is probably why Tribe ended up top of the table, and it's why we predicted as well, that they were going to take this 3-1. So you got to feel this is it now for Europa. If they want anything from this game, they need to approach the third game completely differently, because their game plan is just not working at the moment. And however that might be, they got to figure something out quickly. Otherwise, Kevin is going to be bringing his team into the next series. Next round, even, not series.
Well, series did work. I mean, I wasn't going to call you out on it. But usually, Sir Winalot here would be saying the roar of the engines and trying to hype it up, but it's a little bit less dramatic when there's a meow going in to take a potentially game-deciding kickoff. Here goes Mittix, trying to ping it away. Butter will chase down, takes a shot, and in fact there's a chance he takes a pass, I apologise. No one following it up in the centre. Mittix now goes up for this one, looks for a double touch off of the wall, and Kevin clears away. It's the Kevin show, more Scott.
It is, but Change there had a golden opportunity. What a save by Mittix! My word, the reaction from him. Just sending that over the bar. What a reaction that was. But as I was going to say, Change had a glorious opportunity then to at least hit the target. Completely spoons it and sends it wide. I mean, those are the chances which they might regret. As off the post, Kevin misses! He didn't get the read on the post. I think that's absolutely terrible. We're going to start calling him milliseconds now. He should have scored that one. What are you doing, Kevin? You let your team down. I feel disappointed. That's all I can say at the moment, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, Kevin's contribution in this game has simply been subpar. I think it's only fair to say this is an overcommit in all seriousness, though, and Kevin does get back in the end and tries to take it out to centre field for a teammate. Mittix takes it back down, when in fact I'd even consider dropping him after this performance. He's been that bad. Down goes Mal to the right hand side. Potter chases down into the centre. He goes, Mittix will clear it away. Here's Kevin, takes a shot and not quite able to get to it. No teammate there either. Further proof as to why I'd seriously be thinking about a substitution here even for Scott.
Well, that's a bold move there, Tom. But I think I'm with you on that one. Kevin has not scored a goal yet. This is not good from Tribes. But here comes Dracula trying to get the first goal of the game, which he has. And Europa have found themselves in a position which we did not think would happen based on how the previous two games have gone. Well, actually, I've just said that. I think they did actually take the first goal of the game in the first game. You know what? I've just completely lost the plot at the moment. That goal from Europa has come as a surprise, but it's probably, hopefully, that would be the little confidence boost they need to push on now.
In all seriousness, no, I do get the sense that they are just giving Kevin a little bit less space in this game. Maybe being a little bit more aggressive when he's on the ball. Here goes Jax looking to take a shot. Mittix will wait for it, take a shot himself, and Kevin is there to clear once again. And to be fair, keeping a hold on Kevin is exactly what they've got to do in this series. It's what we identified after that game 1 and after that game 2. Here's Kevin making a save though. Mittix will get a demo, stops the counter-attack quickly. Change goes up for 1, takes a shot, and it's going to be 2!
Hello. Hello. A 2-goal advantage here for Yoruba? Or is it Europa? I'm being called out for it in chat. it's because I'm from London. You know, O's and U's are kind of you know, we can chop and change as we will. So Yoruba taking the 2-goal advantage. We hit the halfway point, which is good. It seems like, yeah, like you said, Tom. I think you said they're not giving Kevin as much space, and they're actually putting in good challenges, and it's working out for them. And you know, they've still got a long way to go at the moment, but they definitely give themselves a good opportunity to push on now. 2-goal advantage, and Tribe not really looking the same that they did in the previous 2 games, I think.
Mythics goes forward, will be cleared away out of the corner. Kevin waits on this one out of centre field, and he has actually got to try and dig deep here and find a goal. He's still by far got more points than anyone else on his team, which is just comedic at this point. Here he goes, not a great deal of boots to work with, only the 50. Not really able to do much with the ball either. Mal will keep the attack alive. Jax tries to take it off of the backboard. Mal looks to go central. Mythics will clear away once more. Potter challenges with this one, and now Kevin's in the centre. Kevin plays it out to Potter. Potter keeps the attack alive. Kevin now looking to go central. Mal's there, got plenty of boost to work with, but Jax will clear it away, and Kevin has to go back.
Touch Mythics now trying to find a 3rd goal, trying to seal this 3rd game victory. Leaves with Jack. Oh, 1-2 miss! Another glorious opportunity. He's gone begging, and Mythics trying to scramble back, not able to get anything on that at the end of that. And finally, Kevin has got it in the back of the net. Little touch from his own half. Not much Mythics can do with that one. Tried his best, but it came off the back of another glorious opportunity gone begging for Yoruba. There was two players just had to hit the ball, both completely miss it, and then before you know it, counter attack, and it's in the back of net. So 1 minute left, and it's on a knife edge at the moment.
It is on a knife edge. 50 seconds. Oh! Great get a time there, Potter. Just when you needed someone else to step up and score a goal, you get Potter sneaking one in, squaring the game. And now, all of a sudden, the Yoruba life has started to get taken away once more.
I mean, I feel like everyone's just devastated that Potter didn't go for the pass. Instead, he selfishly put it into the back of the net. That's just not on when you're trying to big up Kevin. But here comes Potter again off the backboard. Unfortunately, this time Kevin just not able to get on the end of it. Here he is now, right-hand side, punts it forward, change, awkward touch into Mythics. And they've got to be careful, those sort of touches. Mal now trying to step up. And we could potentially... I'm not going to... Oh, you know what? I'm going to... No! Oh, Kevin! I was about to say we're about to go in our first OT, Tom, but still plenty left.
Plenty left indeed. Here goes Mal, though, looking to find it in the last 8 seconds of the game. It's off the post, and it's so close. But not able to find the net on this occasion. Potter trying to follow it up now. Mythics, can he find a buzzer beater? Kevin will spike the ball. And we do indeed have an overtime. I agree actually in chat that he should really be scoring that, but he hasn't exactly scored too few in this series. Here goes Kevin taking a shot, and he can't find the net on this occasion. And you know, I think Change there was almost thinking about turning it into his own net before he had a snap back to reality.
No
Kevin
way.
has to get to this one. Goes to a game 4, and we are.
Where did that come from? Oh, Mythics reads Potter like a book. And unfortunately, on that occasion, Kevin's scrambling, trying to get back, and it was just enough on it for Yoruba to send it into the back of the net. And I mean, you know, we've got to look at the positives here, Tom. This does mean that we are now on for our prediction of a 3-1 victory to Tribe. But certainly, you know, in regards to the teams themselves, Tribe didn't quite have the same flow that they did in the previous 2 games. And it took a good chunk of that game for them to get back into that flow. So Yoruba got to take something from that going forward into the next games and just, you know, try and put Tribe on the back foot from the get-go, I feel.
Well, I think Kevin decided that it would be a little bit too suspicious if he was going to score again, and you know he had to play less like the SSL Rocket League Pro that he actually clearly is behind that screen, and had to just, you know, make it a little bit close. But no, in all seriousness, it was just a simple game of, I think, Yoruba playing better. I don't think Arena Tribe particularly played poorly. I mean, the irony of it is that the two players, other than Kevin, scoring the most points they've scored all series long, and they go and lose.
Yeah, well, it just kind of sums it up, doesn't it? Just, lads, just stop scoring or just stop getting points. Just let Kevin do all the work. Which, I don't know. I don't know what to say about that one, Tommy. It's what it is. Yeah, it's a bizarre coincidence, I suppose. But, you know, you've got to give credit, though, to Yoruba. You know, like you said, they did step up. They did play better in that game. And it paid off for them in the end. But they did waste a few good opportunities. So they just got to make sure that when those opportunities come in this game, that they actually get it into the back of the net.
This series doesn't feel like there was any danger of a Game 5, and all of a sudden we think that potentially the reverse sweep is a possibility, or at least the Game 5. Kevin not able to do much with this one though. It'll be taken away by changing. Mal keeps the attack alive, keeps it in the opposition half. Mytics will chase it down. Mal can't get to it in the centre. He's rotating back. Now he goes for the 50. It was actually a good opportunity to wait on it. Kevin now gets a 50 as well. It will fall to Mytics quite favourably on the left-hand side. Can he find an air dribble away? Mal will challenge him. He passes it off into the infield for a teammate, Jax, but cleared away in the end. Kevin going downfield. This is a real opportunity. Jax gets there in the end, but it was a bit closer than I think he would have liked.
Indeed, Europa are looking a lot better in this game. They've seen that they can win, and they're trying to put on some pressure now as Jax got it in the left-hand corner, trying to find a pass infield in Mytics. Good, worst touch from him, but can't quite keep the second touch down. And Potter's able to clear it out into the corner. Now it's a turn of Tribe to try and mount some sort of attack, but instead they're getting in each other's feet. Unfortunately for them, they get away with it on that occasion, but Tribe are looking a shadow of their former self at the moment.
They are, or is Kevin looking a shadow of his former self at the moment? It's really difficult to tell with this roster. Maybe if Kevin's at 75%, then they don't play at their best. But anyway, I'm probably reading a little bit too much into it. He's just had a couple of good games. Off with the backboard he goes. And actually, it does bring up a more interesting point about the season statistics. Kevin scored 71 goals, Mal scored 60, so he hasn't actually over the course of this season been a carry, so to speak, based on those statistics. I obviously haven't watched a lot of this roster play. Here goes Potter looking to take a shot. It's total triple commit, and now there's a chance for Mytics if he can get home. Don't think this is going to fall favourably though, and Potter does get back in time. But to just wrap up my point, Kevin hasn't been the total carry based on those statistics that perhaps we're giving. Maybe he's just having a good series, genuinely.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, totally agree. And here comes Potter now, trying to work his way down the midfield. Just couldn't quite get the speed he wanted on that occasion. But yeah, I mean, Tribe. Yeah, and in season stats, they've been a good, solid team unit. And you know, when we play Rocket League, we always have these moments, have these games when we decide to pop off and do things. And those first two games, it was definitely Kevin that was popping off. As lovely demo on the line there, but not able to convert. It's Mytics and Jax both scrambling. The ball's getting sent back up the other end of the field. Just on that occasion, they had to ride their luck a little bit. But yeah, I've suddenly realised though, Tom, we've got just under 2 minutes left to play, and we're still at 0-0. And this is a much tighter game than it has been previously.
It absolutely is. Here goes Potter, clearing it away. Out to the right-hand side he goes. Game 5 and even a reverse sweep, a very real possibility here, but there's plenty of time to go before that happens. A long time in this game. This is a real opportunity for a shot though. Kevin clears away. Potter's not got a lot of boost, and there's no pads for him to pick up either. They're starving the opposition of boost here at Yoru, but Jax has to go to this one. It's high, looping in the air, and he will clear it away eventually. Not before Kevin can stop the pace in the attack, and Mal eventually clearing it away. Potter gets bumped though. Aggressive stuff at the moment. Kevin has to clear. Good 50. Potter now has a stab at it. Out to the left-hand side. Mal can't really keep it alive, and Jax has to go downfield. Kevin gets back to it. 58 seconds to go in the contest, and it's still level playing field. But this time Kevin takes a shot, and you can't give Kevin those opportunities. And that's why.
Sorry, Tom. I didn't really. I'm Mytics. Oh, just not the touch. He went, you know, right idea going for the catch to try and keep the ball under control, but just laid it. And I feel so bad for him because basically this is just given series point now to try. There's still 40 seconds left on the clock, and Yoruba have been playing really well up until this point, but they've got it all to do now. Mao trying to secure a second goal, not on this occasion, changes into path for Mitix, decides to take the long way round and gets 50 by Kevin. So this is it now for Yoruba. They've got to find it, otherwise they're going down into the lower bracket.
Absolutely are. Here goes Mitix out to the right hand side. They've definitely played some very strong opposition here. Jax takes a shot to Kevin. Able to get the save away. Won't be saved credit. He's still in possession of the ball though. What can he do downfield? 10 seconds to go. It looks like they're going to win this game. Can Yoruba find something to save this series at the depth? Jax is going to take the opportunity. He's going to have to be a buzzer beater. Mal with a huge save. And that is going to keep them in the upper bracket. I think it's still in the air. Still a chance, but no. That save has just kept them in the upper bracket.
Oh, Mitix, you got to feel for him. I'm sure anyone who's played at Rock League has been there and done something like that. You know, you want it to do one thing and it just completely fluffs. And it's such a shame because that game was a lot tighter. I think Yoruba probably had the upper hand throughout the majority of that one. And it's just come down to one simple mistake that got laid off to the man of the series. I will call him Kevin, don't you worry. I thought about calling him Milliseconds then for a second, but he's earned the right to be called Kevin. And he stepped up, sent it home, and it's just such almost anticlimactic, I feel, on that one. That series was setting up for potential sort of Game 5 comeback victory, but I just don't know what to say when a team wins just by one simple mistake. It's saddening, really. I've got to say.
Yeah, it is slightly saddening, but at the end of the day, it's not the end of their playoffs. They've still got the lower bracket to go through, and they probably go into that lower bracket in a very, very good state. They've, taken one of the better teams in this playoff bracket. By the way, for what it's worth, I forgot we were doing 2 streams today. The B stream is going on, and Disorder are 2-0 up against Erebus at the moment, so maybe that is looking like that's going to be the fixture for Arena Try, but they go into that lower bracket potentially being one of the favourites to then go all the way through to at least the latter stages out of the quarter-final and maybe out of the semi-final, I should say, maybe even into the final. But regardless, I think this lower bracket is now pretty finely poised for what it's worth. The winner of match 11 plays the winner of match 12 in the lower semi-final, which is going to be, you know what, I'm just going to give up on this. I'm trying to figure out this lower bracket wars, guys. I don't even know who they're playing next. They are going to play in the lower quarter-final. I apologise.
Go on, you can do it, Tom. You can do it. I believe in you. Go on.
I don't think I can do it, Wars.
So, basically, Yoruba in the lower bracket will play either Mirage or Nightfall, which at the moment, Nightfall are currently 2-1 up. That one's not being streamed on the B stream, so it'd be interesting to see how that one develops. But we're going to find out shortly, because obviously, we still got plenty of series ahead of us, and result in the penultimate grand final at the end of it. But yeah, good series to start things off, though. Tom, any final thoughts before we take a quick short break?
Well, I can explain myself. I was trying to I was looking for the thing that said loser of match 10. Didn't realise it had already updated. So there we go. They're fast on it here on RSC EU. Far faster than I am. But well, great series, and now I'm excited to return in a few hours' time for the grand final.
Indeed, indeed. But before that, like I said, we still got plenty less to play for. And coming up next is going to be Uranium versus potentially someone. I mean, I've just done it then as well, Tom. I'm trying to do 2 things at once. I can't do it, really. Just basically stick with us for the next 20 minutes. We'll be back after the short break, and we'll have a game of
Yes, I out of eyes tryna put me on a t-shirt. Shorty want me so bad, do your knees hurt? Yeah, I'm counting paper guap in my beamer, yeah. Choice, if you want one, then you coming with a paper. I ain't texting shorty back, see you later. Yeah, you catch me on that gas, I'm a racer, yeah. Lil' shawty, always out of molly, you ain't really got a talk, so like why you tryna stop me, yeah? Ain't nobody finna come and body me. I know what you want, but you ain't gonna come top me, what? Yeah, I gotta check, I'm finna cop Balenciagas. Yeah, I'm living with no stress, I don't gotta carry choppers. Couple Corvette, now I'm riding with your daughter. Gucci camo vest, quit applying, I'ma stop ya. Yeah, I've been riding with a gang, I've been shut up with a thing, I've been rolling with the same shawty. Ay, I ain't capping every lane, ain't nobody stop my game, shawty wanna make it rain with me. Yes, I out of eyes tryna put me on a t-shirt. Shorty want me so bad, do your knees hurt? Yeah, I'm counting paper guap in my beamer, yeah. Choice, if you want one, then you coming with a paper. I ain't texting shorty back, see you later. Yeah, you catch me on that gas, I'm a racer, yeah. distorted my reality. So I gotta leave my feelings on a shelf right now, while I work for better wealth and pray for better health. Been drowning in my thoughts, distorted reality. All these evil thoughts distort my reality. I'ma sing away the pain and trying to kill the devil away, so he won't live to see another day. He won't be in my way anymore, not anymore. Detached right now from reality. All I see is darkness surrounding me, and feeling torn apart. But I can't be consumed by the dark. So I gotta leave my feelings on a shelf right now, while I work for better wealth and pray for better health. Been drowning in my thoughts, distorted reality. All these evil thoughts distort my reality. I'ma sing away the pain and trying to kill the devil away. Zoned out right now in a different world, in a cold world. So sorry if I cannot talk. I'm trying to make it out, but I can barely walk. I feel it lacking on open me like a hawk. The darkness, and yeah, it talks to me through the evil thoughts in my mind. And feeling torn apart. But I can't be consumed by the dark. So I gotta leave my feelings on a shelf right now, while I work for better wealth and pray for better health. Been drowning in my thoughts, distorted reality. All these evil thoughts distort my reality. I'ma sing away the pain and trying to kill the devil away.
I got my hope on full, but my heart's on empty. Don't know what you want, you've been gone and you left me. Give what I got, it's for naught, to the next please. Stuck in my emotions at a loss when you text me. When I'm in, you're out, you gon' take me down. You complain about everything, oh wow, nothing's changed about how you came around. Yeah, always try to blame me while you play around. So tell me what the deal is, tell me what you want, yeah. I can't even give it, I'm all out of love. That we finished, but then you pulled a card. Look, I'm sorry, but I'm out of here. I think you out of love. Simple little changes, probably all subtle. Notice that you ain't the same, and I'm puzzled. Wonder what it takes, I'm breaking down rubble. I had to switch lanes, I'm safe in my bubble. Look, I don't know what I'm feeling. We back and forth depending. No matter what the weather is, you're never gonna get it. Packing my bags, moving, I'm finished. All out of gas, I've been empty, diminished. I got my hope on full, but my heart's on empty. Don't know what you want, you've been gone and you left me. Give what I got, it's for naught, to the next please. Stuck in my emotions at a loss when you text me. When I'm in, you're out, you gon' take me down. You complain about everything, oh wow, nothing's changed about how you came around. Yeah, always try to blame me while you play around. You talk on my name, I was lost in a phase. You were wrong in your place and you ought to be shamed. And you're off with the lames, got me gone into space. You were coming for my image, but it blew up in your face. Well, really you the villain, but always put on a front. Got me second guessing feelings, I'm wondering if I'm wrong, yeah. Manipulative and timid, you rigorous with your love. Been addicted to the feeling, but lately it's getting wrong. Look, I don't know what I'm feeling, we back and forth independent. No matter what the weather is, you're never gonna get it. Packing my bags, moving, I'm finished. All out of gas, I've been empty, diminished. I got my hope on full, but my heart's on empty. Don't know what you want, you've been gone and you left me. Give what I got, it's for naught, to the next please. Stuck in my emotions at a loss when you text me. When I'm in, you're out, you gon' take me down. You complain about everything, oh wow, nothing's changed about how you came around, yeah. Always try to blame me while you play around. When I'm in, you're out, you gon' take me down. You complain about everything, oh wow, nothing's changed about how you came around, yeah. Always try to blame me while you play around, whoa.
Welcome back, everybody, to the second series of the evening here on RSC. We've got for you an absolutely banging game in not in prospect, in rival. But before that, Tom's departed the booth, and I've now been joined by the legend himself. It is Bob Manitan. How are you doing this evening?
Hello, I'm doing okay. I'm looking forward to getting into some more of these rival playoffs. We're still very early in the day, so you know these teams have got a lot to look forward to if they can advance. But the thing is about that is that it's still single elimination, so it's one of these teams' time to go home, Murray.
It is indeed, yeah. The previous series, you know, they had a chance to lose it and then still stay in it. But this is it. This is do or die for both of these teams. And the two teams, we haven't actually said who they are. It's Uranum versus Erebos. Erebos. However you want to. I mean, I actually failed in the last series in pronouncing names, and I feel like I'm going to do it again in this series by Manitan. So you might have to help me out on that. But yeah, as you can see there, Uranum coming in through the play-ins, and they are in a good form at the moment, and they are looking to potentially cause maybe what some might say a bit of an upset potentially.
You definitely would have to call it that, even if they are the ones on more form, and you can see that they've even had to win another series today against Norns to get to this stage. For Erebos, it's been the complete opposite. They've only been able to play one this far. They got the bye into the top bracket through getting first in league play, and they got swept by Disorder. So they're the ones coming in off of that pretty devastating loss, and Uranum are the ones looking to keep this run alive. They are matching Dwarves' run from Prospect at the moment. If they win this, they would have been the furthest run so far from that first round of play-ins in RSC11.
Yeah, and it's that sort of run of form that you need if you want to make sure you make a good go at it. And you got to feel for Erebos as well. I mean, they were up against the informed team, you might say, in the rival tier. So that's going to hurt them a lot coming down into the lower bracket. But you know, on paper, you know, it's like I said, you know, the potential upset is here because Erebos finishing top of the table. They looked like they should have put in at least a good fight in that series against Disorder, but they're here. They're playing against the team that finished 6th in the league, and I don't know about you, Bob Manitan, but this. Is there anything that you know potentially sort of stands out for you in terms of the stats? Can we take anything from these stats?
It is a strange one because Uranum have been so good on their way to this point, but their league play was clearly worse than Erebos's. You've got to remember these are league play stats, but you know, based on these, overall Erebos are the better team, but sometimes that doesn't always show through in the actual day itself. We can move into the player stats to see some more of just how much better Erebos were than Uranum in league play, and yeah, it's pretty intimidating for Uranum to look at this, but I'm sure they won't be too bothered. Erebos have got to try and rekindle some of this form. Galaxy, more than a goal per game. I think the only player in this lobby, no, Keze also, but he did it in far less games, so Galaxy's goal stat's going to be probably the most impressive thing in terms of raw numbers here.
It is, but you know, this is the sort of series where you just feel like ignore the stats. This is basically coming down to a mentality between these two teams. On the one hand, you have the team that have, you know, got to pick themselves up, dust themselves off. They've just been absolutely taken out of the equation, and they find themselves in a position that they will, you know, based on league form, they wouldn't be hoping for. And then on the other hand, you've got another team that are probably going to be feeling really good. They've had that warm-up series, if you like, before this one, and they got a good solid victory in that. So, you know, when it comes to sort of predictions, I think we're both on the same wavelength here, but I think I might have gone a little bit more ambitious than you, Bob Manitan, and I feel that Uranum are going to do this. But they're only going to drop one game, so a 3-1 series victory for me is what I'm predicting.
Yeah, I heard you predict Uranum, and I was like, I already thought that I'm not going to do the classic caster move and make it balanced in the thing. We're going to put all the pressure on Erebos to try and perform and upset the predictions. I mean, there's also the argument that we're putting all the pressure on Uranum to follow through on our very professional analysts' opinions, but yeah, it should be a close match. You have to imagine that both these teams are going to be fighting for their lives, considering this is their last one in the whole of RSC11.
It is indeed. I mean, you know, we're feeling optimistic, and Twitch is also, you know, you guys are feeling optimistic as well. You know, 79% in favour of Uranum. That kind of, you know, it's not just us putting the pressure on them, it's them as well. You know, it's your fault, basically, Twitch, if they fluff their lines on this one. But there's only one way to find out, and that is to get this series underway and see which of these two teams are going to progress to the next round.
If they do progress, whichever one it is, we do not yet know their opponents. That will be determined by the other game going on at the moment on the B stream. So if you want to be catching up on everything that's going on, you can of course be watching Nightfall and Yoruba at the same time. But for the moment, we're dealing with these two teams. They don't have to worry about who's in the next round. They have to get through this one first.
Do indeed, and a bit of back and forth early doors here. Neither team really taking early advantage, and John getting a casual demo. They're not quite in the play, not too sure what he was hoping that was going to achieve, but nevertheless I do like a good demo, so that's a good sign early doors of the aggression there. But still 0-0 in these early stages here. John going up for this one off the right hand side there, lets it run away from him. Vilios just trying to get better with the 50 here. Galaxy? No, it's Galaxy. I swear, I promise you, someday I will get players' names and I will get them correct, but it's not going to happen, it seems like, in this one as well.
Oh, you've got some more playoffs to try and find that all-elusive day for yourself, but hopefully I won't fall into the same traps. I mean, Galaxy has made it slightly difficult for you with the X and the I decorations. Not sure what... I don't think I've ever seen a decoration like that, but we're still waiting for any first real chance. Galaxy does have a slight whiff off of the backboard. Maybe Slimy didn't even call it though, because there was not much pressure being put on by Uranum. Slimy should have the opener here. Doesn't quite, but he gets it into the middle where Evelios can come through and open the scoring in this playoffs round 2.
Lovely play there by Slimy on the left hand side. Whether it was a shot or whether it was a pass, you know, it's just made it super awkward there for last man to try and get anything on that. I think it was King. King was trying to rotate in at the back there and just didn't get the read on it, and resulted in the first goal of the game to area. Nearly getting the second one there. There's Vilios now going up right hand side, slight double commit on the line there, but they get away with it on this occasion. Pressure still very much on Uranum, and it's even more on them now as Galaxy stepping up and taking the second goal.
Slimy, 2 assists to his name now. This one, perhaps even better than the last, leaves it for a very, very easy shot for Galaxy, but he still got up and slammed it home. Uranum struggling to keep it tight on the back line here, and they've left themselves with work to do if they want to try and keep themselves in game 1 of this series.
So here comes Irios, just lets it run away from him slightly, allowing John to pick it up left hand side, mushroom off the backboard. King's got to be quick on that one, but he's met there in the air by Galaxy. Doesn't have to send it away into the corner. Vilios now trying to get it out of Erebus's half, but at the moment this is a good response from Uranum, trying to find a quick response to get themselves back into this game, but so far it's finding the elusiveness of that finishing touch is not quite with them as we've gone past a halfway point. Oh, nearly. Uranum, they got to find something quickly, Phil, because I need to cast a curse it, but yeah, as I was saying, they've got to find something quickly, otherwise Erios probably going to feel quite confident in this one.
Yeah, that was probably their best chance so far. I don't know what's gone on in the mind of Uranum here. After almost bringing it back to a 1-goal game, they completely fail to deal with the danger. John just drives on by, doesn't see that Evelios is coming straight through, and it is a third for Erebus, and now they are not looking like the team that's just been swept 3-0. They are once again trying to return to that league play form that got them first in the table.
They are indeed. I think they probably are listening in at the start of the stream there, and they want to make sure that we eat our words, both in Twitch and the casters here. Make sure that they remember that they finished first, and so far putting in a good performance here. Slimy bringing up against John. Not able to get it past him, but John sacrificing himself on the line. But Galaxy's quick up on that one, sends it into the back of the net, and this is turning into a walkover for Erebus at the moment.
Erebus just so much quicker on Uranum side of the pitch. Galaxy on it like a rocket, and 4 goals to the lead they are in now. And Uranum are really struggling to make anything happen. Once again, it came off of pretty much a counter in and kind of survived the first shot, but they don't regroup in time and just let Galaxy come through with a relatively free shot. They've got to try and, I'd say, limited damage control at this point. It's very unlikely you're able to pull back 4 goals in 90 seconds. It's doable, but got to try and settle themselves here, make sure that they're ready to deal with the rest of this series, because it's only a best of 5. You lose this one and you're only 2 away from going home.
Indeed, indeed, and maybe it was just a case of coming off the back of that victory in the previous round. Maybe mental fatigue, maybe overconfidence. You don't know unless you can get into the mind of the player. But yeah, damage limitation on this one, and just make sure that they don't let the series get away from them. But at the moment, they've not really had any clear-cut opportunities, and it's very much been a comfortable set of attacks, one after the other for Erebos. And just seeing here at the moment, they're just settling in now, just allowing this game to run out at the moment, Erebos. And Uranium, maybe just a confidence boost, 1 goal just to bring themselves back into this one as they look towards the second game.
Yeah, but in the right half of the pitch to do that, but Erebos bringing it away from their own goal with ease, but don't keep a hold of possession. Slimy will try and take it back, but it's to the backboard for Kizzy to control. He's found Mo, but it's straight to Slimy. That one might be dropping down. Velios tries to read it before it even hits the backboard. Galaxy's trying to look for his hat-trick, but all 3 of Uranium were there to deny. They will keep pushing, looking for a fifth. Slimy to the middle. No one's there, though. John will clear it away. That should spell the end of game 1. It doesn't even roll up. It ends 4-0, and Erebos win their first game in the playoffs of this season. They'd only been swept previously, so they've got one on the board now.
Yeah, and maybe that's just what they needed. Maybe we might see this, you know, in the script was looking at this was going to be a nice victory for Uranium, but Erebos had obviously have been reading a completely different script, and that'll do them a world of good, because that's just what you need if coming off the back of being absolutely swept in the previous round. So it's all to do, I think, for Uranium. They don't need to panic just yet. That is just the first game, and if they can get off to a better start in this second one, then, you know, they still give themselves a chance. But definitely got to work on the communication, I feel, in this next game.
Yeah, there were a couple questionable decisions on their own back line that let Erebos have a little bit more time, and even when they were coming back trying to limit the counter, they maybe stressed too much about the first shot and don't realise that Erebos can just keep the pressure on and maybe look for the second or third attempt to be the one that causes another goal. So Uranium, they've got plenty to improve here. They know they can do it. I have been researching in the background. They're on an 11-match win or unbeaten streak here, so they definitely want to keep that alive. Erebos got a 12 unbeaten streak before league play ended, and then that obviously ended in the previous series. So Uranium can try and match that stat here, but Erebos are making to look sure that their 12 stays ahead of Uranium's 11.
Nearly getting an early lead there, but fortunately for Uranium, just keeping themselves at bay and in the game. And just to give you an update, Shadow are taking the first game over on the B stream there, just beating Yoruba to the punch in the first game there. So still plenty left to play for, both here on the main stream and the B stream. And at the moment, we're trying to see whether Uranium can bring themselves back into this game. And so far, they're putting in a good effort here early doors.
Kizzy trying to look for the centre, but just gave it away. Galaxy's looking for the top corner. That one rattles off of the corner, but it does not quite find its way through. Now going down the other end, Kizzy has to try and 50 it through Slimy, but Slimy stands strong, prevents Uranium from getting one on the board just yet. They're still goalless in this series. Now Kizzy will try and put the pressure back on. Mo's up for this one. Shirley should have had an angle. John still trying to keep it alive, but Slimy will deny. This is clearly Uranium's best spell of pressure, and all the more encouraging that it's at 0-0 when they're definitely still in this game. Now Galaxy tries to swipe it right back, but John this time makes sure to get the block in. This is looking like it's going to be a much closer game than the first was, and that's all credit to Uranium for trying to step up to Erebos' level.
Totally agree, but whether they're going to rue those chances, as both Mushroom and King on the left-hand side have only got Galaxy to beat, but they just can't find any sort of touch to get it in there. John, though, gets met on the line by Galaxy, making sure this game stays 0-0. But whether they're going to rue these missed opportunities, whether it sort of starts to play in the back of their mind every time they go forward that they just can't find that finishing touch. Any time we can't tell as King going up for that one, lets it run away from him. So far, in this first half of this game, it definitely feels like Uranium have been a slightly stronger team, but you feel Erebos, they look dangerous on the counter, and they just got to make sure they don't do any silly mistakes.
That one was almost going to drop in, but it came off the crossbar and Kezi had a good read on it, making sure that Erebos don't get any of those easy goals. This one's in the middle from Slimy, both Galaxy and Velios went, and still isn't enough for him to score on the counter. Maybe they did it on the second attempt, but Slimy once again is just proving to be unbeatable on the back line here on Forbidden Temple. He's up to 4 saves, and Uranium just cannot find a way through the Dutchman.
Beautiful save on the line there by Slimy. Oh, Uranium going to be able to break the back line of Erebos' defence at the moment. They're trying to throw everything at it. Mushroom can't quite get a read on the post. John, no! Oh, I think we both felt then that there was maybe another opportunity gone begging as Velios awkwardly off the backboard there, leaving the line exposed at the back, and John finally stepping up, and they finally get it into the back of the net. 1-0 Uranium.
We definitely have been the better team so far in game 2, and they get their just rewards. Are they going to give it straight back, though? Not quite on the first attempt. Slimy was looking for the pre-jump, but Erebos are not happy with going down first here. They want to try and strike back immediately, but they do give possession back. Casey was looking for the pinch centre, but doesn't quite get it. Mo's maybe looking for Casey to cut, or maybe was just looking for the shot and didn't quite get it on. Either way, Slimy is there to collect. His 50 will go to the right hand side for Galaxy to push. Mo's quite alone in defence here, but a solid read off of the backboard will time for both his teammates. That demo from Casey will encourage things, but it does not matter because Avelios doesn't care at all. He absolutely barrels his way through this one and almost immediately gets Erebos back in at a level scoreline.
He just threw himself at that one, Avelios. Just wanted to put some pressure on and gets the beautiful challenge, and they've gone and got the kick-off goal. The defence for Uranium just completely parted ways. Velios gets speed on the kick-off. Oh, you hate to see it, but what a turnaround it's been for Erebos. They were on the back foot the majority of this game, and now they've got the slim advantage.
All gone wrong here with the Systema Solaris side. They now need a comeback of their own in the last minute or so here of game number 2. It's going to be tough. Conceding a kickoff goal like that is never easy, but it's even more difficult when you leave your goal blazing open and you've got Slimy staring it down. It's 3-1 Erebos.
We said about communication, and on that moment it just seemed like, you know, the communication went out the window. All three of Uranium decided to go for it, and it just goes to show you, you know, it was just one goal in it, and if they'd have kept it to one goal, then they might be feeling slightly more confident here in this final minute, but they've got a 2-goal disadvantage to bring back. And they might be able to find one here. At the moment, Kings K got to go up against 2 players, and good challenge there by Slimy. But Uranium, they had it in their grasp, and it seems like they've let it slip.
Mo desperately tries to put something back towards that red goal. Not going to happen just yet. This one now is cleared away by Galaxy. He's going to get the double as well. Further into blue territory, further time off the clock. This one's central for Slimy, but Gizzy will deny. They have to score right about now. They're running out of time and they need to. Jom to control. The flick is low though, and Erebos read it. Mo's going to keep it alive. Jom looking for the back pass. Gizzy's going to take it himself, but it's sent to the crossbar. Mo cannot get around it, cannot get a shot off. The Velios takes it away from Jom. They've done enough. They go 2-0 up in the series with a comeback turnaround in game number 2.
Indeed, they might get a consolation here to wrap it up, which they don't. Erebos, they just I feel frustration for Uranium on this occasion. I mean, they were playing really well in that first half of the game. They know that they needed to step up from the previous game. They did. They got themselves to the goal eventually. And then just like that, in the blink of an eye, it was gone. And you've got to give credit to Erebos. They didn't panic, basically. They just kept on doing their thing, and they came away with the victory in the end. And just to give you an update as well, it seems like Nightfall are absolutely walking over Yoruba in over on the other stream there with a 6-0 lead at the moment. And I've just seen a tactical timeout being called by Mushroom as well. So I think Bomanitan, I mean, if you're Uranium, what do you do? What do you do now? How do you approach this next game?
It's always tough. Trying to change something, trying to get your head back in the game on a playoff day like this, where you're staring down elimination from just one more loss. It's so intimidating to go up against, but that's the sort of thing you have to do when you're trying to make this lower bracket run. You're in them start from the very first round. They've won 3 series to get themselves here, and they really haven't given themselves the just reward for that. Their performance here hasn't been up to standard, and yeah, I don't know. Communication is a big thing. You know, that goal they concede, and then off the kickoff, but the mentality for that goal to concede off of pretty much a triple commit and just leave it wide open, it cannot happen again. It cannot happen at this level at all, and that might be what has doomed them here if they can't get themselves back in the mindset to try and reverse sweep.
Yeah, but you know, Erebos, you got to, if you're Uranium, you got to take hope in the fact that they did put in a good performance at the start, you know, for majority of that second game there. So if they can keep that up and just, you know, work on that communication, then anything's possible. We've seen reverse sweeps happen, and Erebos, maybe they might start feeling a bit overconfident. You know, they might be feeling in cruise control, and that's the opportunity for Uranium to step up and to get themselves back into this series. But it's a tough ask as well. And just to give you another update, indeed, Nightfall have taken a 2-0 lead over on the other stream there. So yeah, I mean, this is looking an interesting playoff bracket for sure. I'm just trying to see where this puts everything, but yeah, potentially Erebos are looking to play Nightfall in the next round.
Could well be the case, but it could also be setting up for the double reverse sweep, Murray. You know, we've seen crazier things here in RSC. Uranum and Europa are not out of it just yet, and I don't know, maybe another piece of context that goes Uranum's way is they did manage to hold Erebos to a 2-all in the last week of league play. In that game, though, they didn't go 2-0 down. They won game 2. And with a clean sheet. It almost looked like that was going to happen in game 2, but they got the first goal and then they fell apart. They couldn't keep it together. So they will look at that. The other match in league play was a 3-1 Erebos' way, but that was with a different roster. So you're going to have got to look to that previous 2-all. They know that they have what it takes to keep up with this Erebos side and get themselves back into a game 5 situation. But it all starts here on Sovereign Heights. The timeout is done. Murray, let's get the series back up and running.
Indeed, and let's see whether we can get the dream casting of the double reverse sweep, or whether this is going to be 2 clean sweeps in the bag. Only time will tell. And at the moment, Galaxy's stepping up.
Erebos are crushing hopes and dreams right now. The speed that they are coming at Uranum with, it's even faster than the previous 2 games. Uranum can do absolutely nothing to stop it, and within 13 seconds, their mountain that they have to climb has gotten another step bigger.
It's a kick in the teeth, you know, kick a team when they're down. But it's just 1 goal, as long as they don't make that same mistake they did in the previous one. But Erebos are looking very quick. They are feeling this one. They are feeling hungry. And it almost begs the question as to how they managed to lose the previous round in such devastating fashion. But they've answered the critics at the moment, and they're looking good as Ivelios trying to get a shot on target. Save on the line by King. Follow up by Galaxy in the back of the net. And definitely it seems like, well, just basically like this one it's turned from a mountain into I don't even know what's bigger than a mountain, Bomanitan. I'm trying to think of an analogy for Uranium on this occasion. Basically, they have got a lot of work to do now.
Yeah, maybe it's turned from a mountain into Olympus Mons on Mars. It's 3 times the size of Everest, and it really feels like that's what Uranum are going to have to pull off here. They're only a minute into Game 3, and just as it looked like, you know, maybe they were going to use that timeout to their advantage, it absolutely was not the case. Airbus have immediately put them back down in the dumps, and Uranum are trying to put some pressure on here. Their first maybe sustained period of pressure, but immediately Airbus take it back and bring it to the blue half, where they've been dominant so far in Game 3. Here's another effort from Galaxy. Casey will deny, no hat-trick for him just yet, but still Airbus come forward. Casey tries to nick it back, not quite to be, and Galaxy's once again into the air. He's looking so dangerous, looking so deadly. He's trying to get the dunk through to the back of the net, but doesn't quite happen. Uranum keeping it to 2 for now, but they've only got 3 minutes and 20 seconds left potentially of their RSC11 journey. They have to get back into it. That could have been a shot from Mo, but it's off target and easy for Slimy to collect.
Can I just say, beautiful suggestions as to what's bigger than a mountain coming in Twitch. Yeah, keep them coming, because I'm quite enjoying that one. Anyway, John now trying to work his magic left-hand side, gets around one, but met there on the line by Vilios. And they're just not able to get out of their own half and put in a decent effort on target at that moment in Uranum. And you've got to give credit to Erebos. They are trying to drive this one home. They do not want Uranum to have any sign of a comeback. And certainly as we approach the halfway point, they're looking very good for their lead. They might have a third, but King manages to read the danger. And halfway point, it's looking comfortable at the moment for Erebos.
They have not given Uranum an inch. Uranum have not been past the halfway mark in quite a long period of time at this point in time, and oh my goodness, Evelios isn't happy with Galaxy getting all of the limelight. An absolutely ridiculous angle comes out, and Erebos are clean sailing at this point. They are 2 minutes and 16 seconds away from a dominant sweep and getting themselves into the next round of these RSC11 rival playoffs.
As it stands on the other stream at the moment, Nightfall are currently drawing with Europa, so we're none the wiser as to which team they're potentially going to play in the next round. But over on this game at the moment, they've got to find something in Uranum. They've got to find it quickly just to open that door slightly and to give themselves a chance. Of Mushroom trying to work something left-hand side, but just lets it run away from him. Galaxy punts it forward into the path of Velios, trying to get the double, didn't quite get the read on that one. Slimy awkwardly sends it wide, wrong side of the post, and it's just all I'm about to say Europa. Then it's all Erebos at the moment, and not giving, like you say, Bomantan, an inch to Uranum.
Even when it looks like the chance is going to open up, there's a spare Erebos player, Slimy, there this time to get it away. Erebos, for a very rare period of Game 3, are in their own half immediately. They take it away though, and you're going to need to start from scratch once again. They've beaten one here. Ravello slightly alone in defence. Mo has it for an open net for Jom. Surely they get one back, and they do. The Irishman punches it home. Uranum are not down and out just yet. Maybe, just maybe, this is a lifeline for them.
Everybody keep your fingers crossed. We want to see at least another game in this series, and that's just what we needed from Uranum, but they still got to find 2 goals in just over a minute. It's a tall ask as Kingsley gets the read on the right hand side of the path of John, but Galaxy, the speed from him, that goal has not unsettled them at all. But this is a bit more like it now from the team in blue. Uranum trying to work their way up the field, but with every challenge, every missed opportunity that goes by, that's another second or 2 off the clock. And Erebos will be thinking and looking towards that next round.
This one hangs in the midfield, only for as long as Galaxy can't get behind it. And it's calamity in the Uranum defence. Galaxy's first touch was all it took. Neither of King Casey or his 2 teammates could do anything about it. They fly past in unison, and Galaxy does eventually get his hat-trick, and surely that seals it for Erebos.
We dreamed big, Bomanatan, at the start. We were hoping for the potential upset, the dream story, but it just seems like that dream has been absolutely smashed here by Erebos, and you can't take it away from them. You know, the question of whether they could pick themselves up from that heavy defeat in the previous round has indeed been answered. And to give you an update, they still don't know which team they're going to be facing in the next round, as it's currently 2-all against Nightfall and Yoruba in the other stream at the moment. But Nightfall are on series point there. But more importantly, on this, back to this game, it is indeed your winners of the series. Erebos are going to be marching on to the next round, and they are finally looking like they have arrived here in the playoffs.
They are not going to be yet another Might of Hades team to get first place and immediately bow out of the competition. They have won a round here, and they looked absolutely dominant while doing so. Uranum had their chances, especially you've got to look to that 1-goal lead in Game 2, but it just did not pull together for them. Erebos were clearly the better team throughout, and they get themselves into that next round. It's heartbreak for Uranum. We still await here in RSC11 the true lower bracket run. Uranum only go as far as Dwarfs did in Prospect, but they did themselves proud. They put themselves in the top position from league play, and they kept the unbeaten streak alive for 11 games from league play through to those first 3 series. But here it all ends. Erebos are back to winning ways.
Yeah, and you probably just based on that performance, you got to give them, look out for them in the next round. Whether they face Disorder or Arena Tribe is still yet to be answered. Sorry, Nightfall or Yoruba. I'm getting well ahead of myself there. That's the lower final. Sorry, ignore what I've just said there. It's basically Nightfall or Yoruba, and it has just literally finished Yoruba taking game number 3. So that's got more on the clock to sort of see whether Erebos play either of those 2 teams. But this is shaping up to be an interesting one. And before I disappear for today, I've got to ask you, Barmanitan, who are you looking at for this playoff victory? Basically, who's your money on?
Oh, I've got to back my team, right? I haven't played a series with them, but you're gonna pull off this reverse sweep and then go all the way. That's what I'm saying. No bias here in the caster booth. No
bias whatsoever, and to make sure there's a bit of sort of balance to this one. I mean, this next round of games is going to be, I think, the sort of deciding factor. Disorder versus Arena Tribe, probably the 2 sort of favourites, if you like, in this tier. And I think, however that game turns out, is going to play a massive factor as to how this playoff bracket goes. But I've got to give it to. I'm gonna go with Tribe. I don't know what it is. That's just who I'm putting my money on. No reason other than the fact that I like the colour purple. I mean, that's what I'm putting it down to. But yeah, any final thoughts though on that series by Manitan before we pass over for the break?
I guess watch out for Erebos. Not only were they dominant, they scored some cracking goals. Avelios with that read. Galaxy was scoring all series long. So yeah, they were forced to be reckoned with here tonight. As you said, the next round here on the mainstream will be that upper final between Disorder and Arena Tribe. But quickly go check out the B stream. Nightfall and Yoruba still playing. We'll catch you back in a few here on the mainstream.
I can't really get it right. I've been so alone, honestly, I think at night. I can't really fade, you can see it in my eyes. Deep down in my soul, you can see my little spice. Running up, we got to gain, and it's freaking suicide. I don't really understand why we gotta fight, how come we can't coincide? Why she really tryna cheat, yeah, she really wanna get a freaking man inside. If I really find out, little baby, I'ma have to make your mama cry. Ooh, I'm so tired. She broke my heart apart, my heart on fire. Make it hit notes on Mariah, my heart on fire. See, I'm a man, we cannot cry. Too much I can't change, but I cannot change for you. And they know I've been supporting, even though I know that they about to hate on you. I know that I'll go insane, if I go insane, then I'll bust a brain for you. I don't even got a baby girl, I really gotta eat your cake for you. Too much on my mind, I've been going out. Too much in my life, and it's getting rough. Baby, I understand, you just want the cuffs. You just really want to less, you never really love. See you a liar. You think that you live like a princess, not a squire. All my homies, we got the bands, we not for hire. I got Nick Cannons in the back, you not Mariah. Told him to move, told him to move. She cannot make all these plans, move how I move, move how I move. And if you don't wanna smash, do what I do. I know you capping, you smashed the crew. Oh my God. Yeah, right down on my roads, I can't really get it right. I've been so alone, honestly, I think at night. I can't really fade, you can see it in my eyes. Deep down in my soul, you can see my despise. Running up, we got the game, and it's freaking suicide. I really understand why we gotta fight, how come we can't coincide? She really tryna cheat, yeah, she really wanna get a freaking man inside. I really find out, little baby, I'ma have to make your mama cry. I'm tired. Hoping you pick up the phone. I know that there's been some time since I had you all alone. What you really like is the thing I wanna find a way into your life. There's no way out when I'm just not enough. There's no way out when I just wanna run. There's no way out when I'm just not enough. There's no way out when I just wanna run. Wasting those amazing highs. I know you hate the way that I do just enough to get you up. It feels like I'm losing touch, I'm not enough. I keep running fast, I keep running faster. The world is such a wreck, I know I'm a mess, nothing less. I keep running fast, I keep running faster. You said that you wish I'd go. Why you live in a world so cold? I got just enough to get you up. It feels like I'm losing touch, I'm not enough. I feel like I'm gonna pass out. Thought that the day ones would last, no. They wanna be just like you. Friends turning they loose. 45 and I'm gone. Feel alive when I'm torn. No, I waste all my time feeling lesser. Don't wanna mess up. Know that I'm blessed, it's been emotional. Listen, I hope you know all of the pain that you caused me. It helped me grow. I can't feel anymore. I know I've been ignoring the things that I live for, the life that I give, and I feel like I could have done better. So I keep running faster than ever. I keep running fast, I keep running faster. The world is such a wreck, I know I'm a mess, nothing less. I keep running fast, I keep running faster. You said that you wish I'd go. Why you live in a world so cold? I got just enough to get you up. It feels like I'm losing touch, I'm not enough.
stronger every day, even more. Stand together in the eye of the storm and show the whole world who we are. Oh, keep on walking to the sound of the drums. Feel the fire run through our lungs. Find our treasure in the light of the sun and show the whole world who we are. Oh,
that sound like something you'd be into. I believe the truth can be reality. Will you roll with that? 'Cause I want you to. I'm stuck in trying to find a way to make it easier to say that there's just one thing on my mind. And I think it's time for you to realize I want you all to myself. Don't wanna share you with nobody else. So give me something to believe. Will you promise me? Will you promise me? Will you promise me? I am not a stranger to excuses. Burned me once or twice, I expect them. I just wanna know what your truth is. Will you be the one to break me out of this? I want you all to myself. Don't wanna share you with nobody else. So give me something to believe. Will you promise me? Will you promise me? So give me something to believe. Will you promise me? Will you promise me? Will you promise me?
Two souls colliding. We shared the pieces of ourselves. It's perfect timing now. We fueled the flames, but we're still learning to trust, learning to trust. It's never enough, never enough. Burning me up, burning me up. Don't fight the fire. Too much, too fast, will burn us out. We walk the wire, love. Don't make me read your mind, I know it. Learn to trust, learn to trust. It's never enough, never enough. Burning me up, burning me up. I won't fall when I'm picking you up. Of my hand, I won't be strong enough. Our love is stronger, and I'll be here. My lead, now we're taking the jump. My pride, 'cause I know you're the one. Our love is stronger. Baby, I know that it's stronger than yesterday. sparks ignited. We left some space for us to breathe. My head is quiet now. I can rest in peace, cause you are more than enough, more than enough. Feeling the rush, burning in love, burning in love. Two souls united, this roaring blaze is soaring free. If you ever get tired of love, I'll sing you gently to sleep, cause you're still more than enough, more than enough. Feeling the rush, burning in love, burning in love. I won't fall when I'm picking you up. With my hand, I won't be strong enough. Our love is stronger, and I'll be here. My lead, now we're taking the jump. My pride, cause I know you're the one. Our love is stronger. Baby, I know that it's stronger than yesterday.
I'm the storm that meets the moon. I'm the sun that will not move. Do you think you are? Who do you think you
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the RSC mainstream. We are in upper finals, big match. Only one of these teams can make it to the grand finals. Arena Tribe Disorder. Everyone's talking about it as the game of the week. But joining me alongside for this amazing cast will be the one and only Archeon.
Hello. I tried to avoid stepping in here, but we didn't have any casters at the last minute, so sorry if there is any bias towards any of these teams, because I'm currently owner of one and playing for one, so here we go.
Oh, well, I mean, you can't really get that biased then, can you? You're playing for one franchise and you own the other. Honestly, how the cards turn, I do not know. But yeah, we've been off an amazing rival playing around I believe we've been shown the bracket. Here we go, playoff bracket. Both of these teams coming off good results. Disorder sweeping Erebos and Arena Tribe 3-1ing Yoruba. Big results, hey Arch?
Big results indeed, and the only one that probably might shock us is the Nightfall Yoruba. We did put Yoruba in our top 4, but other than that, the playoffs have been what we came to expect. Big results from Disorder and Arena in the upper brackets, and Nightfall just taking that game against Mirage in Game 5, but proving the dominant team against Yoruba to proceed against Erebos in the lowers, who recovered well after losing that game to Disorder. They haven't lost all season, despite them having one loss in the league standings. That was due to an error by their GM, but they did recover well to sweep Uranium, so maybe they are back to their best.
Yeah, exactly, and obviously they did get swept as well. It's not any close game as we pull up the team stats now. Obviously, both of them same conference. It was literally a last game decider. Arena Tribe had to get a result, and they did. They did manage to get that bye in first place. Both Ignis, so potentially a bit of a mismatch. I don't know exactly head-to-head, and also Disorder had a massive roster change. They had an insane run. I think they went something like 36-10 or something like that, which is absolutely crazy.
Yeah, they're currently 38-7 after that last game.
Yeah, wow. That's incredible. Any stats that stand out to you though, Ark?
Well, there's two sides to this story. There's the first half of Disorder in the weeks 1 to 4. We're bottom of the league. We're saying that we're going to play the season out just for vibes. And then I came in and rebuilt this team to have a good competitive chance at still winning. And although I expected to get top 6, I never expected them to get second. And here we are, 38-7 later after that last win, and taking second spot in the conference. I think Arena Tribe should have won this conference a lot quicker than they did. However, results from week 5 to 7, I think, let them down. I think they were the dominant force, and I did predict that this would be a grand final until I changed my mind on the RS cast just to give Erebos a chance. I will say, if Disorder do not win this, I am rooting for Potter, because they're both upper bracket. They've been the top 2 teams all season in this conference, and other than Erebos, I think we're in for a great last 4 in playoffs.
Yeah, and well, they've all deserved to be there. Obviously, 30, 36 and 8. I'll keep getting that wrong, but that's still incredible. That is still an incredible run to make. If you think 10th to 2nd and 1 game off of first place, as much as Arena Tribe, as you said, should have secured it, they didn't. And honestly, going back to what those players, that's why I think I saw one of them had an 83% win rate on that Disorder team. So, I mean, that is absolutely incredible. And I mean, there's nothing more you can ask from either of these teams. This is going to be an absolutely epic match. So what do you say we put the players into this one and get it going?
Let's just give our quick predictions. We did do it before the game. I have 3-2 for Disorder. I'm backing the boys that I put together, whereas Kingsman has gone for 3-2 Arena Tribe. I think stats in league play go out the window for playoffs, Kingsman. I think we should just get straight into it. These 2 teams are the dominant force so far. They're still in the upper bracket. Let's get away with the upper final.
Yeah, agreed. We will send them underway, and I completely agree. It is down to this now. Stats don't matter. One best of 5 to either send you to grand finals or to send you to lowers and play the winner of Nightfall Erebos. Both of these games are going to be crucial as we get underway in game number 1. It's a good kickoff. It's quite an equal kickoff. And Mal's going to retrieve it on the midfield as the ball does drop down. Very, very interesting car design. I will start off from Potter. And well, Mal already up, looking for a quick shot, but shattered. Oh my goodness! Bit of a whiff on the goal line there. And 13 seconds in, Mal will get goal credit. Arena Tribe take the lead.
I don't know what happened there. Shattered just looked confused at where he was. He wasn't in the right position. Maybe it is the mind game from Potter's car coming out. I was playing with him earlier just to warm him up for these playoffs, and that car noise triggered even me.
I mean, to be fair, that is definitely something that will get on your mind. And well, you've heard it first. If Potter wins playoffs, it's now down to Ark warming them up earlier. You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. But now we're going to see, once again, Arena Tribe forcing the attack. They are making these Game 1 opportunities count, and Gecko finally going to relieve some pressure. Shattered waiting in the midfield, but Potter gets the better 50, looks for the shot, but it's just going to go wide, and there's no second man to follow up. 385 now looks for a good 50, does get it, but Gecko beats Mao, and we're going to see Potter as last man now. What can he do in the defense? It's going to be a bit of a double commit, but no sustained pressure yet, or no immediate threat, as the Arena Tribe do manage to clear the ball out here. And well, very good start for Arena Tribe, and it puts Disorder on the back foot a bit.
Yeah, as you said, no immediate threat from Disorder. The threat has been there, and it should really be 2-0 to Arena Tribe. Potter had a clear open net there and decided to play it off the backboard with no teammate in the middle. All he had to do was shoot, and there would have been 2 ahead, but Disorder are looking a nervy team right now, and it looks like players from both teams are committing with each other when they go up for an attack, leaving them lightweight in defence. So I think both teams nervy so far in this start.
Yeah, and I mean, why wouldn't you? It's an upper final. One of these teams makes grand finals guaranteed. The other has another series beforehand, and will have to bracket reset if they want to become champions. That's a good demo on the goal line, but Mao is going to cover it off, and Shattered looks to put more pressure on, but Potter, good backboard defense. Gecko with another shot. Pressure immediately putting on. That's an awkward 50, but Mao has managed to keep that out somehow. I don't know how he's done that. Mox puts it back to the backboard. Disorder finally showing some sorts of pressure. That's off the top. Mao finally gets the clear once again. Potter, 0 boost. He has the chance though, but Shattered. Good challenge from him immediately, and Gecko with a good demo. No follow from 385. He is playing very well as third man there. There's a bit of a beat comes out from there. Double commit. You said about that earlier, Ark. And well, this is almost going to be Mal who gets a goal off it. And well. This is very, very interesting now. Disorder finally started to show some of the offensive flair that put them on such a good form.
Yeah, Disorder finally waking up. This is the Disorder that we've seen for the second half of the season. suffocating the opponents, demoing out the third man, taking out that extra space in the midfield, and they do have the pressure right now. However, I am afraid that the overcommits with 2 players will punish them at one point.
Yeah, I could see the same happening for either team, really. We've seen a few double commits on defense from Arena Tribe, whether it be Mal and Potter or it be just 385 and Potter. It could be anyone. I'm not putting blame on Potter, don't worry. But double commits, I think, have happened a lot from them. And now that's a beautiful ball from Gecko. Mao is going to get demoed on the other half. Not really affect the defense. Potter is going to beat Mox, though. 1:30 left on the clock. There's that one quick goal that could decide this game. As Potter does get demoed. Shattered has been on an absolute killing spree with these demos. And now, obviously, Potter and 385 both sat back now. Potter, very good pinch from him. It relieves some pressure. But he looks to push it upfield now. Potter, good 50 of Mox. Mal is up. Gecko versus Mal. And it's a good 50 for both teams, but it's going to be the follow-up from Mox that secures it. Brilliant pass in the midfield. Potter's beaten. Almost a brilliant bump from... oh my god. I'm trying to say Mal and Mox at the same time, but almost from Mox. And well, a minute left on the clock. Disorder, they definitely have the potential.
Potential indeed. They have outshot Arena Tribe by double the amount of shots, and it's just not falling for them right now. The connection's in place. They are passing middle. They are getting some passes between the team and working well. However, Arena just defend their half very, very well, and it always seems like there's 3 on the goal line for them.
Yeah, and well, that's all they've needed to do. Obviously, having that advantage, and Mao, good clear from him. It allows them to relieve some pressure again. But honestly, since about 3 minutes, it's just been Disorder's onslaught. And I think if they lose this game, Shattered will not be the happiest man in the Disorder camp, and that's all good pressure from 385 there. As now Potter demo, finally we see Arena Tribe pushing the ball downfield. Brilliant ball middle, but there's just no follow. As Arena Tribe do what they need to take this game, ball over. Shattered has to keep it up now if he wants his team to take this into overtime. Gecko looks to keep it up, it's a good touch, bit too far, but Mao keeps it alive. Shattered, is he going to own goal again? No, he isn't. All over the bar, he's 0 boost, Gecko's up. This is a very long 0 seconds. Finally dropped. Arena Tribe take game 1, but oh my goodness, could have gone either way. Oh.
And this is a first.
Oh, tech timeout.
I think Potter might be having technical issues. We did see timeout called straight away. Potter did leave the match, so they must be having technical issues. Potter's controller has died, so they do have 5 minutes to get back into the lobby, as well as the forfeit timer. Obviously, we don't want to see the forfeit timer used. It is just there just to get back into the game. But Kingsman, what a first game. It reminded me kind of watching back last night's stream and seeing Fearless Bravo versus Megamin game 1. Literally a goal within the first 2 seconds, and then a 0-0 throughout with high pressure from both teams. What a game.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly living up to expectations here. I mean, it was literally a goal, I think it was in 13 seconds. And then it was I think Disorder had the better chances, they had the better possession, they had everything. And it just didn't fall for them. Maybe Potter was playing on KBM, that might be his excuse. But you never know, his controller's dead, so we get a tech timeout for 5 minutes. I wonder how this will shift the game or shift the series, because we've seen a very, very close series, and this tech timeout will just slow everything down. So everything, it might be in game 1, there might be a bit of stream nerves, but you never know. It will definitely change up the playing field, but I think no matter what, we're in for a game 5 here.
Yeah, we said from the start with our predictions, game 5 from each of us. I see nothing but that. Do you think this technical timeout could hinder Arena Tribe more than work for them? Obviously, they've got to fix the connection issues, but you look at it from the side that they've just won the game 1-0. They've defended amicably. They've kept out Disorder, who are a free scoring side, and now they've called the timeout first. Does that stop the momentum?
I definitely think it has some edge to it, especially if Potter is going to have to be sat there sorting out controller issues. As he said, his controller was dead. So yeah, I definitely think it's going to have some effect on them. And Disorder, they can use this 5 minutes just to sit, get their thoughts back, figure out how to break down this Arena Tribe team, and they don't even have to use a timeout. I think this is absolutely brilliant for Disorder and Arena Tribe. I don't think it comes at the greatest time. Upper finals, you need to be obviously on your top game, on your best performance, top game, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, I think this will massively hinder Arena Tribe in this because, as you said, their defense was impeccable. It was impossible for Disorder to break down. And honestly, they look like they're going to score some counter-attack goals at time. So, honestly, I think this game too could go either way. But I don't think I've ever said this about a series, but I've never seen it more where a first goal is going to count the most, I think.
Yeah, like I said, the only time I've seen that really was last night with Fearless Bravo scoring instantly in game 1 and there not being a goal after that. I do think that game was similar. However, we saw Shattered wasn't very happy with the timeout being called, but I think they should use this as their advantage. Like you said, who would have thought that we'd get a timeout after game 1, and we've managed to get one for Disorder where they can regroup, see what went wrong, and discuss why they felt so awkward on that first goal.
Well, we'll get to see if that worked now. Are they not using the full 5 minutes of Arena Tribe? They don't need to, and Potter, immediate shot that should have probably gone in. Mal over the crossbar. 3-5 now onto the crossbar. Gee, oh my goodness. Potter again, but once again, it was another chance I think Potter should have buried off of the start, and it could have been game 1 repeat. But Disorder, they are clinging on with their lives. A total of 4 shots, the same I think they got in game 1 within I think about 10 seconds, and it's a good clear from Potters. 3-5 looks to build some momentum now. Brilliant clear from Shattered, but Mal is going to receive it. And 3-5, good 50s from him in the midfield. But wow, Ark, what a start from Arena Tribe. They should be 1-0 up here.
What a start indeed, and if we analyse that first 30 seconds, it's how I really like to play Rocket League. You've got the 3 men following up after each other. The first man goes, second man goes, third man goes. They all had shots, and I think that is what they're doing better than Disorder right now. If we look at game 1, Disorder were piling on the shots, but they always committed 2 players to the shot, and then you lose pressure once you've missed that first initial shot, whereas Arena put 3 shots on goal, and although didn't score, they're holding the pressure really well. And this could be a goal, and it is. 3-5 MS puts Arena 1-0 ahead, and again, it's just not working with Shattered as the last man right now.
Yeah, no, it's not. He doesn't get the power he needs. He's a bit awkward, but there's got to be something there, which just isn't clicking for him as third. Mox and Gecko clearly wanting to push up field a lot more, clearly want to be taking control. But it's just not working for them. Shattered, he's had 2 which I think arguably he might have been able to save, but could have been too awkward. He's going to make his own chance here. Talk about a redemption arc. He's almost done it all himself, but there you go. Cleared out by Arena Tribe again. Almost read the Symbiote's tag on Potter and almost said Disorder, but that's in ERS, not RSC. Funny how Potter's switched franchises for RSC and he'll be back under Symbiotes for ERS.
Yeah, indeed. I did make sure that I had a really good management team this season in ERS and got him in as an AGM, who links as GM, but back to RSC. And I do still think Disorder are playing really nervy right now. They really need to get that first goal to get their confidence back up. They haven't really been shut out by teams this season, which I think could be affecting them. Shattered almost gets it there. Mal keeps it out really well. But yeah, as soon as they get the first goal, we might see them open up a little bit more. But I usually see Mox as the third man on this team, and it seems at the minute that Shattered is always left back and really awkward.
Yeah, and that was a perfect example of it. Both players in rotation, and Shattered had to make the save there. Good save from him as Gecko now looks to push it forward. 3-8-5, good control. There's clearly good communications on this Arena Tribe side as 3-8-5. 50 of Shattered. Never mind, as Mox is going to put in that first goal that Ark talked about. We might see them go on here, but 3-8-5 awkward with no boost on the side. Mal awkward, and Potter is not able to beat 3-8-5. Bit of I'm not going to call it lucky, but a very calculated double tap. And well, it's going to get 1-1. Will we see Disorder push ahead now, Ark?
Possibly. We did speak about the confidence coming through after the first goal. I do think that's what they were missing. But we need to put that down to player error. All 3 players were in a line of each other in defence, and no one really committed after 3-8-5 passed the ball on the wall. So you find yourself really awkward when your team is in a line like that and no one's really guarding the back post or the backboard. So all that goal can be put down to Arena's error, which is the first one they've made in, what, 9 minutes of Rocket League.
Yeah, I'll put it down to Caster because I said their comms were immaculate. Clearly not as good as I thought, but Potter looks to be... Oh my goodness. How has that not gone in? Wow, Potter's shooting accuracy, not the greatest so far. Maybe it's the playoffs getting to him again, but that... Once again, it should have been a goal. Arena Tribe's defense, we've talked about it being absolutely immaculate, and 385 does manage to get it clear, but on offense, they just haven't had that finishing component. They've had, oh my god, maths, 9 shots in this game and only 1 goal, and to think Disorder have only had 4 saves. So that's, what, 4 shots that have gone wide. That is crazy for an upper final.
Yeah, roles reversed from the last game, and Arena doing what Disorder did to them shots-wise. We do see the pressure used really well on Ariba, though. Arena, not Ariba. But I think Arena, as we said earlier, are using the first, second and third man too well. I think that's what they've got over Disorder right now. There's always a player to follow up the shot, and Potter should have scored that shot.
Yeah, agreed. I'm sure he won't be the happiest man in the Arena Tribe call, because he knows he should be putting those chances away. He knows he's got the team to win it this season, and Mox now looks for a shot, shattered. Oh, it's actually a pass, never mind. And Gecko onto the backboard, pressure mounting on Arena Tribe here, but Potter gets a good clear. Mal versus Mox, brilliant 50, that's going to drop. Mox versus Potter, what a 50 from Mox. And with seconds left on the clock, Mox is going to put it in, and Potter, he's not having the best game.
Not the best game, but I think Disorder have just done what Arena have been doing to them throughout the last 4 minutes of this match. Relentless pressure, they did not give up on the ball. They kept putting the ball onto the backboard if they missed the shot. And as in Elite, we see a bad shot turn into a pass.
Yeah, and well, there you go. Disorder take game number 2. And well, we're set up for a 1-1. We're definitely going to game 4. But honestly, with how close that game was, it's absolutely very close. And as you said, all that team needed was confidence. And it was clear that after that first goal, they had confidence. They were more looking to attack, more looking passing the ball midfield. And they just had that team chemistry building up. It was, honestly, it was brilliant to see, because I think that's the Disorder side we've seen tear up this league, tear up league play.
Yeah, 100%. And we just see here on the scoreboard, Mox was the MVP of that game with 2 goals and 3 shots. Usually see him as the third man, but I do think the roles needed to reverse at some point here. It just hasn't been working, and Mox finally gets the attacking pressure and finishes the goals off. And we must mention as well, Mox, Gecko and Shattered Fusion are 3 of the top 5 players on the stats database as well, only beaten by people who have been perma-FA and played under 16 games. So the fact that they've took 9 minutes to score in a Rocket League game, in a Rocket League series, is a huge credit to Arena. And as we said earlier, that first technical timeout could have just cost them.
Yeah, it could have. And I mean, as much as I've said Potter's shooting hasn't been, his defense has been absolutely immaculate. Him and Arena Tribe have looked brilliant as third, and in defense they've been. I know. Well, I've just seen a wave footed dash kickoff from Mao. I don't see them very often, but there we go. Game number 3. We are underway. Potter, good 50 with Mox, but Shattered will be your next man. He gets a flip reset. He's going to beat Mao, but not the English fails me again, but not the flip reset he would have wanted. And now Gecko with an awkward clear, and well, we're going to see Gecko now looks to get it middle. Mao with an awkward touch, and well, 30 seconds in, it seems to be a lot of a lot of missed touches from both teams. I think once again, both teams just need to settle back into the game and just play it calm, because we're back to 0-0.
Yeah, both teams really look awkward in this first 40 seconds. It looks like they don't really know where to put the ball, how to follow the ball. But they must remember that these 2 are the fastest teams in Rival this season. Obviously, being the top 2, it shows that you've got some pace over your opponents, and I think they're trying to play this series a little bit too slow. they just need to go at each other without trying to slow the game down, because at the minute they're slowing it down and making it awkward, and it doesn't look like that's what their style is.
Yeah, no, we've seen both of these teams do very well in league play, one at the start and one at the end. And well, it's clearly worked for them as Mao looks to put a shot on target. Not to be, and now Mox, he's breaking away down the other end, but Mao, he was up the offense, now he's in the defense, bit of a missed touch, but 3-5 does demo Gecko. That will slow down the attack here, but brilliant 50 from Potter. It allows the ball to be cleared out, and Gecko bangs it, but it's just back to Potter, who puts it down the mid. Brilliant demo from 3-5 here, and that might allow some pressure as Mal is up. Beats Gecko, brilliant from him, but well, we've hit the 3-minute mark, and it shows how much of a midfield game this is. There's only been one shot.
Yeah, midfield indeed. I think Arena have noticed that and are trying to pile on the pressure with demos as well. They are taking out the third man a lot. So I do think they are recognising how to change up their game, but we see an attack here by Gecko. It goes onto the backboard. Mal is awkward. There's just no one there for Disorder to follow up, and Mox has to put it back into his own corner.
I'll say this, if that had been a Rinner Tribe, we've talked about it all series, if that was a Rinner Tribe, I believe that was in. They've had the follow-up all series, but this is what Disorder, they might need to pick up on a little bit, having that second man potentially, and now there's Gecko, but he's gonna backflip, and now Potter looks for the demo, but he doesn't get it, and that puts him out of play for a bit. 3-5 onto the backboard, looks for the double tap, is not gonna get him. Potter rolls the ball towards the net, and Mal now, good 50 with Mox, and now we're going to see Gecko. Big clear from him, and well, that will relieve some of the pressure, but yet 3-8-5 looks to get it middle, and it's honestly the amount of pressure Rinner Tribe have had, they still haven't had a shot yet.
Yeah, and it's kind of weird. I think they're going to get one here, and it is the first shot. We proper crossed the curse this one, because Disorder didn't look in trouble at all until this.
Yeah, well, brilliant case of cast a curse. I say yeah, I'm not a shot, and 3-8-5 proves, and I'll say, oh, thank you, I'll score. And just an update for those of you watching on the B stream, Erebos are 2-0 up, so they're looking for a sweep onto Nightfall. Yes, there we go. And well, the loser of this game will play them, but it still could go either way. We've seen one goal from them as 3-8-5 looks to extend the lead. We haven't seen a 2-goal lead yet, and we're about to. 3-8-5 finding his shooting boots. 2 shots, 1 goal, and there you go. Arena Tribe 2, Disorder 0.
This is where you need your star men to improve their performance. No shots in the first 3 minutes, and then all of a sudden 3-8-5 comes in, aka Kevin, who has peaked recently, 1670 I believe, and he's just popped up and scored twice for Arena to get the first 2-goal lead, and this could have secured game for free.
Yeah, everyone knows him as Kevin. We all love Kevin. There's been a mutual love for Kevin throughout the server, but don't count it out yet. Don't count it out yet. I'm going to have to rewatch this, see what's happened. We're talking about everyone loving Kevin, and well, yeah, just a brilliant 50 from Mox. I think it's pinched a little bit as well.
That was a huge double commit. A huge double commit from Arena Tribe when their third man has been demoed. I think Mal just spawned in the corner as that as they double committed, but Shattered has just given the advantage back to Arena and scrapped that momentum. It's 3-1.
I was just about, when you were going to finish, I was about to say we could see a Disorder comeback here. They'll prove Arc wrong and everything, but Shattered, maybe not the best for him. I feel like he's getting a lot of blame here. It wasn't the greatest kickoff either, but Mao is able to capitalise on it and put it in the net, and now 3-8-5. Good, and once again, Mao has been demoed. Mao will say he's been targeted, but it's clearly worked for them. They got their first goal off of it, and Potter, big 50 in the midfield for him, and that bounces up now. And well, with a minute left on the clock, I'm still going to say it's not over, but oh, that is a very awkward clip. I'm not going to say it's over, but Disorder have a lot of work to do, Ark.
A lot of work to do indeed. A great save there by 3-8-5. Another double commit by the 2 attackers of Disorder. And we must go back to what we've been saying all series. Disorder, Arena Tribe are just working that much better in their first, second and third man rotations. And this is what is winning in the series. That's all we can say.
What all I'm going to say is what a goal from 3-8-5. Beautiful double tap. He's putting them on his back this game. 3 goals off of 2 shots. You know what? He's that good. He's only got 2 shots. Oh, is he gonna do it again? Is he gonna please the crowd? He does, but it's not gonna be on target. And well, 4-1 Arena Tribe. We all said it was gonna be 1-goal games, but by the looks of things, as the time ticks away, it is going to be this Arena Tribe side that take the game to match point, go to Beckwood Park with the chance of taking the series. And well, game 3 is massive, but this game is going to game 4 is going to be even bigger for Disorder. And well, what a game from Arena Tribe.
What a game indeed. It's been 1-goal game so far until this match, and what I wanted to see was Disorder calling a timeout to get their act together, just to talk things out, see what they need to do, and that is exactly what they've done. They've called a tactical timeout. They will have 2 minutes at the end of this lobby countdown to rectify the mistakes. But speaking of the mistakes, do you agree, Kingsman, that it is the fact that they're double committing that is costing them the series?
Yeah, agreed. I think both teams have had a bit of it, but Disorder have just haven't had it go their way either. They've had their fair share of defensive mistakes as well, and well, Arena Tribe have done well to punish that. One thing I will say Disorder would be needing to look to focus on in this 2 minutes is having that second man closer to the play, because that's what Arena Tribe have really done well this series, had that player following up, and well, they've done it brilliantly, and they've scored a lot of goals from it. 385 scored a hat-trick in that game, and well, he's done it, and well, 2 minutes countdown begins. I would really want to know what they are saying in that Disorder VC, because it is going to be very tense knowing that the loser of this faces Erebos. It will be another close game, but I'm pretty sure Disorder won't mind Disorder swept Erebos beforehand. I'm sure they won't mind a little revisit, but they'll want to win this series. They'll want to go straight to grand finals.
Yeah, a lot of people did predict whoever wins this upper final, if it was between these 2 teams, would go on to win the whole thing. It's been like that for a couple of weeks. I think people recognise that these were the top 2 teams. They sort of need to sit back and realise that in the second half of the season, they had the advantage over Arena. They came from 10th to 2nd. They almost finished 1st when they were bottom of the league, and Arena faltered in those final few weeks. They need to talk about that. The fact that they beat them in the second meeting as well with the new rosters. I can't remember whether it was 3-1 or 4-0. They have the beating over Arena. They've been beating them in scrims constantly in the last few weeks. Now is the time to put it into practice, and now is the time to show some resolve.
Yeah, it is, and well, as we've said, it's all good doing it in league play, all good doing it in scrims, but playoffs is where it matters. Playoffs is where it is crucial and where the winner is decided. And well, as the clock ticks down, we are going to almost get ready for this series, but we've both said a game 5, obviously, in this. Does the 4-1 in that last game hinder your prediction in any way, or do you still think this is game 5?
When I started this, as I said, I jumped in at last minute because no casters were here, and I did order a takeaway, and I've got a big massive pizza box going cold next to me, so I was hoping it would not go to a game 5, but I'm back in Disorder. I still think it will go to a game 5, and I think the players are just getting into the lobby ready. What about you, Kingsman? What score do you think this is?
Honestly, I would give you a prediction, but I want to wait for the first goal because that will show how effective this Disorder team talk has been. As they've been beating them in scrims, beating them in the second meeting, and well, we are going to go game number 4, Arena Tribe match point. I don't think Potter scored this series. That's just I don't know why I've said that. But I just saw him on attack and I just thought it. But Shattered could score now. What a shot, but Mao on the goal line. Good save to him as Potter 50s it straight into 385. Beautiful from them. And well, 385, he wins it again, and that's up for Mao, and good 50 with him from Gecko. He looks for another touch, not the best. Shattered gets a good clear. 385, quick shot onto goal, and well, no one in the net. 385 capitalizes, and well. I said the first goal was crucial. Arena Tribe take it.
I could be wrong, but 385 I think has scored every single arena goal in this series, and at this point you need to be taking out that key man. You need to assign players to start going and taking him out of the game, demoing him, not allowing him the space in midfield and attack, because at the moment every ball 385 touches looks like it's going to go in. And that goal reminded me of the goal that Arena conceded earlier on, where all three men were in a line and didn't know what to do. Mox was front post and got beat, but what a pass from Shattered Fusion there, and Gecko capitalises on the first mistake I think that 385 possibly has done.
Yeah, and well, I will correct you, you said earlier it was the only goal, but technically the first goal, I mean, as much as 385, or not 385, it was a Shattered mistaken own goal, it was actually credited to Mal, so I think Mal scored one this series. But yeah, Disorder, they fight back very quickly, which is brilliant for them. It shows that team took work and they capitalised brilliantly. Shattered did everything, and well, it's tied again. Shattered and Disorder going to have to work into it. Shattered now is going to show us why he's in that top two as he looks to get it there. Mox capitalizes, another mistake, going for the squishy. Disorder, they take the 2-1, and well, they're looking very dominant with a lot of mistakes in defense coming out from Arena Tribe now.
Yeah, a very rare lead for Disorder, and this is where they have to capitalize on it and keep it strong. You cannot do the defensive mistakes that they've been doing all series. They are in a dominant position to take Game 4, and I just want to see a Game 5.
Agreed. It's deserved. Game 5 is absolutely deserved. And that's a beautiful shot from Gecko, but Mao, brilliant clear from him. Mox, good third man control. You said he's been the third man a lot this season, and well, they seem to have gone back to that 3-8-5. Bit of a risky commit from him. Shattered now. Looks to post the ball along. What a beat from him. As you said, his touches are magic in this series. They are doing bit from Arena Tribe. Mal, though, what a flick from him. He looks to put it towards goal side. Potter, ooh, double commit there from Arena Tribe. How will this affect it? Shattered taking a bit of time. He beats Mal. Can he get the demo? Does he do it himself? He does it himself off the bar, but oh, I was just about to say, there's no second man to follow it up, but there's Gecko. A 2-goal lead for Disorder, and well, they have the momentum.
Shattered did it all on his own then, and it did warrant a goal in the end, but they shouldn't technically have got it. Potter did just get there as third man, and if he'd been a bit more patient instead of jumping in straight away, I think he would have got there. But it all came from that double commit in the attack from Potter and 385. They left Mal in a 3v1 pretty much, and that is small details that cost the game.
Yeah, it is, and I did say after this I was going to pass it back to you, but as soon as I saw that double commit, I thought this is going to be a goal, because every double commit hasn't been capitalised on so far, and I just had the feeling after that team talk they would have done it, but we're seeing, oh my goodness, mistakes from Arena Tribe all over the field. 4-1 Disorder, 2:15 left, it's all going to pieces.
This timeout has worked perfectly for Disorder, and exactly why I said I wanted to see them call it. They had errors, they needed to work on it, they needed to talk it out as a team, and it seems like Arena has just gone all in on trying to finish the game in Game 4, and they're just overextending everything right now, and it's working in Disorder's favour.
Yeah, it is, and well, they had that match point, and Potter's going to put one on here, but Mox, good save, it was low.
5-1.
Once again, they're
It's open.
overextending. It's 5-1.
Again,
Wow.
they're just going all in to try and finish this game, and now they have to overextend to try and get this deficit back. And this isn't the Arena Tribe that we've been seeing for the last 3 games.
No, it's not at all, and well, I don't know whether it's you saying they're trying to finish out the game. It must be. There's no other solution for it. They aren't playing like they have been. I would think, complimenting them all series long about how they've been playing, but this game just has been an absolute mess for them. They find themselves 5-1 down, 2 minutes left, another commit from Mao, and it's just left 3-5 on his own. 6-1 now. I'm speechless. What's going on?
Disorder have come to play, as people in the chat are saying, who has let them cook? I don't know where that saying has come from all of a sudden, but I see it around a lot. I am 33 years old, but I do get the lingo at times. 6-1 disorder. Game 5 is heading towards us, King.
It is, and now I would say it is. There's no contesting it. Mal, though, looks to put one on. It's a brilliant clear from Shattered. And now Potter controls it. Not the greatest of touches, but Gecko will get a good 50 onto it now. And well, 385 again. He is pushing it completely. Now we're going to see Shattered. Mops with a miss, and Potter, good clear from him. Gecko looks to me, it's a bit of a miss, but they do have a 5-goal margin. Could be 6 actually, but what a save from Mao. He keeps it out, and with a minute left, I'm most certain we're heading to Champions Field.
Yeah, even at 4-1, I think it was certain. Arena are just overextending everything. They've tried to push this game when there was no need to. Potter almost gets one back there. Mal needs to finish this to have a chance. And they've just changed the playstyle up after that timeout when there was no need. They had disorder on the ropes, and it's just all changed from it.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, I said from the start, I thought this game 4 would massively depend on which team took the first goal. And funny enough, Arena Tribe took the first goal. And well, 6 goals later, it is definitely going to Champions Field. And wow, this team talk is certainly, maybe 7-1 actually. No, Potter has cut it out actually, never mind. But yeah, wow, that is a blowout and a half. What have this Disorder team said, or have they just gone and eaten their Weetabix? Who knows, but what a performance from this Disorder team. We've gone from 4-1 Arena Tribe to 6-1 Disorder. Game 5 is going to be full of thrills.
Full of thrills indeed. Champions Field for the champions elect. Both of these teams could take it at the end of the night. But I just want to touch on the scoreboard, Kingsman. How often do you see 2 players get a hat-trick and not get MVP? Shattered Fusion assisted pretty much 4 out of 6 goals with 3 saves. He hasn't had the best series so far, but what a performance in Game 4.
I mean, I'll be honest, all I've done is criticise him in defense this series, and well, he's been an absolute gem for Disorder. 4 assists, 3 saves. He's been brilliant. That you can't fault him this game. And as you said, the other 2 get a hat-trick and they're still not MVP. That is absolutely... We said 385 was the man for Arena Tribe. Mao getting the most points on that team. And well, Game 5 is going to be very interesting. We've just seen Disorder absolutely run away with Game 4. Honestly, if they keep this momentum going... wow, I don't know what to expect. This is going to be a brilliant game.
I'm very surprised that Arena did not take the tactical timeout. You do have a technical and a tactical in each series, and they haven't used it. At 6-1, I think they needed to refresh and regroup, and I know Serenity's been helping them for the last week with replays and comms and stuff. Maybe they needed that time to just settle down, just like Disorder did at the end of Game 3. It's here, Kingsman. It's Game 5. It's winner takes all. 2 champions elect. Mox hits a crossbar. Mal just does get there, and it's a great save to manage to keep Arena scoreless at the moment.
Yeah, wow. I mean, this is definitely what the people, and maybe not Ark who wanted to eat his food wanted, but I think it's definitely deserved. And well, I've seen a lot of people in chat saying they wanted Aiko in, but I think that would have more disrupted it than anything. They've worked together 4 games in a row. Arena Tribe have won 2, and they've looked close on every... Okay, maybe let's count out Game 4. But this is a shot, though. This is a shot,
That's
though.
in.
Gecko puts in the first goal. There we go. A mistake from 385, and well, Disorder grabbed the reins.
It's the overextension of Arena yet again. 385 just could not get back to the post. And just as we have a shout in our ears from Source, Erebos have gone from 2-0 up, I think, against Nightfall to go to 2-2 and the Game 5 as well. This playoff is setting up to be an unbelievable set of series for the top 4. And Mal has equalised.
Wow. Game on. Mao He didn't like the comment on 385 being the goal scorer. He gets up and makes it for himself. 1-1. This shows what a close series we are having. Chat goes crazy. Mal is underway. He's got his shooting boots back on, but Gecko beats Potter in the defense, but what a save from 385. That keeps the game tied. And now we're going to see Ball hop alongside Mal. Tries to get the 50. Potter, good 50 is up. 385 versus Gecko. Gecko clears him with ease. Mal now on the defense. Good touch. Bit of a slow one. Now we're going to see Shattered. Put it along the wall. 3 minutes 30. I can't tell who's going to take this.
What a shot by Mox.
There you go.
Sorry, Kingsman. Top corner. What a shot. This is exactly what Disorder needed to do, is make Arena awkward. All like 2 of them were in the corner. 385 could not go because his team are in front of him, and Mox just does what he does all season and manages to pinpoint top corner to put Disorder ahead. What a series we're having here. I just want to eat my food.
Well, I couldn't have been casting a better series. I was asked to fill in as well earlier, and well, I've been absolutely blessed with this series. What a series it has been. I hope everyone in Twitch chat is enjoying it as much as we are. Shattered looks for a shot, and well, it's never good to see a side all sat back not wanting to push the ball, but now we're going to see the ball go middle. Mao, oh no, that's an awkward touch, but it's off the crossbar. 385, bit of an unnecessary squishy save, trying to show off a bit, I think, but Mao does get the good clear, and well, next goal is crucial. Brilliant demo though. 1v1. Does Potter have it? No, he doesn't.
I was a bit worried there due to Fusion's performance in defence earlier on, but he does manage to clutch up there. He was stationary on the line. He was kind of in the middle of the goal as well, which makes it even more awkward. I think if Potter just took a little bit more time, maybe he could have scored. But this is going to be 3-1, and Mox again is clutching up in Game 5.
Well, it's awkward for Mal on the back line, and Mox takes it past Potter and 385. 3-1, 2 minutes left. Arena Tribe have a game on their hands now. And well, it seems chat are more interested in Ox Food. Honestly, we've been given a spectacle here, and Ox Food is the main topic in chat. Shattered looks to put in a 4th, but it's not to be yet. And well, 2 minutes left on the clock.
My food definitely is a spectacle tonight at Kingsman. I tried something new from the Chinese. It's a massive pizza box with loads of goodies in it. I will show it off before the end. But I did not see this from Disorder. At 2-1 down, they kind of looked dead and buried. Like, the game 3 just was not working for them. And they call that timeout, and all of a sudden, they're on a 9-2 aggregate scoreline in the last 2 games. And this just goes to show how much of a good team they have been.
Oh!
But Potter does find the top corner from his own half, and this just goes to show they aren't perfect.
Yeah, I saw someone put in chat, who let Potter cook? Well, he's cooking now, and well, he's managed to find his first goal of the series. He'll correct me later on if I'm wrong about that, but underway, and well, the margin is even closer. It's 1 goal now. Potter looks for his second, but he's going to get a demo onto Gecko. Mal is up. They have 1:25 left to see what they can do now. It's a good awareness, I think, from 385 there, and well, bit of a double commit from Arena Tribe. Mal also very awkward on the landing, and Mox, brilliant clear from him, and Shattered banging clear. That's not going to be it. Oh my, wow. Arena Tribe still have a work to do though. 3-2 down.
Almost a crucial own goal there by Mal. That would have been the series over, I think, if that went in. It's kind of lucky that it went off the post because he did double commit with his teammate there. Shattered is low on boost in the middle of the field. They do have to hold on for 45 seconds now. Just keep it away from 385 MS, because that has been the star man in this series. And as the ball goes towards him, does come back out to Shattered. Does play very sensibly here, but it does stay with Mal. Here's a chance. Gecko with a brilliant block. And 30 seconds, Kingsman. Can they hold on?
That is the question on everyone's mind. Gecko's going to clear it. Is this just in? No, it's a bit wide. We've said he's in the Magic Man. 385. What can he do now? Mal is beaten by Mox. Ball not where Arena Tribe wants it. Awkward read. Oh my goodness. No, I think I was Gecko going past the net. should have been game over, but Shatter's going to do it now, surely. No, he isn't. Ball over. It's a good 50. Can he keep it alive? They just need to drop it. Oh, Potter's kept it up. And, oh my goodness, the control. He's got a good flick. Is there a follow-up? Mox, oh my goodness. I almost thought that'd be a 0 seconds. Disorder, with what has to be the greatest series I have seen this season, they managed to take a 3-2 and they fulfill Ark's prediction.
Whew. That was not easy.
Oh. Yeah.
That was not easy. I did predict 3-2, but I did not expect it 2-1 down. Let's just say huge credit to Disorder for coming back there. They did what they needed to do. They took the time out at the most crucial time. I called it. They needed to take it, and they did instantly. And they regrouped. They just battered them in the end. The aggregate score was 9-2 in the final 2 games. They outshot them for the final 3 games as well. And I do think that Arena contributed to their own downfall here. They played a perfect series in the first 2 to 3 games. And then all of a sudden, I think they just started overextending, thinking they had the win in the bag. And that's what contributed to how many goals Disorder scored.
Yeah, agreed. And we saw a few almost own goals in that last game, overcommitting to themselves. But it looks like on the B stream, we are in a game 5. 40 seconds left. Erebos are 4-1 up. So it looks like we're going to see lower bracket of Arena Tribe, Erebos. But I mean, no matter what can be said, this has got. I think this sets the standard for playoff upper final series now. I think my heart was racing throughout it, and I don't even have a bias to either of these teams. I'm sat there like, God, this is tense.
Yeah, tense indeed. I think this sets the standard for the actual playoffs as a whole. We expected the standard from the top 4 teams. Even Yoruba, even though they got knocked out in the last round, they've been outstanding all season, and unfortunately just found a Nightfall team that peaked. Now Carlitos is back. I think we called Rival and Elite being the hardest tiers to predict, and here we are, Kingsman. A fantastic spectacle that we will see contribute later on with a final of Disorder versus either Erebos, Nightfall, or Arena Tribe.
Yeah, Senji has just put in chat, Erebos have won it, so it will be there we go, let me get my words out. Erebos versus Arena Tribe in the lower finals, and the winner will face Disorder. Chat is still going on about a food reveal. Like, I think before we close this out, we might have to get a food reveal, because chat are going absolutely crazy over it.
Before the food reveal, I do just want to say, Kingsman, I did call this in our S-cast. Disorder to beat Arena Tribe, and Erebos and Arena lower final with Erebos beating Arena Tribe. So,
hold on.
Will my prediction come true? I don't think I've got the other games right because of Nightfall getting through and stuff, but could we see the Disorder Erebos final? What do you reckon? Who wins that?
Well, honestly, it is going to be massively tough. Disorder Erebos. Obviously, we did see Disorder sweep Erebos earlier on. So, I mean, it depends if they can keep that momentum. Obviously, I love Senji and Might of Hades. I know how much Erebos have done this season. They have done absolutely amazingly. Obviously, not lost in league play. And I think if they do manage to nudge this series, I think it'll be a very good grand finals. But obviously, we all know, and our predictions in our S-cast are not the most serious ones. I mean, I have my team making grand finals in Elite, and they're out in play-ins. So I mean, those predictions are more than likely in the bin. But I'll have to check my rival ones at some point. But we've even got ERS asking for the food reveal. I mean, as much as I think Disorder Erebos will be a brilliant final, I think the more interesting bit will be what has Ark got for his dinner.
Well, I did say that my delivery came just as the cast started and that we needed a caster to jump in. So I did order something different from the Chinese tonight. I'm bored of everything that I order. I did get this massive pizza box.
Ooh. And
it was like £18. And it's got like... Let's have a look. Chips, curry, rice, ribs. There we go.
There you go. Everyone gets what they want. That it looks like
curry,
very
rice,
appetizing.
chicken balls, ribs, Salt and pepper chicken wings. There's a lot there. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to eat that. But there we go.
Yeah, wow. I mean, wow, 18 quid. That is. I've never seen something like that before. That is, oof, that's insane. I'm sure you're going to enjoy that. But I believe we now have a short 7-minute break until we see Arena Tribe Erebos back on mainstream, I believe it is. And well, what a series that's going to be. So tune in 7 minutes or 6 minutes time now, where we see which team will be facing Disorder in the grand finals.
Issues are deeper than I could just see. Trying to find myself, I can't trust me. I feel so battered every time I bleed. Nothing else matters than me and a dream. Black heart, our innocence has gone far. I felt content with our start. No, I can never feel this again. Don't want it to end. Black heart, say that you love me, but you're far. Trying to find my way out, but I know this ain't nothing but a lost art.
I've been missing appointments and birthdays and sunsets. I've been watching too many movies that do not pass the Bechdel test, and that makes me feel like I am a bad feminist, but I pirate them. So that makes it better, I guess. I've been trying to soul search and write more and de-stress. I've been clinging to hope like a guardrail, like a life vest. And I've been asking everyone, how long do you think the ache will last? They don't know yet. Can something be prescribed to me? I don't like getting high, but there's a game of operation in my skull. The bittersweet, the apathy, the backup plans and stolen dreams. I'm trying to see the genius of it all, but I've been losing my balance, my cell phone in good sleep. I've been Googling the best manifestation techniques, and I've been taking quizzes based in pop psychology, and they're always a letdown. But I've never been easy to please. I'm steeping in anxiety. I'm teetering on the tightrope, and I'm waiting for the moment when I'll fall. The bittersweet, the apathy, the backup plans and stolen dreams. I'm trying to see the genius of it all. I'm trying to see the genius of it all. I'm trying to see the genius of it all. But I've been missing appointments and birthdays and sunsets. I've been watching too many movies.
If I see you again, then hell froze over. Try to tie the ends, it's a no-leaf clover. Try to make amends, but I don't need closure. I don't need a friends, funny enemies closer. Love is like a drug to me, I'd rather be sober. Don't know why with all this fire that my heart gets cold. But I can't let up on the gas, I need to keep my composure. I can't let it off, I don't wanna be in love, but I pretend it all. Had to play it smooth like I ain't afraid of falling, no. Yeah, I want it all. Yeah, I didn't want you to go. But I've been through this before. And I hope you burn slow. I better get it before it's gone. I feel like I've been on this earth for so long. And I really just been hurt so far. If I see you again, then hell froze over. If I see you again, then hell froze over. If I see you again, then hell froze over. Try to tie the ends, it's a no-leaf clover. Try to make amends, but I don't need closure. I don't need a friends, funny enemies closer. Love is like a drug to me, I'd rather be sober. Don't know why with all this fire that my heart gets cold. But I can't let up on the gas, I need to keep my composure.
Yeah. What? Ay, feeling like I'm top 5. Top. Ay, yeah. Look, I know I'm top 5. This gon' make the block ride. Caught them on the back street. Gotta tell them bye-bye. They don't want no beef. No, this isn't Five Guys. Yeah, I'm coming for the chicken. I ain't talking Popeyes. White girls, black girls. We don't do apartheid. I was working part-time. Tell them part in my grind. Just a light-skinned boy coming from the dark side. Always talking that real. Go and check the archives. Ay, get it how you live it. And why on the fitted, you be telling them who did it. I be going crazy with it, I should be committed. I know that they jocking me, they never gonna admit it. I'm fired up, no it's not tied up, we winning. I got more bars than a life sentence. Y'all got bars with the ones you not penning. Take it as a diss if you listen and offended. Yeah, that's the all if you offended. Jay invented swag, and the swag I reinvented. Acting like you fly, but you just a flight attendant. Me, I am the pilot, shout out to my stylist. I'm fed up, me, I usually keep it chill, but I'm fed up. I was trying to bite my tongue, but I'm fed up. I don't ever get bitter, just better. They say it's dope when I hold it, I get the mic and control it. They see I'm steady and focused, I put my city on shoulders. We been the furthest from sober, he got the blunt and the soda. If someone get in my way, I'ma go run them over. Ran them over in a Uber, ain't no drunk driving. Uber XL, let the shorties piling. Shorty like my style, I let it smash, my stylist. Boy, I got the drip, can't find it. California coast for the weekend, let the party begin. Animals smoking all these botanicals, eating other rappers, they acting like I'm a cannibal. Like Hannibal, silence of the Lambo, I'm Rambo. Hey, who sounding like this, like the carbon copies. I'm killing the gang, call me John Gotti. They'll be gone in a year, let's stop pretending. That go out to everyone if you got offended. Yeah, that's the all if you offended. Jay invented swag, and the swag I reinvented. Acting like you fly, but you just a flight attendant. Me, I am the pilot, shout out to my stylist. I'm fed up, me, I usually keep it chill, but I'm fed up. I was trying to bite my tongue, but I'm fed up. I don't ever get bitter, just better. Yeah.
I'm the storm that meets the moon. I'm the sun that will not move. Who you think you are? Who you think you are?
And then there were 3. Welcome back, one and all, to the RSC EU. We are well underway with the rival playoffs and the business end. Actually, we're halfway through the preseason, the third tier even of the entire league. And it's been a rough, dramatic, exciting night for a lot of teams. And as I said, only 3 left to go. My name is Vector, alongside me Jasper, and I'm not sure if both of us are going to be going to the final. I think it'd be Tom Dillon in the final with me, but we are here together in the lower final, Jasper. I think the first time we've casted together, and what I want to start on with these 2 teams, it should be a crazy matchup.
Yeah, it is going to be a very intense matchup, and let's have a look at the playoffs bracket actually, as we are now, as you said, in the lower finals. Looking at it, we are seeing that a lot of teams unfortunately knocked out early and stuff, but coming into this, Arena Tribe with a very unfortunate loss here, and it's not what I expected, to be honest. I thought Arena Tribe was going to go through to go to the grand finals, but it seems not the case, and now we're at the lowers with Erebos making a miracle run through the lower bracket, sweeping Uranum, playing out Nightfall in a Game 5 to meet Arena Tribe, the number 1 seed in this playoffs.
Yeah, it certainly was a surprise to see Arena Tribe get knocked down to this lower final. That second life is now spent. But you've got to give it to Disorder, the way that they came back. For anyone watching that, Arch and Kingsman in the booth to take us through that, it was incredible comeback from them, a rallying call. They didn't even use a timeout, I don't believe, to actually figure out what they needed to do in that series to beat down Arena Tribe, and now all three of these teams left. I mean, great teams, of course, but rival division, it's not quite my wheelhouse. So I defer to you, Jasper, in terms of like what you know about the tier, being a rival player yourself, and understanding what these players are actually capable of. We know about Arena Tribe and 385, or Kevin, as he's affectionately known. But on the other side with Erebos as well, if you play like Galaxy, Slimy, Ivelios, immaculate players sometimes in the rival tier. And the fact that they're at this point, they've been in the lower bracket the longest. Arena Tribe have only just got knocked down here, so they're used to this. They're used to the struggle and the pressure of only having 1 life to go on with. So I have a feeling that Erebos probably take this in a controversially, maybe a 3-1. I think maybe it goes to Game 5, but just with the way that things have been going for Erebos and the way that Arena got taken down to this point, it's going to be a struggle for them to regain that resolve and that ability to play.
Yeah, 100%, and this is going to be a very, very, very close game. And what you predicted, a 3-1 to Disorder, Disorder? No, Erebos. Sorry, I'm just looking at the predictions, and Disorder is still on the screen. But I think it's going to be 3-2 to Arena Tribe, and I think that because I know these players, and I know how they play, and I think, and I have a feeling that I have a small hope that Potter, Kevin, and Mal can come through and win this.
Well, we shall have to see, as we do have all the players in the lobby good to go. Can't wait to get underway with potentially the first of the last 2 series of the night, of course. Should the team that goes through this series and up into the grand final end up beating Disorder in that first one, we would have a bracket reset, as we always do, and then it would be 2 best-of-7s to decide your rival champions. But getting ahead of ourselves, Jasper, we've got to figure out who gets there first. Whether it will be Erebos, the Might of Hades team, Senji, always a GM that wants to make sure that his teams understand he is always supporting them. He's always there, ready to push them on, give them that extra little bit of support. As a GM, I love to see that kind of thing from someone all the way up at the top. They care about their players and their teams, and I'm pretty sure he'll be in the chat egging them on. But on the other side as well, Arena Tribe, Potter, the cursed player, got to the grand final so many times, just cannot win it out. Now he's going to have to get there once again to try and prove that curse can be broken, as he ends up stopping this shot on the line a minute in, and really it looks like Erebos have got the better of things.
Yeah, they must be coming out with a lot of pressure here, but Aaron are trying to be used to that pressure. They've been playing against a lot of the top tier players, and it's only going to continue as we see Potter driving that ball up the field, trying his best. The cursed child in this scenario. Both of his players on his team are both new to the RSC, and that is an early goal from the AGM Slimy.
It's a great pass across. There's plenty of space here to work with. No challenges from the Arena defense. First ones to take a concession in this lower final. Still a best of 5 if anyone is unaware of that. So 3 games to win it. Get back up to that grand final. Of course, both these teams have been beaten by the champions-elect in disorder. Erebos got swept by them in the play-ins in order to get to this point, I believe. Of course, Aaron Tribe themselves just got knocked down by Disorder in that upper final, and should they get back to them, both these teams, they want revenge on Disorder. They want to take down the Symbiote side, and I don't blame them with the way that they've been taken down to this point, dragged low, and they've got to regain that ability, get high again, and I'm not sure who it's going to be, because we've seen what both of these teams are capable of, what their potential is. Aaron Tribe with 385. Kevin, he's been that catalyst so far. Didn't do enough against Disorder. We'll have to do it here against Erebos. But it might not be enough as Galaxy finds their second.
Yeah, Galaxy 2 goals in, with only 2 minutes 45 left. It's now not looking the best for the side of Aaron Tribe, but this is only game 1, but they're riding off of a tough loss, and I think it's affecting them a bit. That last series they had against Disorder was definitely horrible, as Kevin goes for a flip reset. It doesn't come to be. Galaxy missing the ball, but Potter will be there to get a 50, and it's now 2-1. This is looking quite nice already.
He sees Kevin going for that reset and is like, alright, I'll come and sort it out, lads, don't worry. I'll put this one away. Starts the scoring for his team and drags them right back into it halfway through now. And it's still tight as ever, as expected. Thought it was going to go the distance, get to Champions Field once again. Both these teams had to go through a best of 5, grueling 5 games to end up at this point. So, gotta say they're used to it by now. Whether or not Erebos or Arena prefer that, I suppose time will tell as this one stopped just about. Kevin pre-jump to get that out of the way. It's still in the danger area though. Avelios comes back through the rotation. Shots wide and high. Possession still in Erebos' favour. Slimy picks it up on the sidewall. Can only pop it slightly higher as Galaxy does beat out Potter though. Kevin left with very little boost to work with and desperate attempt to try and clear it out, but Avelios reads it. Mal working it through the corner. A double commit should open up space for Mal to take a shot, but Slime is back in position. It's good to see from Erebos. They're not throwing everything into these pushes. They've always got at least one man back just behind that line, making sure they're not getting exposed on these counters.
Yeah, definitely, and that's a very important factor in this game. I think that entire mindset of not throwing every player and having that one player in the back force is just showing how cohesive they are as a team and how aware they are. And that's a double commit off the backboard, and Potter getting the second save there. A lovely play from them. I just had a little look in the chat, and everyone is going crazy about Mal's car, the tooth card, is what they're saying. But this ball now, there is only 1 minute. There is only 1 minute left, and I honestly don't know which way this game could go. If the side of Arena Tribe can get another goal, then we could see it go to overtime, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case as the demo comes out onto Kevin, and that shot goes in, and it's in the net from Galaxy again. What a lovely attempt, might I say, from 385 MS.
You spoke about cohesion earlier. For Erebos' sake, there's a distinct lack here from Arena. Rotations are off, the positioning is just, well, it's lackluster. Kevin did get a save to his name for that one. Make it a save reward, 3. But it wasn't enough to stop the ball entirely. And a 2-goal lead now for Erebos in the final minute. Kevin does have possession, but he can only flick it straight into a marauding Galaxy as they come encroaching once again. Avelios to beat out 2 players. Mal is the last one back. He's going to get beaten, but no one commits early enough for Erebos to seal this one at the death. As Galaxy just get a shot away, but Eren are just completely static. It's like they're allowing Erebos to play around and above them every single time. And that's got to be a facet of the boost game especially, but the communication seemed off for me for Eren. And to be honest, they expected this, coming off of that loss in the upper final.
Oh my
to Disorder, the way that they lost. As this one does eventually find its way through, Potter once again to score for Erina Tribe, but too little too late as Mal ends up bullying his way through 3 defenders there. I'm not quite sure how he managed to stop the momentum on that ball, but makes no difference to the result, as Erebos do eventually take it 3-2, and maybe that scoreline kind of flattered Erina Tribe a bit. Potter came flying in as the 3rd man for both finishes, and they just got a bit fortunate in that Erebos couldn't clear their lines quickly enough, but they did everything perfectly well on the other side of the field to allow them to take the opener in this lower final. And of course, both their lives have been spent. They must win this series, otherwise they're gone. As I said, it's the final 3. And it's been such a great night so far, Jasper. I'm hoping that continues. I'm hoping the trend continues and we end up going the distance again. But with the way that Eren have played this game, I'm struggling to see a way that they can get there.
Honestly, yeah. As you said multiple times, I think the way that they lost in their last series must be taking a little bit of mental play on them. You know, losing a game 6-1 and then just not being able to close out a game 5 win must be a little bit mental destroying. But they are here and they are still proving that they are worth their time here. They nearly came back. If they just had a little bit more time, I think they could have got back into it. But game 2 on the Forbidden Temple, a lovely map indeed here. We will see the start very soon, and I honestly don't know how this game is going to go. But Vector, who do you think is going to take game 2?
Well, as I predicted, 3-1 for Erebos. I don't know whether or not Erina take game 2 to make this interesting, or whether or not they're going to have to fight from a position of true terror, shall we say. A reverse sweep situation. I'm not sure we've seen a reverse sweep tonight. I could be wrong about that. But if Erina Tribe were the first to do it, to at least give their fans some hope.
Wow.
As hope is lit here from Kevin. A great shot to finish it off. A counter-attack as well. Mal take it across. Galaxy was a little bit too slow to read this. Sends it bottom right, and Avelios just can't quite get back in time. They do open the scoring much, much quicker than the first game. I think is an important factor to note. Something that I was juggling around in my mind is that throughout tonight, throughout the playoffs, is that Kevin has been that catalyst, has been the one to make the biggest difference. And a lot of people might call it a carry, that Mal and Potter were just in the backpack, just enjoying the ride, but that's not going to be enough. It needs to be a team effort.
Wow.
As there we go. Mal gets the second. It's a team play from this bump. Slimy throws away the ball to the midfield, but all the work is done as he just gets slightly escorted away. Great play and a great comeback vision here from Erina after the way that they lost the first.
Yeah, 100%. They are riding off this amazing player. Kevin, he is definitely a star of Rival. And an interesting fact, something that was brought up in the last game, Kevin scored, I think, all but 2 of the goals in that series. And that really proves how clinical he is. And he's trying to go for a 3rd. Oh my god, he is taking that loss personally. And he is going to go out from blood. He is not leaving any mercy as the ball is played along the net. Ball goes to the sidewall here and it gets cleared down by Avelios. They're really trying to keep that ball out of their own half here. They need 2 goals and they have 3.5 minutes to do it. It's anyone's game, but that is a 3rd goal, sorry, even. And it's looking more and more unlikely that Erebos can get back into this. Was their first game just a bit of luck, or will it be what we've seen before, them going 1-0 up and then just getting crumbled 3-1?
Only time will end up telling. It is a strange anomaly, the way that they've sort of just rescinded in this second game. The rotation is completely broken there, as both players, Slimy and Evelios, I believe it was, pushed up the field into that corner and were just nowhere near the rotation. Like, they completely forgot that they needed to go back and defend their own net. At a 3-0 deficit now. Worse than the first game was for Erena's sake, as Mal to try and take this over Slimy, but is patient. Doesn't quite have the boost to follow it, as Evelios has to pick up the pieces. Potter waiting patiently back to take it to the corner. And again, they just don't really need to do anything, Arena, at this point. They have that lead. They don't need to get too antsy, too nervous. Give up that possession to Erebos. A great strike here. Bottom left. That's exactly what Arena needs to do, is just to wait. Make sure that Erebos don't get too many free looks and don't overcommit. That's one of the biggest issues that the teams have been having tonight, is giving that opportunity back to their opponents, letting them get back into the game, and gaining that momentum once again. You've got to make them come to you, make them work for it.
Yeah, 100%. And I feel like if there isn't many overextensions on Arena's side, and if they don't get too panicky, then they will be able to do good. But as soon as we speak, a mistake comes out from Mal, I think, and Evelios just snatches a goal. It was Mal to get a little bit of a mistouch to the centre, not knowing that Potter was right on his side, and Evelios has snuck in a goal. It's 3-1, and there's only 2 minutes left. This could mean that anyone could come back from this, as that ball goes to the side. Mal being there, Mal's going to try and make up for his mistake as he tries to send that ball out. Kevin there going for a double, but Galaxy just straight there to read it. Evelios trying to get a 50, gets a 50 straight to Galaxy's side again. This could be quite bad if they don't clear it out. Kevin on the wall, a little bit awkward, but he gets a lovely save here. And we are now just watching Kevin do his thing. He tries to get that ball, but he just fails to do it. Slimy misses the ball, and Kevin there again does not get the touch he wants, and it's a bit of a fake. But Potter with a little bit of a mistouch. That ball goes straight to the middle. Nobody's there to really capitalise on that ball. So we head into the last 1.5 minutes in this game, and Mal is really risking it now, not wanting to overextend, but he's doing so. He's doing it quite nicely, I'd say. Vector, this game is still anyone's to play for, I think, as we are in playoffs. Anything can happen here.
Oh yeah, it's still in the balance, and I do like what I'm seeing from Arena. You know, overcommitting is obviously a bad thing. It led to the first goal that they conceded, but they need to cut that space out. They can't let Erebos get on the ball, maintain that possession, and create that threat. Slimy continues here through the corner. Galaxy to dive upon Mal, and Kevin's easily passed this across to Mal for some reason. Evelios didn't want to commit there. Slimy does finally get control of the ball, but then gets taken off the smokes. Evelios has to double back to his own backboard, get it out of their own half, and with 30 seconds left to go, every extra second that ticks away is another opportunity lost, as Evelios does extremely well to get this back down the field, but Slimy is forced to go gallivanting for that. With nothing in the tank, they can't break out of their own half for any sustained amount of time. Slimy gets demoed out, finally back into this corner, but it's just going to be another error in the try player to take control, as Evelios finally just get it across, but Kevin just takes his time. Diligent defense on that backboard, making sure there's no possession for Erebos to work with, and a slow death as it's almost gonna roll into the back of the net, and that would have been a beautiful thing to see, because it would have been another useless consolation goal, but for the opposite side this time, another 3-2, and it would have made the game look a little bit closer than it was, but it seemed like the complete opposite, like Arena just stepped through the mirror that they were looking into, and Erebos is shattered right in front of their face, as we see all three players on Arena contribute there. All three got a goal, and that's an important point. It means that they're working together as a team more so than allowing Kevin to be that catalyst, and there's not necessarily anything wrong with him being the spearhead and him being the biggest difference maker, but if they rely on him too much, then he just becomes a focal point for the opponents to mitigate, to stop him from doing anything, and then that starts to filter throughout the rest of the team. The confidence drops as a whole. Their communications start to suffer as a result. But in this second game, they really rallied back. Maybe Forbidden Temple is just their arena, Jasper, and we'll see them continue on this train.
Yeah, definitely. They are on a path to victory. As we head to Game 3, now this map is personally my favourite map. Southern Heights is a beautiful map, but let's not get too hung up on what I think. Oh, well, that's nice to know. It is a beautiful map.
I agree with you.
Game 3. Now, this is arguably one of the more important games in the series. It gives you a double match point in the sim, and it will lead you with a good bit of hope and a good bit of glory coming into that. As Potter tries to send that ball up the pitch, but it's a little bit of a double commit from Ivelios and Galaxy there, but they're going to work through it, and they are going to go down. They're going to see if they can get a nice clear. Potter will be there to read, though, and Mal will be right up for that ball, getting it right over the head of Ivelios. That's a lovely touch and a lovely clear. That ball is sent straight away. Back and forth. It's like a ping pong game. But there's no real aggression and there's no real danger from either side at the moment, as this ball is just lingering in the field, lingering to no man's land, that they just get swept away again and again. Galaxy getting the clear up, but Mal will be there. Mal nearly passes it straight to Galaxy, which would not have been good. Ivelios being there, and Kevin gets a squishy save, and that's a bit of a flashy save. That ball gets peppered to the backboard. Potter trying to be there. Mal could get there in time, but it's a 50, and Galaxy will be there. The first minute's gone, and there's been no real action. A shot and a save from either side just proves this game is at a stalemate at this point.
It's understandable. As you mentioned, Game 3, the most important game in any best of 5. It's either the series decider or the one that takes one of the teams to match point, gives them that all-important extra life. Neither side really want to take that risk, take the chance to allow the first goal to go through, as it could be Potter here. Tries to sink it bottom left, but Ivelios is in just the right place at the right time to deny it. It's something that I'm extremely surprised to see. Almost 2 minutes in, neither side with a goal, considering that both games have had a minimum of 4. 2 openers. Ivelios tries to get this through. That's a wide open net for Slimy to take a pop at. As once again, Erina Tribe struggling to clear their lines. Kevin's just sat on that corner boost waiting for it, hoping that his team can actually get across and into position. Potter dives early, thinking the shot's coming so much sooner. Ends up backflipping, knowing that that ball's going to go behind him. But it doesn't matter. Not even 2 minutes in. We get the first goal for Erebos, but straight off kickoff, Potter's right there. Redemption for the man that is cursed. Can he be his own blessing?
Well, the cursed guy is doing a lot for this team here, showing them that there can still be morale even if they go a goal down. Getting a lovely kickoff goal here. This ball now on the next kickoff here. This is already shaping up to arguably be the best series of the night. Galaxy going for a solo play, but it gets denied. Kevin there going for a ball up the side, but Slimy is there. Slimy gets a bit of a mistouch as it goes to mid, but Ivelios can be there to read it. A lovely clear. Galaxy getting another clear straight down. This ball is just back and forth, and that could be a downfall from one of the teams as we see Kevin go for a fake. And it's a lovely double by Galaxy. Oh my god, you are a star. What a play. What did we just see? It's a lovely dribble. It's right past Mal, and oh my god, this could be the goal of rival.
I mean, that was beautiful, as we get a savage from Mal in the team chat there. Not surprised. That was absolutely grotesque from Galaxy. As we see another shot chance and goal for Ivelios. Straight off kickoff, taking a leaf from Erina Tribe's book. That's a massive pinch. Potter there, I think, was a little bit starstruck on that on that back boost. I think reversed, expecting the ball to go somewhere completely different. But caught up in all the chaos of that, just wanted to say, name a more iconic duo, Kevin and an almost save. I think he's had like 3 now, where he's hit the ball, but it's still gone through the net. And it's just made of wet paper at this point as a defender. Despite having so many saves, he just can't seem to keep the ball out of the net. And that must be so frustrating to be just moments, inches away from getting a stop, but instead it's the complete opposite direction. It could be a double tap drop down for Ivelios. Bags the brace off the backboard, make it 4-1. Beautiful finish, and that's just so clean. Whew.
What a play, Ivelios. He is showing why he's such an amazing rival player. Mal sending that ball off the kickoff.
Styling on.
And popping with a ghost touch. They need to do something to crawl back in this game here, and if they don't, I feel like there might be a timeout here. Now Vasevelios again with a clear, and there's another goal! He has got a hat-trick, a very rare hat-trick in the playoffs. Oh my god, he is a carry, you could say, but not carry. In your words, he is acting as the catalyst of this team here, getting the ball up, getting the goals. He has an 80% goal participation right now.
After that double tap, I'm completely happy to call him the carry. That was ridiculous, and he's more than happy to be in the limelight right now. As I can just imagine Senji giggling every single time one of these shots goes on target, and grinning from ear to ear every time it goes past the defender. As Potter there was left wanting, been left as the third man quite a bit, and just not being able to make that extra touch necessary to keep Erebos out. And now game 3 is all but over. Match point is pretty much in Erebos' favour. It's Kevin desperately trying to get something off here. Can't even get it past the halfway line. Deny once again as Avelios to keep this up. Pre-jumps Potter. Potter does well. His patience there. Tries to go for the disruption as well. Can get the touch, but not quite quick enough to get the bump. Would have probably ultimately been a consolation. 4-goal deficit with this little time to go. It would take more than a miracle, Jasper, and I would not put. I would put all my money, everything that I own, on Erebos taking this one, because yeah, that would be spectacular. If Erna can get back into this one. Mal with the edge roll all the way through, smiling to deny with the double save as well. Now, he's just going to dash your dreams against the rocks, and once more, Potter fails to get a touch. Now a 6-1 for the second time tonight against Arena Tribe. That's painful.
Oh, that is very, very, very painful here, and it's looking more and more unlikely. Arena Tribe are digging themselves down, and Erebos are to be the ones to go through, I think, right now. Oh, Potter getting a goal, 12 seconds, and it's not over till the 0 seconds, and the ball gets dropped. I think it's winnable.
Messed it up.
Honestly, I think they can win. Yeah, I think it's winnable.
What you been eating, Jasper?
For,
what's in that food of yours? Because it's making you crazy. You don't know what you're talking about. Because it was bad enough.
Curry, actually.
5-1. Well, it's cooked your brain, mate. Because that is yeah, that's that's a hot take. As Mal sinks it into the corner, and Erebos flying like the red arrows, taking it to match point. As we hear, as expected, a timeout called by Arena Tribe. They didn't do this against Disorder in the upper final. Have they learned their lesson? Have they thought, you know what, we need to reset, we need to rethink things? Clearly something's gone wrong. Anyone with eyes can see that. But what is the difference? What do they need to do to change their fortunes? Obviously now it's do or die. They lose another game, they're gone. They're out of the playoffs. The season is over. What is the clinch point? What is the X factor that is required for them to get back into the series?
Well, this timeout could provide a bit of a sub-in. I know they have a very talented player of Aquo in their back pocket, and they could
indeed
bring her out. And I think that could be a key factor here. Maybe they need a switch up of tactics here to get a win. And it's going to be unfortunate if they can't land that win. We are now 2-1 in this series, a match point for Erebos, and it's looking very worrying for Arena Tribe. Their playoff hopes could be stomped with 2 losses in a row, and that's not what you want being Arena Tribe. You want to go through to the finals, and you don't want to go down here. As they have joined the lobby.
Apparently they didn't want a full timeout.
They have to take the full timeout. It is the rules of RSC.
Yeah, it's a little strange. I mean, we don't do that for technical timeouts, but yeah, they didn't understand. Maybe because it was Kevin that called it in the team chat. Maybe he didn't communicate that to his teammates, and they did try and join early. But at least they're eager. you know. At least it clearly
Yeah.
shows they want to get back into it, they want to get going. But they do need to take this time because clearly we saw there was something tremendously wrong. I mean, it was hard to break down what was going wrong because it felt like, you know, at the third or fourth goal mark that they'd not given up necessarily, but just were already looking towards the next game and already thought, you know, this is not redeemable, it's not salvageable, which there's different philosophies as to whether or not that's a good idea, because you still want to, you know, keep up that momentum, still keep playing the same way in terms of, you know, having that confidence of still going forward and still actually caring about the game that you're currently in, even if you don't believe you're going to win it. You've got to act that way, you've got to play that way, because it can just bleed into the next game if you start playing like you don't care, like it doesn't matter. Unless you wanting to go the other way and you're wanting your opponent to get overconfident, you want him to get cocky and think that they're way better than you, but in the end it just makes your stats look so much worse by the end of it, and whether or not you care about that, neither here nor there. So we'll just have to see if they have taken that time to figure something out. As I hear a choo-choo in my ear, I hate that so much, but I can't stop it. I can't do anything about it, Jasper. And as the timer has run its course, and hopefully it has given Erina Tribe time to think, time to recalibrate, recalculate all the synonyms, Jasper, and drag themselves back into it on Beckwith Park, because Erebos, I genuinely don't believe they're going to slow down whatsoever. They're going to want another 6 goals.
Yeah, they will, and honestly, will they get it here as Mal is back in the tooth car? I'm disgusted. But anyway, moving in, we start the game here.
See if he scores at 2:30.
Well, let's see, indeed.
I apologise.
It is looking...
Okay.
It is looking very likely that this could go to game 5, but I'm not sure, as there's a little bit of a whiff, but Potter is there to clear it out. Let's see, has this timeout brought anything to the table, as that could just be in? No, it's not. It's a lovely chance, and Galaxy tries to rush in to get that, overextends himself just a little bit here, and leads to nothing. Slimy going up, getting a touchdown, and 385 will be there. 385 pushing it on past Galaxy here, as that ball is just in the Erebos corner. He goes up in the air, he's trying to go for a doozy, but it's just not met with much luck, and it's not met with much opportunity really. And Mal drops it off the backboard here, and Avelios tries to get a clear, but it will be Galaxy the one who gets it. And Kevin just hits it in the corner again, with Galaxy being there to clear, and Mal tries to go for a shot, and it just doesn't happen nicely. We are 3 minutes 45 left, and this game is stalemated here, and that's a bit surprising with the last couple of games we've seen. And Vector, I think I asked this a couple of games ago, but who do you think is going to take this game in particular?
I abstain from that question. I'm not going to answer it until like the final minute, but I will answer a question that you didn't ask, and that was that do I think this is actually surprising? I don't, because it happened in the last game. It was cagey and tight, and neither side was quite able to take control in the last game for a very similar reason. In this one, I believe, is that, well, more so for Erina Tribe, this is the end. If you don't win this one, then you're gone. So they've got to be so careful. They have to be so diligent. Make sure they don't make the same mistakes. They just got beaten 6-2. If they didn't take that time, I would have thought they were crazy. And hopefully they used it well, because they're definitely going to need it to push forward here. They need to get the first goal. I think that is crucial to give themselves that belief again, to know that Erebos can't just score for free, that it's not just a free lane to their net, and it's like they aren't even there, that they're not on their half of the field. As they're doing well enough, as the 2:30 mark does hit, and I'm so sad that Mal has not scored. It goes down the other end of the field. Abelios loses his life, but they gain some space to work with. Kevin has put it back down the field, but not with control. Potter maybe looking for a teammate there. I think initially wanted the shot, but then had to adjust as this one's sent through the corner. Kevin with a miss, might be for Slimy, but that does pull the offensive player out, which means they get a little bit of space to work with, but it's sent all the way back to the third man. Avelios could do it again. We've seen a double tap from him before. Clearly able to manipulate that backboard to work in his favour. Not this time. Straight back up the field, and as every moment takes away that there has not been a goal, Jasper, it just gets that much more intense.
Yeah, 100%. And I don't think you are right where it says it gets intense, but I think also just the pressure and the atmosphere of these players will build and their stress levels will rise and they will start to overextend the more they don't perform. And especially for the two players that are new to the league, I don't know about Mal so much, as I know he doesn't really... I know he's playing with a little bit of fun, but Kevin especially, he wants to win this. He wants to win, and so does Potter.
Desperate.
Potter being a veteran of the RSC,
Oh, yeah.
he'd want to win and finally get a trophy, I add. And that's a lovely shot from Slimy, but Kevin just there to save it, and this game is slowly ticking away. Tick-tock is on the clock, guys. 1 minute left. We've just heard the siren go. And we're in the corner, and it looks a little bit awkward here as the shot breaks out, and nothing can happen with it. Oh my god. Kevin on a solo play now, but it does not lead to much. 45 seconds left. Just one thing before I hand off. I want to see Potter with a trophy, and I think that would be good on him. So he's been trying for so long to get that trophy.
Well,
30 seconds
going to need
left.
to do a lot more to get it. As this
Yeah.
one's flicked over. Not a single shot for Erina Tribe, and it's taken 7 for Erebos to finally get there first. In the last 30 seconds of the game, all comes from Evelios here with the flick over. Cuts through, Galaxy gets the plaudits, but it was a team effort. And now it is completely do or die. Potter ain't going to get a trophy if he's not in the grand final. They need to get one more just to get an overtime, just to get a chance, as Kevin is here to send it to the backboard. Galaxy is well accustomed to that though. Knows what they're trying to go for, just send it back. Hope that they're going to miss, as this one's sent all the way back down the field. Excruciatingly slow on the counter as another shot comes through. Galaxy to sink the dagger into Erina Tribe hearts. Potter's especially is just black and dead at this point. As a brace once more from the Erebos player. Painful, painful situation. And I blame it all on Mal's goddamn tooth car.
Oh, it's unfortunate.
It's not a buff.
And
It's a nerf.
It's a debuff. Oh, it's GG's, and that is...
You sound disappointed,
Tribe.
Jasper.
I feel a bit bad.
Is it because your prediction was wrong?
Well, okay, my prediction might be wrong, and your prediction might be right, but...
There's no mind
it's
about
quite
it.
upsetting.
It was exact. It's upsetting for you, but it is extremely ecstatic for, I'm sure, Senji, of course, but any fan of Might of Hades and of Erebos as a whole. Swap those two, but you get what I'm saying. I got the prediction right. 3-1. I was surprised, to be honest, that I got it right. It was a bit of a wildcard guess. Well, not guess necessarily. I've watched the teams tonight play, and it wasn't an informed opinion, but I thought that Erina Tribe put up more of a fight. They struggled a lot more than I expected, and I thought that Kevin really fell off, especially after that upper final loss. Did some diligent work throughout the series, but not nearly at the same level as he was whilst in the upper bracket, and it was an unfortunate thing to see. It was it was just a slow winding death for Erina Tribe there. They didn't go out with a blaze, and it was a sad thing to witness. But you got to give it to Erebos. They did the work, and as I said, they've been through the grueling pain of the lower bracket. They got pushed down here by Disorder all the way back in the plains. I'm completely wrong. It was tonight because Erebos were the first seed. They got knocked down by Disorder in a 3-0 sweep at the beginning of the night, and then they've been in the lower bracket since then, and they've really had to fight for it. So I'm glad that they've done that for themselves, and commiserations, of course, to Erina Tribe. At least Potter doesn't have to lose in the grand final this time. I think that's the only silver line to this story.
Yeah, definitely. But it was a really good attempt from Erina Tribe. They tried their hardest, and that has to be recognised here. They did well to get as far as they did, and people wanted them to win, and it's unlucky indeed. But good luck to Erebos in the grand finals, and we will be taking a 15-minute break so Vector can get himself ready, because I think he'll cast in the grand finals.
I am indeed. It's unfortunate that you are not, Jasper. It's been a pleasure and a privilege and I can't wait for the next time. But as you said, a short break until we get to the grand final, one, potentially two series for the last, of the rival playoffs. It's going to be fantastic. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with some more RSC action.
Yeah, see you later.
Gotta face my past before I end up in your arms. In your arms. I write my thoughts on an empty page, but no matter what I do, I still feel the same in your arms. In your arms. Yeah, for now set in a pile of glass, reminiscing about our past and how I was happy then. They run away, and I need a safe place. They used to be inside your arms. Nowadays it feels like you keep trying to run through me. That won't be my fate. What is life when the money and the fame gone? Broken glass on the hotel floor. Gotta face my past before I end up in your arms. In your arms. I write my thoughts on an empty page, but no matter what I do, I still feel the same in your arms. In your arms.
Pour up for a good time, Corona, get that good vibe. Drinking till the sunrise, just like we used to do. Mexico, let's go there. Yeah, sex is slow, I don't care. Where we go as long as I'm there with you. Just like we used to do. Still tell all your friends what we used to do. Yeah. I say the feeling's mutual. Distance between us dissolves when I fly over. Pull up, shotgun, say it wide open. Hop in, tell me how your life been. Used to talk every day till the night's end. Been a year now, I'ma need the whole school. You thriving, update me on them goals too. Yeah, I could listen to you forever. Filling up a few of them strong, never let them take us anywhere they plan to. Don't jump the gun, but when we sippin' something, you already know what's up. Lean back, I'll take you where we used to go. We both familiar on what the future holds. Bottoms up for the time that we wasted. Later we got reacquainted. For a good time, Corona, get that good vibe. Drinking till the sunrise, just like we used to do. Mexico, let's go there. Yeah, sex is slow, I don't care. Where we go as long as I'm there with you. Just like we used to do. You work hard, you need a vacation. I take your lifestyle, rearrange it. Put you on a plane with a destination, a white sand. All this funded off a mic stand. My right hand, I'm catering to your life. From the room, see the waves to the shoreline. Skin tan, you blended with the locals. Burn bread, are you something we could toast to? I'll promote you, show you to the universe. Got a couple on reserve, but you was first. Yeah, always have, always will be. You're the only one who gotta know the real me. So lean back, I'll take you where we used to go. From the clouds, you can view the coast. I feel the same for you, I don't even gotta say shit. Later we got reacquainted. For a good time, Corona, get that good vibe. Drinking till the sunrise, just like we used to do. Mexico, let's go there. Yeah, sex is slow, I don't care. Where we go as long as I'm there with you. Just like we used to do. Usually I put it down and withdraw. You always getting a round of applause. Standing ovation, give me an encore. Yeah, I need an encore. Tell me that you coming home with me. Love it when you fitting close to me. Who's showing you how it's supposed to be? I know you know it's me. For a good time, Corona, get that good vibe. Drinking till the sunrise, just like we used to do. Mexico, let's go there. Yeah, sex is slow, I don't care. Where we go as long as I'm there with you. Just like we used to do.
was out there looking at the landscape, and I gazed lost by Halsey's beauty, and I look at them happy to see this, and I look at them because even bitter.
Y'all ready for this?
He was out there looking at the landscape, and I gazed lost by Halsey's beauty, and I look at them happy to see this, and I look at them because even bitter.
Y'all ready for this?
And I look at them happy.
The top two have been decided. They have climbed the mountain. Now it is time to figure out which one will push the other off the edge. You are joined by myself, Vector, and of course, Tom Dillon is back again in the booth for the grand final of RSC11 rival playoffs. We've come a long way, Tom, and it's going to be a bombastic one if these two teams are anything to go by.
Well, Championship Saturday, as it falls for this rival tier, is always one that is very interesting. Obviously, we have the Elite Bracket tomorrow to be decided, but right now, the focus on here, and despite the fact that these two teams have met in these playoffs before, having met in the upper semi-final yesterday, a 3-0 sweep for Disorder, this, I think, Vector, is going to go a very different way.
Yesterday was a very short time ago, if my memory serves correctly. It was the first series of the night. I think Disorder took down Erebos, as you said, a 3-0 sweep. I'm not sure on the individual game scores, but the sweep itself says more than you probably need to know. Disorder have already pushed Erebos down into the lower bracket once, and now they see them coming back up again from the depths. Their job not quite finished. How many times do they have to teach this lesson? Well, we shall have to see, because it's the very first time, can you believe it, that a Might of Hades franchise team has ever been in a grand final. And, you know, I'm getting this information from somewhere else. I'm not saying this is someone else. So if that's wrong, you know, don't put the vitriol on me. But if that is the case, that is incredible. How that even happens, I don't know. But as Source said before we began, first time for everything, Tom, and it's a potential chance for them to go for glory. And I can't imagine what Senji's face must be, how he's feeling right now. Nervous probably is one way to describe it, but you know, excited as well. And I believe that it could be an interesting series. I've predicted that Erebos do actually take the first series 4-2, which, I mean, some might think that's crazy, but I'm on this train. You know, they've come through the lower bracket, they've scrapped, they've scrambled, they've fought for this. They have earned their right to be here. And up against Disorder, they've just got that little chip on their shoulder. They want that revenge, they want that vengeance. And I can't wait to see them take it.
Yes, Senji confirming that your information is correct. It's going to take a nervous GM,
Thank you,
that's for sure. It's when your GM is more nervous than your players, I'd suspect. But anyway...
Well, he's not playing, so it's fine.
Yes. Well, look at my prediction. I'm afraid to say I've gone a little bit more conservative with my prediction. I have gone 4-2 the way of Disorder. I think Erebos will take this to a Game 6. I don't think they'll get to Game 7. I definitely don't think they'll get to the bracket reset. Fatigue kicks in so much at this stage in the playoff bracket. You know, they've had to play a couple of series in a row now. I think there's bounds to how far your mentals can go, and I think this is perhaps going to be a step too far for them. I'm happy to be proven wrong as Game 1 gets underway.
Well, you say conservative, Tom. I say boring. I do not believe that Disorder are going to take this nearly as easily as you believe. Okay, well, I'm just going to temper my expectations a little bit. You know, let's not get too ahead of ourselves, Tom, because Disorder has scored one of the best rival goals I think I've seen in the first 5 seconds of the grand final. Saying that, they've been stewing for a long while. They won that upper final, and the sort of punishment to that is that you have to wait a long ass time, and you've got to warm up before you get back into this. Erebos are hot off the presses. They have been playing a long time tonight. You could say fatigue could start to set in for them, but they are G'd up. They are on pure adrenaline right now, and I don't think that early goal is going to rock them too much.
No, they can relax and they can make sure that they get back into this game. Here goes Gecko, though, to make it worse. There's a demo play, and it's going to be an open net, and he's going to slot it home.
Yes.
And Disorder are 2-0 up, and, well, clearly, at the moment, in the first 30 seconds or so, Erebos not quite at the races. A little plume as they go into the net. Erebos need to sort something out, Vector, because right now, this is about the worst possible start to a Game 1 you can have. And to be honest with you, I was going to point out in the pre-game, if I got the chance, that I think a tactical timeout here is going to be one of your biggest keys to this whole series, a whole 2 series if needed. When used correctly, here's a third. When used correctly, it can change the series, and given that third goal going in, I think it might just need to be used.
You said one of my most important things, or however exactly you said it, and I was thinking, I'm not on the field, but I actually agree. I might need a tactical timeout at some point just to reconsider my decision making here, because by the end of this, I'm either gonna look like a genius or a complete fool, because already in the first minute, Disorder scored 4 goals without reply. Erebos with only a single shot to their name and not a single one of their players above 20 points. Now, Disorder scored 4 in a minute. Erebos can do the exact same. They've got 4 minutes to do that, to reply, and it's not like a sunken cost type thing where I'm way in deep, and I'm like trying to justify my decision, my choice to back Erebos here, or I may have just cursed them in the most horrendous, unforgivable way that I possibly could, and Senji's never going to forgive me if Disorder end up taking this one without a sweat off their brow. But this is not all said and done. It's the first game of a minimum of 4, so I think that they can bounce back. I think that they've got something in the tank. They're not just going to give up. That's not the team. No team gets to this point with a pessimistic mentality, with a negative mentality. Erebos have had to fight. They came through the lower bracket with a 3-1, with a 3-2, and a sweep as well. Well, they got swept, so they were in a sweep at the very least. They've been through all the possible variations of series scorelines, but I don't think this is over and done with. Disorder's not scored for a while. That's a good thing.
Yes, certainly after the first minute, we haven't actually seen another goal just yet. Galaxy will clear this downfield. Mox will try and get round to it. Here's Avelios taking a shot off of the crossbar. It goes, not able to be followed in. Second stab at it, and a total triple commit. It's going to be towed by Mox. 2:26 left in this game, and it's 5-0 at the moment. But it's a long, long series.
It's just, I talked about this last series with Jasper. When Arena Tribe, I think it was in game 2 or 3 or something, they got completely demolished 6-2, and I just thought, by the time the third or the fourth goal went in, they might have been thinking ahead and not, focusing on the game in hand, because they thought it's pretty much over, don't want to use too much energy and get frustrated trying to get back into it. And I think Erebos just overcommitted a bit too much there. Obviously they have to. They were in a 4-goal deficit, now 5. They have to get aggressive, they have to go up the field. And of course, there's no reward without risk. So they've got to push forward, but that leaves a lot of space for Disorder to work with, and they do not need a lot to score. Already Shattered has got a brace alongside Mox. Gecko with a goal of his own, but 2 assists as well. Clearly a team effort. The reason they've got here, it's easy to say that none of these players stand out particularly, at least not as much as some rival players have tonight. All 3 players on this team in the top 5 for player score throughout the regular season, and it's clear to see why. Mox buries this one bottom right to get his hat-trick, and game is all but done.
Well, I think this game was all but done after about 40
in the first
seconds
minute
on the clock. Yes, it was definitely a one.
It's hard to admit.
It's hard to admit, and it will continue to be, I'm sure. However, these overcommits and things, as here goes the 7th, and I'm not even going to raise my voice with this because it's turning into a little bit of a pummeling. And the overcommits and things, I would, if I were this side being basically pumped 7-0 in the first game, I don't think you need to be overcommitting. You need to, at that point, just write off this game, but get your rotation sorted. Make sure that maybe you can, basically pretend it's 0-0, pretty much. You just need to relax, make sure you're there, make sure your mentals are in the right place, make sure you're organised, and then you can almost build. We see the great teams do that. They almost build and get themselves warmed up for game 2. Treat the rest of the game like a learning experience. If this pinch goes downfield, And actually, it's a very good pinch indeed. But it's 7-0 right now with 45 seconds to go. This might go in. It's going to be tapped home. No, not quite. Gecko will clear it away. And it's a very, very close contest. I apologise. It's quite late
So
at
you
night.
mixed up your words
proves-
there.
Yeah, it's not a close contest at all. But there you go.
As close as Australia
8-0.
is to Canada, I think, at this point. And you're probably right in thinking that, I mean, anything past the first minute was basically just observation duty for Erebos. Use this as a learning opportunity. Figure out what it is that Disorder are doing. Doesn't matter how many goals you concede because the game's over. Use it as a time to figure out what they're doing. Watch and learn is the only thing that I think Senji needs to be telling them in their VC. Forget about it. It's done. It's over. Doesn't matter. Stats don't matter. Goal difference does not matter. It is just the individual game results, and they still have 3 more to prove that they're able to adapt, to bounce back. And you know, usually a warm-up doesn't involve taking a stroll on the surface of the sun, Tom, but that is what Erebos have found them in. They're used to it, though. They're the might of Hades. They're in the depths of hell. They should be used to this heat.
We have had a request from the Erebos side to remake the server. They're saying it's lagging like hell. It's my understanding that one team has a remake request available to them. I might have to act as a little bit of a communication here. If source, there you go. Okay, yep. I will allow you. I'll set you off on a point vector, and then I'll tell these guys. But I think now they've got to remember that this is only one score in this very long series.
Oh, it is without doubt. Thank you for handing it off to me only to talk about my like 3-page apology to Senji for cursing so badly in that first game. But you said it yourself. You said it well. It is one game of potentially many for the rest of this grand final. You just gotta take it on the chin. You've been rocked. You've been hit, but you are still standing. You are not yet on the canvas, Erebos. You can rise again, and you can make a difference here, because every single game starts at 5 minutes at 0-0, and we will continue on from that point when we get the server remade, and hopefully that is a mental remake for Erebos as well, because I mean we keep harping on about it, but you cannot let that affect you. You cannot let that massive scoreline affect you. And it's also an opportunity to allow Disorder to get too confident, to get aggressive and eventually reckless, because they think, okay, we're just scoring for free, we'll just continue to do that. When then Erebos flip a switch, they do something different, and it bamboozles Disorder into thinking, you know what, we're not as invincible as we might have assumed.
Remember as well, actually, at this stage, this is quite good gamesmanship from this side, because they know now that actually they're finding themselves with effectively 2 tactical timeouts. They've remade the lobby for ping issues. Now, Mox was complaining that he had 30 ping instead of 20, so whether they are bona fide server issues,
well,
or
that's a ping
issue
if you're used to something lower.
If it's Rocket League players being Rocket League players, I'll let you decide. But now they've had another 2 minutes. So I was going to make a point in the post game that I wouldn't have taken my tactical timeout just yet. I would have waited another game. If you're 2-0 down, then you take it. Given the situation there, I am going to tell the players to join up as well. I apologise about this. It's slightly rushed, but if we've got everyone in, maybe that was a mistake to tell everyone to join.
It's
up.
just part of the
everyone.
course. Disorder's in the lobby, so disorder is going to happen. Chaos is going to reign.
Well,
and clearly it's favourable to them.
Both teams have got a tactical timeout left, and I was going to say use that after this game if you lose, but can they remake those ping issues? No. No, they can't. It's not going to make
a difference.
A blind bit of difference.
Mox is on 50 ping. Not 20. It's even worse. Doesn't seem to matter. 9 seconds in, Disorder have already scored. this time on Forbidden Temple. It is up to Erebos to make the difference here. Disorder aren't going to give it to them. There is no free ride as the second one comes through. Gecko finishes it off this time. As once again they cannot clear their lines. This should be an easy stop for Slimy. This should be a simple touch out of the corner. And they mess it up. And at this point I'm starting to wonder, I'm starting to think, has their mental just been completely diminished? Did they struggle so much in that lower final that it's hurting them? Even more so in the Grand, as it followed them. Great stop there by Galaxy at the top right, and that could be the rallying cry for Erebos here. One big stop, one big play, something out the top draw. Slimy to try and get it across, only ends up going straight into Gecko. Galaxy tries to cut back through, but the angle's just too narrow. And it's all the way back up the field once again. I think the ball has just made a home in the red half of the field, Tom.
It has, and I mean, I don't like to be blunt in Rocket League games. There is, I'm going to say consolation, but it's only 2-1 at the moment. Now they've got over that mental block. They can score in this game. It's Ariba's side. They can score in this series, and they can beat this defense. Potentially, this is them moving forward. 2-1 to Disorder as you get back underway. I was about to say, to put it bluntly, that this is getting embarrassing. But they're back into this contest for at least a moment's time. We'll wait and see what happened as Mox looks to find Gecko. Won't be able to do so out of centre field. And now chasing it down into the corner. It's going to be a double touch, almost, sort of, and shattered barn. He's going to make it 3-1 in his normal programming after a small blip. Well and truly resuming, Vector.
I was about to say the exact same thing. Normal service is absolutely resumed. There was a momentary lapse of judgment from Disorder's defense to allow Avelios to score. It could be another one here. This one will be blocked out though. Disorder have learned their lesson. Quick learners, evidently, from what we've seen tonight. They just seem to adapt so well. The other side though, Erebos struggling. Skako just sits and waits. Gets demoed out for the trouble. Galaxy didn't get the boost, so cannot quite catch up to the ball that he made free. Slimy, low on boost as well. Disorder really doing well to control the flow of the game, dictate the pace, make sure to get all that go juice in their tanks. Make sure Erebos, they just can't get up to pace. They can't control the ball whatsoever. It's a big double commit though, as Mox is going for the disruption. This does allow time for Galaxy to break out. Doesn't control the ball very well though, and they've lost a big chance to counter there.
And they're being sarcastic in the chat now with the what a play quick chats and things, and you know, it just senses to me that they have actually completely lost their heads here. You know, I mean, if it weren't for that absolute demolishing in the previous game, as that's a chance actually, I would say they're out of this, but they've still got a chance in this game, and that might just give them
still in it.
That little bit of belief. It's 3-2, they're still in it. But I still think they're just being held at arm's length. They might be in it, but how realistic is that hope that they're starting to gain? Here they win the kickoff. Galaxy chases down, gets the beating of Gecko. Mox will bring it away. And you know, you always guarantee that this Disorder side is going to go up the other side and potentially score. Here is an opportunity for them. Galaxy gets a favourable 50, chased down by Slimy. Mox will clear it back downfield. Slimy keeps it alive though. Gecko has to clear in the end out to the left hand side where it will be collected by Galaxy to try and re-spark this attack, but again cleared away. In 2 minutes isn't a lot of time when you're trying to score against a Disorder side that is appearing to be this strong in this series.
No, but they've really fallen from grace relatively since the first game. Erebos are fighting, but they seem strangers to the ball at times. They rush their possessions. So nice attempt at a passing play up the field, but Galaxy not able to get back to it. It's Gecko sends it high. Velios pre-jumped that, but it's straight back to Mox, and two players on the backboard terrified of what the potential of this striking offense from Disorder can do as two shots are blocked so close to the goal line. Slimy tries to get it out once again, but empty in the tank. Finally does get 100 boost, but it's not in time to get back. Galaxy, though, thankfully already there. Shattered, maybe looking for the back pass, but opts to leave the ball. Team bump should open up space. No one commits early enough, and Erebos, frightful, afraid to get out of their own half as they somehow passed that between each other. That was a bit worrying for a moment there. But Galaxy does get it back out through the corner this time. Gecko gonna miss the ball completely. All three players miss the ball. It's just gonna roll towards the net. Somehow that doesn't go in. As I don't know what I just witnessed, Tom, but it doesn't end up with a goal for Erebos.
And you know, if you're not going to be the best team in a massive match like this, then you better be the bravest. And what I'm seeing right now is not an Erebos side that are the bravest, not wanting to go for those extra committals. Here goes Slimy though. They're going to try and prove me wrong. Down the left-hand side, here's the chance for them. Gecko will clear it away. 2-0 looks like a very difficult task to come back from for them, but into the centre it goes. Velios might take a shot and it's cleared away. In the end, Slimy though keeps this attack alive just a little bit. Shattered will take it away. 8 seconds on to the clock. This is the opportunity. Last opportunity. Mox with a huge touch away, and it might just fall to the floor. It's going to be 2-0 in the grand final. A closer game than the first one. And Disorder are well on their way.
They had such a great final stint at the end there. They had one more shot than Disorder. They seriously came back in this game, but it was the same thing. They lost in the first half. Disorder already scored all the goals that they needed to, and even though they conceded 2, it just didn't seem to matter. They got fortunate at times, but it was mainly about Erebos. As you said, they seemed afraid. They weren't brave enough to take that risk and go forward and get the goal necessary to at least get an overtime. I'd love to see an overtime between these two, because that then just comes down to a golden goal, and it is I mean, to be fair, that's a bit scary, to be honest, considering the kickoffs that we've seen from Disorder tonight. Yeah, I worry constantly for Senji's sake, if nothing else. This is the very first team in a grand final for the entire franchise's history. Might have Ages been here for a while. Senji's been here for a while, so it's crazy that I'm even saying that is the reality of the situation. But it must put added pressure on the team if they know that they're the first team and they're essentially carrying the pride of the franchise at this point to be here. And if they were capable of getting this bracket reset and the second series, then that would be one of the best storylines that I've ever seen unfold in the RSC. But we're already at that point where Erebos have to win every single of these potentially next 4 games. They'd have to win the next 4 games in order for the prediction to be right and for the bracket reset to happen. But I'm struggling. I'm struggling to see the path. It is obscure right now, Tom.
It absolutely is, and you don't want to be taking someone on to, what would it be, 4 match points? This is a wonderful goal, my word! Take a bow! Shattered, that is incredible. All the way from his own half, sneaks it in over the top of Slimy, over the top of Galaxy as well. And just when you think, just when Erebos are in this equation, Disorder go and pull out moments like that. And that is why they're winning this grand final. And that is why they're winning this grand final comfortably. Looking for a second hit, not going to be found off of the bonnet of Gecko. Downfield it goes. This might be a chance
Galaxy.
for Galaxy. And it will be, but it's going to fall short. And you know it's not. You know it's one of those days when they don't fall for you. Oh, and that too.
Woodwork.
My word.
Can be the striker's best friend. Oh, his worst ever enemy. Saw Velios sink an unbelievable double tap earlier tonight. Galaxy wanting to take inspiration from that, but not quite enough. Another one is leveled at the red crossbar. This one's slightly higher as Disorder's first 2 shots come through. Still with the lead though, which puts the pressure on Erebos. They know they have to get forward. Every time they do though, it leaves more space. Another shot from Disorder is just about stopped. Only just. Big whiff by Velios here in the midfield, opens it up. They have to scramble back to get in position. as a demo meant for Galaxy, I assume, actually ends up going towards the aggressor on Gecko, as Velios has to deal with this one. Drop down awkwardly. Fusion will be there. Can't finish it off. Gecko does get a touch, but it's left for Velios to clear it out. The onslaught continues for Disorder, but they haven't managed to double their lead.
Here's the onslaught continuing even more, though, this time up the other end. The onslaught of attack. There doesn't seem to be a long period, even if it does go into the blue half. Galaxy will now take a shot. It's off of the post and it will be cleared away by Mox on this occasion. Galaxy now takes a shot and squares the game.
There we go.
They're so close. They're flirting with the idea of getting into this series.
Pass.
It is a very good pass, isn't it? And they're flirting with that idea, but they're not quite there yet. Lots of work to do. Just got to take it one game at a time, one play at a time. Gecko's going to cheat this kickoff very well indeed, but Galaxy will recollect. Now Shattered can't quite get round to it. An inspired goal saw them take the lead earlier on in this particular contest. Now out to the right hand side. Mox will have to chase it down. Gecko now looks to clear. Shattered ends up clearing. And Velios puts it back forward. Slimy and Mox demo each other. This is a shot from Gecko and is cleared away without any major dramas right now. This is a chance for Velios. Takes a shot and it's saved.
Again, it just felt like they were rushing things. They opened up so much space with their passing and their positioning, but then they just struggled to get the shot to be any sort of threat for this defense. Slimy with no boost here. Maybe tried to fake out the D. Didn't quite work. It's gone back up the field. This is such a free shot for Gecko. Rod in their own back. This really should have been dealt with better from Galaxy, but I think he was just pre-flipping with no boost. Ends up popping it out to a free waiting Disorder player. Sneaks it under the two. They regain that lead. And I mean, I was confused that I even saw an even game between these two. They fought back in the second, of course, but in this one they've looked like the better team. And they're managing to prove it, that they can play, that they can beat Disorder. That was a complete anomaly in the first game. They're here to fight. They're not here to just be pushed aside. As Galaxy finds its brace, and they're doing to Disorder what Disorder just did so much to them in the opening two games, and it's wonderful to see.
Someone's going to look at this scorecard in years to come and wonder what on earth is going on all throughout. As here's a shot, Gecko will clear it away. Such a weird series to watch because neither side have taken it by the scruff of the neck since that game one. There's plenty of time. This is the interesting thing about 7-game series. You've got that time. Here's a clear away from Gecko out to the right hand side. Shot comes in from Slimy and they lead.
It's happened.
And it's significant because it's their first lead this entire series. Now another mental block has been reached. Another mental hurdle has been toppled over. They're going to...
It only took 2 3/4 games, Tom.
Only took 2
But they did
3/4
it.
games. But they've got enough time to get back into it, and that's the important thing. What's happened to... Oh, I thought Gecko had... I apologise, Rex. I thought Gecko had gone AFK for a moment. I was about to go mad. But anyway, not quite that controversy today.
1v1 and Velios takes the shot early. Mox doesn't deal with it. It's off target though. As Gecko comes in for the cleanup. Fusion can't get it further out of the corner. And Velios does well to get the 50 and another one, but it's a bit too far for Galaxy to get unless... Oh, both shots wide of the target. But this is good for them. As long as they can keep the ball in the blue half, they don't have to worry about it. That overtime could be looming. Right now, just keep the ball out of their half, keep possession away from Disorder, get in their faces as much as possible, make sure that rotation is tight. Unlike here, is this going to go forward? That's going to be a shot on target, and Slime is just too slow to get back in time. Oh, I must apologize again, Senji. I feel like this one was a curse.
3-3, and we might just be having yet another overtime. This is why this series is so weird. What we're actually seeing is a remarkably close series, despite the fact that game one has tarnished it all, essentially. Gecko's going to reverse into this one, get into a good stance to play the shot, and Mock's not really able to deal with it. It might just get spiked unless there's going to be a buzzer-beating goal. Gecko will try and set up, shattered, and it is spiked in the end. Overtime in this game 3 in such a weird series, and this could still go either way. Make no mistake about that. This overtime might just be a crucial one. Here goes Galaxy. We'll get round to it. Has Gecko to beat. Doesn't get around him effectively enough. This ball's in the air. Slimy will play us in field for Galaxy. He can't really control it particularly well, and it will fall on deaf ears at the attack. Gecko takes it away. It's an awkward touch from him. A shot from Monvelli, and Velios and into Galaxy, and this time the ball is cleared away. Rather rushed from the Disorder side. Rather disorderly from Disorder side. And now there's a huge chance Shattered has to get there. I think disorderly is the word to use here, Vector.
Well, for both sides at this point, I imagine, but overtime is what I wanted. It's what I've got. Aeroboss, I don't know if they enjoy this. Of course, they hate the fact they lost the lead at 15 seconds left to go, but they've got to deal with it. Time is no longer a factor, something that can take out of their minds. Just focus on getting that goal, that golden goal, which may just be the beginning of the journey back. They can do it. They don't have to do a reverse sweep. They don't have to win 4 games on the bounce. It's still yet to be decided. As Fusion with a free shot here pulls up 2 defenders, but Avelios does well enough to at least make Mox think that he was going to get that double touch. It left some space as Avelios has to go back towards his own net to just about get the touch away. Again, throwing possession to no one but a Disorder player though, and a demo on the back line might make this a lot more awkward to deal with. Does well enough to win the 50. Get it out far enough to allow Slimy to get back into rotation. Avelios is so awkward. No! He was going back and forth, hitting reverse and accelerate at the wrong time, and it's just bounced over, and that must be so painful. Caught in no man's land. Oh, I don't even know what to say, Tom. It was right there. It was right on the tip of their... I don't know what to say.
And that's the
Just
championship
wrong.
right there for you. It's the championship right there. And I say that because even if it isn't won in this game 4, you're now asking for a reverse sweep. Then you're asking to go into the grand final. We've already had a lengthy overtime. They've already had to play multiple series in a row. We're getting on as well. It's 9:30 in the evening. I mean, this could go for a very long time indeed. But right now, Disorder are winning this game. This is what I mean by they're keeping them at arm's length. Yes, Erebus are in the game. Yes, Disorder
teasing
looks a little bit ugly at times. I'm surprised, by the way, there's been no tactical timeout called from the side of Erebus. They obviously just want to keep going into this. Don't want to overthink it, which is also a very respectable tactic to be using. But at this point in the game, Disorder, in fact, they are still, I stand by it, keeping them at arm's length. They're just making sure that they're going through the motions. They've looked rushed at times, but they're getting the wins. And they've now taken themselves onto championship points as we go to Beckwith Park. And potentially the decisive game.
Such an evenly matched game as well. Exact same amount of shots. The biggest difference was that Erebos just had more saves. Because Disorder were just so much better at hitting the target. It's as simple as it gets. When they had their chances, they were so much more threatening, so much more frightening. And then most of what Erebos had to show, and they were so close to avoiding that overtime. Now they've really got to dig deep, find the true grit that is going to be necessary here to even begin the journey back. It hurts so much more when you come that much closer. They could have won it. They choked the lead, and then they lost it overtime from this man, making probably the worst mistake he's made tonight. Kind of made too many of them, considering they're in the grand final. But this is the moment where they're the most painful, the most influential. And I will be looking to Avelios to redeem himself just for his own sake, if not for the team, for the franchise, for Senji. Think about Senji. No, don't think about Senji. It lets Dishonor score, for goodness sake. Ah, they score again.
It's okay, Vector. If you need to talk, I'm here. I see this is a traumatic experience.
I'm never going to speak again.
For many.
This is what happens.
Looks like we're going solo for the next 4 minutes. But right now, let's not take anything away from what Disorder are doing. They're leading in the championship game. They're on championship points, and this is almost turned in. But still with a little bit of a chance here. And this is where we're doing a reboss no favours. Actually, this might go in. It's saved away. They need to find something here. Dig deep, and you've just got to be brave. Keep being brave and keep trying to just win games of Rocket League. It's not going to happen for you, but as long as you believe it might, you'll find yourself in with a chance. Here's Galaxy. It's just to his left-hand side. Slimy clears it away. Shutter takes a shot, and it's cleared by Avelios. Do the individual things right. That's exactly what he has done right there as Mox now clears away out to the left-hand side into Gecko. There's plenty of shots being put on net at the moment. This is another one the Galaxy has to clear away. Shattered challenges 50 in centre field. Now Gecko goes for the air dribble, looking to chase this one down. Not quite able to find it. I say air dribble, I should have said aerial really. Now Shattered looks to get round to this one as Galaxy is keeping it alive. Shattered gets the save. They're fighting here. Erebus. I don't think they're fighting enough for me. I think you want to be... I mean, you want to be dominating some games, aren't you? And don't you? And they're not right now.
I mean, yeah, they need to establish dominance in this series, of course. They've come so close. In the first game, demolished. Second game, they got closer. Third game, they got an overtime. So, by that pattern, Tom, fourth game is the one that they should win. They need to get a goal. Could it be from Avelios? He gets the slow shot, but all three defenders just lining up in the right place. Disorder's defense is so quick to recover, to get back into position to deal with Erebus, which just tells you that Erebus needs to be quicker. That, or take Disorder out of rotation. Make sure that all three of their players are not on the same wavelength as this opens up. Big miss by Gecko. That's going to be bottom right. Galaxy equalizes with 2 minutes on the clock. A massive whiff here from Gecko could be so important. I don't even know how to describe how important that miss could be. As Erebus do get themselves back into it, they need to capitalize on this. They have to build upon this momentum.
So here's the equation, essentially, as the goal goes in.
I'm not cursing him, Senji. See?
Right.
See?
This is huge. This is huge. Avelios making it 2-1 and giving Erebus a little bit of hope for the time being. You're 4-0 down in the FA Cup final, and it's the 80th minute. But you've got a penalty. In using a crude football analogy, which I know Twitch chat often hates, that is the situation right now. And
Oh, what a
Erebus
pass. Galaxy's there.
fighting. That's a great pass, and that's a great goal as well. And they're still in
2-goal
this,
lead.
and they might just take it to at least a game 5, and from there, where can you go?
Who knows? Who knows what could happen? Are you beginning to believe? That's what I imagine Senji says to his players. Or something along those lines. Who knows?
If I was one of his players right now, he'd try to say that to me. I tell him to shut up.
Oh, it's a great shot across. Gecko actually takes that away from his teammate. Mox to pick it up in the midfield. This is a desperation act from Disorder now. They've not been in this position. They've swept aside Erebus once. They did it in 3. Now they're in the same position. There's a chance to beat them in 4. But they missed this one. Zavelios tries to clear it out. Galaxy gets a touch over, and all they've got to do is delay. Just keep it away. They couldn't do it in the prior game. Can they do it this time? Massive demo on the back line. as Velios gets his brace and a 3-goal lead with 38 seconds to go. Do I see a glimpse, a glimmer in the eyes of all those who wonder, can Erebos get back into this series?
Let's hype it up, but also stay grounded here. This is absolutely stacked. I mean, if we
never.
had a little win, we had a little win predictor here. I think they're still barely scraping the 20% mark. However, where there's a will, there's a way, and where there's a game win, there's still a chance. Reverse sweep, and then you go into the bracket reset. You can literally reset and try and find your way into this championship contention. That is a consolation, but at 3 seconds, it's not going to matter again. This is a weird series, and I go back to the theoretical man looking at the scorecard in 4 years' time, wondering what on earth is going on. This series is impossible to predict. I wouldn't wish to figure out what's going to happen later on. This might be a third. Oh dear, it's not quite. I thought we had a little timeout called by Mox, by the way.
Wow. You know what that tells me?
Good use.
They're
of,
shaken.
Actually.
Well, yeah, it is a very good idea to do that because this is the beginning of a redemption arc for Erebos, and they need to slow their roll just a little bit. I mean, you could argue it's a little premature because it's only one game, but that's how it starts. You know, a little leak, little trickle, suddenly it's a full-blown flood. And Erebos, well, they don't use water, they use lava, and it hurts, it singes. And that's what I feel like is happening to Disorder right now. They need to take a moment, rebalance themselves. Clearly, they have the ability to beat Erebos. It was 8-0 in the first game, for goodness sake. There is no doubt about Disorder's ability. But so much of this game is mental, about keeping your mind right and being able to just hold on. Sometimes all you find yourself left with is hope. And I think that's exactly what Erebos have got in spades right now. Winning that game must have been massive for them. And I can't wait to see how the rest of the series unfolds because they deserve to be here and I think they deserve to show themselves. I want this to go to Champions Field.
Yes, so do I. However, and there is a however, unfortunately.
No, you don't. Because your prediction would be wrong.
I don't care about my predictions, Vexer. I'm here for the competition.
For the love of the game.
But
yes.
For the love of the game. But no, I'm sure producer Source, who now has the prospects of a bracket reset potentially, is probably not thinking about the love of the game. But considering that bracket reset would require at least one game 7. But anyway, I think now Disorder, all they've got to do in this timeout is relax, go and get a drink, get a glass of water. You don't need to discuss anything with each other.
Shake it off.
Yeah, it's literally this. Stand up, go and get a glass of water, maybe dip into the cookie jar, and just relax. You've got, only 54 seconds now, so I imagine all of this, I suspect, will be on the way to being wrapped up.
Cookie jar for winners. Okay,
yes, well,
they haven't earned that yet.
Yes, well, maybe one now and then one when they win. But no, you've just literally got to reset yourself. This is a good chance. It's a pit stop. It's literally a pit stop for them. And then you'll get back into it. Sometimes just taking that step away from that computer, taking that glass of water, then you can sit back down and you get a repeat of game 1.
I don't know if a repeat is necessarily on the cards. I think Erebos have wisened up a little bit too much for that. But I do agree.
No, but this is a theory. Of course.
A theory. What is the theory?
Well, I said that is the theory for them.
To refocus.
Game 1.
Okay.
Yes. To repeat game 1.
To realign themselves. Realign their chakras. And figure out it's not just about the game. Sometimes you just got to step back a moment. Realign yourself. And then get back in the zone. Get back in the right mindset. But Erebos are here to play. If that last game was anything to go by, Disorder are on a losing streak. And I don't think this is going to go nearly as smoothly as many people might believe.
I don't know. Let's remember, Disorder still on championship points, and it's closer than it has been at any point in this series. Avelios will clear this way. Mox with awkward touch. It's going to go into the net. I'm thinking it will. And Avelios gets the first game in game 5.
That's an own
I
goal.
don't think we thought this was possible. He'll get the goal credit. Of course, it's an own goal. It's shattered, mate. Just get the own goal credit, if you will. Not sure you can call it credit, unless you're being inducted into the Minds of Hades Hall of Fame. Mox now takes a shot. Avelios will try and clear it away. Surely he can't make it 2. He might just here go off the backboard into a teammate. No, Mox is clearing it away. Disorder. They're in a very difficult spot here, because this isn't out of control just yet, but it can be very quickly indeed.
Senji said something very wise in the Twitch chat earlier. If there's no bias, it's not fun. There's nothing fun about it, and I'm very biased. You know why? Because Erebos have a 2-goal lead with a minute gone in Game 5 against Disorder, who pummeled them 8-0 at the beginning of the series. You've said it multiple times now. When we look back on this with fresh eyes, with weaker memories, we're gonna be like, what in the world happened? What sparked this initiative? This aggression from Erebos? I'll tell you what, hope. That's what did it. They're fighting back. And it would be the story of the season for me. If they even managed to get to Game 7, never mind bracket reset, that would be something beyond, something I couldn't comprehend, as Slimy gets this strike away and Disorder look disjointed, disparate. All the words that you can think of that are negative, that begin with this, Tom. They're all of them. And they're ramshackle right now. They don't know what's hit them.
No, but I still think there's more in the tank for this team. They still have that level of being conservative about them, whereas they can play with a little bit of extra oomph in their side. This is going to be a third. It will be a third. Avelios gets his brace, and Erebos is saying, anything you can do to us, we can do better. And it's starting to be a fascinating contest.
What do you reckon? 9-0? 10? Double digits? Nah, let's not get too crazy. There's still plenty of game left. And you said it yourself, Disorder, they're not pushovers, they're still a dangerous outfit in every sense of the word. But this one goes all the way through for the 4th. Galaxy picks up his first. All 3 players on Erebos have contributed to the scoring offensive output that they've just somehow managed to find. I do not even know where this has come from. I mean, I kept talking a big game. I kept G'ing them up. I'm like, you know, they've got something here. They're in the grand final for a reason. And they were the first seed coming out of the Glaciers Conference. They were a fantastic team in league play. It's no surprise to me that they're able to reach these heights. Their floor was just a little lower than Disorder's to begin with, but they've really rallied back now. They've warmed up, and they're going to find the 5th unless Galaxy misses that one. But at this point, Disorder, they've not shown any sort of threat whatsoever. They've got 4 shots. Erebos have got 5 goals. What is going on anymore, Tom?
Well, I can tell you, my prediction, I was going to say, is starting to look good. Actually, I think it is still looking good. This would be 3-2 in this series. We go into
one track.
Game 6. It's incredible. I always lose count in 7-match series because there's so much going on. 3-1 at the moment. If you're just joining us, it's an incredible contest. And Erebos are just still fighting. Erebos just still fighting in this one, and they're leading this game. It goes back to that saying I was talking about, how you need to, if you're not the best, definitely be the bravest. But right now, they're looking like both the bravest and the best, which is definitely a positive after being pumped 8-0 in that first game, but here goes Gecko. They've already used their tactical timeout. Have Disorder. Erebos still have one in hand. I suspect that will be used into Game 7. I'm not too sure whether you get a second one for bracket reset. I think you do. You certainly get a 6th here. Abelios makes it a hat-trick. You know,
That's just wrong.
I said they were totally out of it earlier on. I said they were totally with the wrong attitude. And I can't believe the bounce back.
I believe that's 2 hat tricks in a row for Avelios. Technically only got 2 this game because the first one was an own goal, but we don't care. The very man that I looked to, that I singled out, that I called out to be the difference maker, saw a glimpse of it against Error and a Tribe, and here it's coming out in full force. Galaxy, Slimy, great players in their own right, but Avelios really is the one to drive them forward. The leader of this team, at least in my eyes. And should they get forward onto Champions Field at the very least, he will be instrumental in their bounce back. 6 goals. Can they make it 7? This one's dropping down awkwardly. Gecko does get back in time, but Abelios is there, maybe to make it 4, but opts to pass it into the midfield. No one there, and they will get a consolation goal. Or is it just a Brazil setup, Tom? You never know. You never know.
Yes, obviously all on purpose, but I mean, to be honest with you,
All scripted, of course.
I would feel a little bit embarrassed if I Braziled someone and then lost the grand final in that same series. So maybe let's not be too.
To be honest,
yet. 8 seconds. Okay.
Both sides have not shown their best because 8-0, 6-1. It's been a shooting gallery. It's been the Wild West out here in terms of Rocket League. We don't know what is happening anymore. We're just along for the ride wherever it takes us. Where it's going to take us, to the very least, is Game 6. Is Erebos take 2 without reply. And in such a great fashion, they've embarrassed Disorder in this one. You've got to say, after being embarrassed themselves, I wouldn't if there was a conspiracy to say that there was some sort of gentleman's agreement to take this to Game 7. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. Of course, Disorder, they want to win, they want to get this over and done with, but gotta make it exciting, gotta make it interesting, and that's exactly what is happening here at the courtesy of Erebos.
Gentleman's agreement is certainly a new euphemism for match fixing. Never thought I'd hear that, but anyway.
Is gentlemen agreeing with each other to take it to Game 7? What more is there?
Yes. Anyway, Erebos are back in this, and they really are. Again, I'm going to be the rational head that perhaps you don't need in a commentary where your job is half to hype up what's going on. We're going to Neo Tokyo. Disorder is still on match point. Disorder still have that match point. And we saw their Game 1. It is a lot to ask of Erebos to take this to the bracket reset. I would love it to happen. I would love the drama. I would love this story of them going to the bracket reset, taking this by the scruff of the neck, and then going and winning the next series. But Disorder, to make my prediction come true, I've got one game now where the pressure is a little bit less than it will be if they're going to lose, and they've got a chance to become the champions. This is where you have to step up.
The beautiful backdrop of Neo Tokyo. Will the night end with a Disorder victory? They've been shaken, they've been stirred, they've been all the things in between. Completely pushed aside by Erebos at times in these last 2 games. And they look lost, they look like they didn't know what to do, but Erebos on the other side, they found their way. And they just got to do it a couple more times. And then they got to do it all over again in another series. Simple.
That bracket reset won't even be in their minds right now. Here's a shot from Disorder. Avelios with a huge save. Game 7 is all their target is right now. Gecko takes a shot. Won't be to flex it in. Here goes Shattered trying to drop it in once more. It's all disorder in the first minute and a half of this game, both in terms of the run of play and literally in how this game is being played. Here goes Shattered once more, looks to find Gecko. Avelios clears away. Mox now takes a shot, but not able to get a good connection onto it, and Galaxy will bring it away. Out to the right hand side goes Gecko, tries to play it into Shattered. Avelios clears once more. It's a nervy contest. Mox now takes it off of the backboard, into the backboard again, into a teammate. Gecko can't real get the connection onto it, but they are trying. Are this Disorder side? And they're starting to look like champions. This is a shot, no. Not quite going to find its way in. There you go. It's so close. But Disorder are well and truly on top, Vector.
Lost out to a couple demos here now, though. A counter on the way. Backboard. There was no one willing to go for that ball. Gecko is here, but Galaxy committed extremely early as the third man there. Thankfully for them, Disorder couldn't quite find themselves in that midfield enough to control the ball. As Gecko can only submit to Galaxy's touch here, then it eventually gets to Mox. Velios with a wild shot from down the field. Trying to hit him with a long bomb. Didn't quite work out, but now, almost halfway through this game, very few shots, in fact only 4. 2 apiece for both sides. You can see just how much is on the line here. Disorder know they've been exposed far too many times recently. They can't make that mistake again as it opens up for Avelios, but Gecko's right there. This will be on target, but Slimy should get back. He doesn't have the boost though! He can't get it away from the post, and it's ended up sneaking in. As Disorder take the go-ahead, potentially championship-winning goal, Slimy just panics, thinking that someone is going to be following up on that strike. And it ends up being an error that could cost them everything.
Incredible that 9 weeks of Rocket League plus a week of playoffs can come down to that, potentially. And of course there's more nuance to it because you've had the 5 other games leading up to this, but that still is something. Here's Shattered trying to almost put this game to bed. You would think 2 goals might just be insurmountable for this Erebos side, who haven't gone down without a fight here. This should have been over in 4.
Oh, the passing.
Out to Sticks. Here's Slimy with his shot. It was a very good pass indeed. Now Gecko goes downfield. This is a real opportunity. Avelios might not be able to get back to it. Off of the wall it goes. Mox has to go up for it. Does go up for it. Right, able to get in position. But oh my word, it's an own goal! And it is horrible! Horrible stuff! And Disorder have got 1 hand and 4 fingers on that trophy.
I think they've got to Slimy, you know. I think he's been bribed. That's 2 humongous mistakes in this game, but Avelios, bless him, doing his damnedest to drag them back up. There's an immediate goal off of kickoff. Great play by Galaxy to win this 50. Avelios with just enough precision to find the crossbar and the back of the net. Have the deficit once again. He's trying to make up for the errors of his teammate. Can only do so much alone.
He's on a mission.
They have to work together.
He's on an absolute mission, and he can't quite take them over the line yet.
Mox going to be beaten out here. Gecko will be the first up to it, but both players end up missing. Galaxy will find a way to scramble back to it. Slime is right there waiting for it. Decides to go for the shot early off the backboard. Gets his life taken away as a double commit is eventually cut out by Avelios, doing his damnedest as this one's double commit by Slimy. I don't know if that was the greatest touch he could have made, but they've gotten away with it for the time being. And now with a minute, less than a minute on the clock, Avelios has to get this through. The disruption was crucial, and Avelios does it again, finds the brace and the boost to do everything. Another whiff off the backboard from Disorder has made it so that Erebos have a chance once again, and overtime is not necessarily where they want to be, but it may be all that they can hope for as Galaxy tries to follow up off the back wall. 30 seconds left to decide it, Tom, and I want it to go to OT, but I don't. I'm stuck in the middle, and I don't know what to do anymore.
Don't need Disorder or Erebos know what to do. There's a demo on a bed. It's not quite going to go in. My word, I lost my words for a moment there. Would have been the worst mistake made in relation to this series this evening. Here goes Mox, 8 seconds to go. No doing just yet. Maybe to try and win the game and take it to 7. No, not going to happen. We hit 0 seconds. Mox will keep it alive. Why? Let it go. Take it to overtime. And it's overtime that we've got.
At least it wasn't a kickoff goal. Velios has to catch this one, has to be extremely careful. He doesn't allow that one to 50 across. His fusion will be beaten out. Velios with the free shot. Mox is there, but has to pop it to the back ball. Slimy to follow up with the short target. Crossbar down! Going to game 7. Are you serious? 2-1. What was this game? Slimy misses the first save, hits the crossbar, goes in, scores an own goal. Then Ivelios gets a kick-off goal, crossbar in. They get the equaliser. And then Slimy does that. Redemption within just one game. This was an entire story in and of itself. Never mind the overarching one about the bracket reset being there. The reverse sweep potential. This is... Who wrote this, Tom? Because I want to have a word with them. This is ridiculous.
My God, someone needs to send Sunless Car on these replays, because this has got a 3 million views video written all over it. By the
A fail of the week and a goal of the week, or a clip of the week, in the same game, by the same player. In the grand final.
Potentially a
this is rigged, man.
At the end of the night. It's incredible. It's incredible. I've never seen anything like it.
It's just occurred to me in my mind that Disorder's going to take this last game and it's just all going to be for naught, and it's just going to be the greatest letdown in history, in Mitofades history, to get this far, to be in this situation. I can't imagine that there's any nails left on Senji's hands. He's chewed through them all, I'm guessing, as have all these players in these breaks.
You know, I said this about game 5, 6, and now 7, so I'm not taking anything for granted just yet. In Disorder needn't either. They've still got that bracket reset in hand. That is a mental boost for them. It's a shot from Gecko, won't quite find the net. Early goals don't mean anything. In this, there is no follow-up, is there? He's rotating back. Was that second man? He's Shattered taking the shot, though. Won't find the net on this occasion. What a save is the call from the announcer. We might be back here a little bit later on this evening, but we'll wait and see. All to play for still.
It's all come down to a best of one. Nothing matters before this. This is just a contained situation that... No way, that's on target. No, it's wide, Galaxy. Avelios doesn't have the boost, but he can get the shot away. That's going to be so awkward to deal with, Gecko. Incredible response. Rapid response to get that one away. Denies the top right bin finish. Keeps this one even. It was something I was going to mention in one of the prior games. You're only as good as your most recent performance. Erebos won the last game in one of the craziest fashions that I've seen a lot in the RSC. I've been casting since Season 5. I thought I'd seen everything. Apparently not. Apparently my expectations have been completely dashed. This one goes all the way across. That's going to be on target. It's a free counter for Disorder. Could be sinking their teeth into this one. It's... Ooh, Erebos, they've really got to calm down.
They've got to find a miracle at the moment. I mean, this entire thing has already been a miracle just to get to this point, and a miracle that Disorder have no small part in allowing. But maybe they're just going to survive, but not quite yet, and look who it is again! I said it last game, and I'll say it again. Avelios is a man on a mission right now.
That is immaculate.
I don't see them losing whilst he keeps doing this.
How delicate that touch was. 2 defenders couldn't stop that. 2 goalkeepers could not prevent Evelios from scoring. Man on a mission. Many thought this was mission impossible. I think Evelios is Tom Cruise, Tom.
Well, it still is mission impossible, isn't it? But it's starting to look increasingly more possible. This is a chance for Slimy. Can he do it again? This is into Galaxy, and it's just away from him. It's slight triple commit, though. Gecko gets Demo. Very alert stuff for Demo on Slimy. Have to be aggressive at this stage in the championship. Here goes Shattered. Can't quite get round to it at 50 with Galaxy, who wins his 50. Now Shattered looks to bring it away. Here is Mox into Shattered. Takes the shot to Disorder. Make it 2-1. And once again, they're on championship points and some.
Slimy caught in no man's land. He wanted to commit sooner, but he was just too far back. By the time he'd realised he could go, the shot was over his head. Erebos back again in that hole. They must continue to dig out of it. Not dig out of it. Stop digging. Climb. Fly if you have to. That's all you seem to do in Rocket League, to try and get ahead. There's this one just narrowly wide, a 2-goal deficit. I don't know. I'm not sure that Erebos have still got that ability. At this point, their nerves must be completely shot. Playing on instinct. Pure passion. Evelios attempts to get it away. Erebos being penned into their own half here. Low on boost, low on hope at this point, I'm assuming. But they have to continue. They have to fight. Evelios once again up alone. Doesn't quite control the ball well enough. Maybe looking for a drop down from the ceiling, but it's cleared well enough by Fusion. Galaxy opting to be passive here. Wait for the shot to come in as this one's taken off the line by Slimy once again. All three players on Erebos with a save to their names. It's gone the wrong direction for Gecko to have to deal with, but they do manage to. Galaxy with a decent 50. Evelios is there to the backboard. He's going to get the next touch on this one as well. It's made it awkward for just about everybody, but they sort of clear it out. Bit of a mental reset for both teams.
Huge mental reset for both teams. Here goes Shattered, looking to all but wrap up this game. Slimy brings it away. Wrap up the championship as well. We've got to make that distinction too. This is cleared away once more. Gecko now takes a shot. It's off of the crossbar, off the post on this occasion, and cleared away again. Galaxy can't quite get to it. Trailing with a minute to go. This is massive. Now, 1 goal lead. You're in this championship. You've just got to see this out. What can Disorder do? Here goes Shatter, going to run some clock into the corner. Huge opportunity to try and wrap up this game. Now Mox goes forward. Galaxy can't quite get to it. It's into the centre. There's a shot for Evelios, and of course, he gets there.
Who else? Who else but this man? I gotta give credit to Galaxy there as well. Created that chance, kept the pressure on, pushed it through, and who else but Evelios to send it all the way through with 30 seconds left. Will we see another overtime, another nail-biting finish, a photo finish? Erebos marshalling themselves, the entire Might of Hades franchise, to try and get this as Fusion looks to get a reset. Didn't quite work. They managed to get it out, but it's in a dangerous position. Gecko attempts to make them think something was going to happen as it's just sent all the way back through the corner. That's a demo on Galaxy, so it's a temporary 2v3. They do well, but this is going to drop down awkwardly. Galaxy does get the touch into the corner, and for potentially the final time tonight, we have an OT in the rival grand final. Erebos wins. They got to do it all over again. But this shot could be on target. That's away, and a stop by Galaxy keeps away the shot. It's still in this corner, though. Fusion misses up his touch. Slimy to try and get it away. Not going to work. Evelios still in this corner. A pass to the midfield. Fusion could end it all right here, but Evelios once again. I find myself saying his name so much. They clear it out, and I need a moment to compose myself.
Incredible stuff. Slimy gets Demo. Gecko will try and bring it away. An inch has just stopped Disorder winning this championship right here. They've got to recollect their thoughts though. Evelios against Demo, and that's the way to deal with it. Get him off the pitch, into the centre it goes. Galaxy takes a shot. Gecko gets the save. Now Shattered back down the other end, looking to wrap up this championship once and for all. It's still alive here. Galaxy desperately clears away. Here goes Gecko into centre field. Mox tries to get round to it. Slimy puts in a strong challenge. Mox is going to go away with the ball though. No boost to work with on the right hand side. Shattered will take it away from him. Galaxy tries to keep this going. He gets demoed. Shattered has to get back to it. Not easy at all to try and get this one cleared. He will clear it away. Evelios stops it. Evelios has a chance here. Will he do it again? Can he do it again? Gecko has to get there. Gecko can get there. Only just. Here goes Slimy now. So close. Into the centre. Galaxy takes a shot and gets the save.
How has this not got in? Evelios through the corner, can't get it past the first man. Mox gets a chance to clear it, but it's only to Slimy. Both sides have fought tooth and nail for so long tonight. I can feel my heart pounding. I can't imagine what the players must be feeling right now. This could be a bump, but Slimy avoids it so narrowly. Pick up his third save. Keep them alive. For just a moment longer, it could be enough as Evelios through the corner. Slimy's not going to be there as Gecko gets a free chance to take this down the field. That's going to be a shot, but it's high. Galaxy doesn't have to deal with it, but it will have to deal with this one off the line again. Make that 5 saves for Galaxy as somehow they hang on by a loose thread. I cannot fathom how this is going to end. It has to... Galaxy, don't do it to him. Oh. If Evelios ends this with a hat-trick, I will lose my mind.
Here goes Galaxy. Down
No way.
goes.
That's on target. Galaxy!
And they've done it! They're through to the bracket reset! My word! The impossible is very much possible for this Erebos side. The first time their franchise has got to this stage of the competition, and that is what they produce.
The diligent, stalwart defender becomes the golden striker. Galaxy with his 4th shot, first goal of the game. And it's all that it takes for Erebos to reverse sweep, bracket reset. They got swept in their first meeting. The very first match that they both played tonight. A 3-0 for Disorder. It's gone the exact opposite direction. Game 7s are the domain of Erebos, and they've got to do it all over again. They have the option. Taking a short break, I wouldn't put it past them. I would not blame them for doing it. Because I bloody need a break at this point. But if that is not the case, we will continue on. We will just keep rolling. But I was sort of right. Sort of right, Tom. Sort of right. Wasn't quite as clean as a 4-2, but it happened in such a better fashion. Going that distance, I've run out of things to say. That's just how absolutely mental this series has been, and we've got to do it all over again.
Well, I haven't heard anyone opting for the break.
Let's just carry on. Let's just get it going.
Suggesting otherwise. Producer Source has got his eyes all over this place, so he'll tell us what's going on. But in our chat, I haven't heard anything just yet. They're not joining up. They've requested no break. We're going straight into this bracket reset.
Power to them.
My word.
We get going right away, and just hope.
One thing. Ozzy says, remember the bracket reset. Game 7 overtime. Bet. Yes, I do. And yes, it's in my head. I remember. Don't you, Rory? I'm praying.
I cannot believe the journey that Erebos has had. The Odyssey. We need to make a tapestry of this. That's just how ridiculous it is. They almost start game 1 once again, as they did in the first, with an early opening goal. But Slimy's learned his lesson. He's not going to make another mistake that costs him everything. Potentially costs him everything. There's at minimum 4 more games of Rocket League in the rival grand final. It's like Erebos just don't know how to get scored on anymore.
They sweep
Their
this, you know.
positioning and their rotation is nigh perfect. Look at those saves.
They sweep this. We wrote them off. Both of us did. And I think they sweep this.
I never
really
did.
do. Well, okay. I mean,
I've been
we
on
did deep down.
their side
We
the
did deep
entire
down.
time. Deep down, I am a Might of Hades fanboy. You know, because Senji. And this is their first ever time in a grand final. And look at the mess that they've made for Disorder to clean up. Well, they're starting to get the brooms out now. They had to put them away for a bit. They started the cleaning process once again. They couldn't quite get to this one, Erebos, but still plenty of time.
Well, maybe my confidence is a little bit misshaped. But Avelios, I have trusted him after the previous series now. It's incredible to think that this is a second series. We're going all over again. Avelios now looking to get this off of Gecko. Can't quite do so. Shattered takes it away. Galaxy will get round to it. It's already 10:15 in the evening in the UK. We'll be going well past 11 if this goes to a game 7. Now Slimy looks to take a shot. Slimy does take a shot off the backboard. Gecko gets the clear. Every single moment now is huge in the context of this grand final. Avelios takes a shot. He tries to follow it up. He can't just yet. Galaxy now keeps going. Avelios has to get round to it on centre field, which he does. Can't quite follow it through. This team only needs a moment, and that might be the moment, and it is. And they've squared the game.
Look who it is, Slimy. The demo comes hurtling out of it, and doesn't even matter if there's a defender. I'm just going to score it off of you. That's what he's thinking right now. 2 saves and a goal. 2 minutes into the 8th game between these two. Well, not 8th game, because there was 3 before, so it's the 11th game between these two teams tonight. It could end up going all the way once again. We've still got so much time until then. Fusion now with a crucial error. Galaxy is going to be getting the plaudits for this. Happened a few times tonight. There's been accredited with goals that really weren't his. This one ricochets off, bounces into the net. Once again, Erebos take a lead. They've completely switched it around.
I'm running out of cliches to express surprise. Really are.
The Senji buff.
Really are the limits of my casting talent at this level. My cliche book has been exhausted. And will continue to be throughout the rest of this night.
Digging through the
As Avelios
dictionary.
now goes down. Yes, I need to go get some more, but I never thought I'd have to use them all up after, well, that game 1. And here we are. Here goes Shattered, trying to add one more twist. I say one more twist. I forget this is 7 more games. Here goes Slimy, taking a shot to make it 3. He won't make it 3, and neither will the man following him from Galaxy. 2 minutes to go. 2 minutes and 1 goal in this game 1 of the brackets reset. If you came back after about 20 minutes as the 3rd one goes in and you thought, I'll come back for the player interviews, you haven't
Wait a
heard me
minute.
incorrectly. This is
It's
a
still
bracket
going.
reset. And the team that were 8-0 down an hour ago and 3-1 up in the first game of the brackets reset.
Make it a brace for Galaxy. Velios has been relatively quiet in this opener. Maybe he's just saving his energy for the rest of the series. Who knows? He's earned a break. Oh, I said it. In the 7th game, that it just seemed like they were running on instinct at that point. That there was nothing left in the tank. They were just playing to play. But maybe we're wrong. Maybe Erebos have got some reserves. Something hidden. And they're just about now bringing it out as Fusion does well enough to at least keep that out of some danger area, but puts it right in the wheelhouse of Slimy. Find a brace of his own. Make it now 4-1 to Erebos, who are no strangers to a massive scoreline. Remember the 6-1. Got plenty of scoring talent themselves, and I'm expecting this kind of thing to continue on throughout the series. They've given up with the subtlety that's just pure chaos. And you would have thought that Disorder was thriving that, but Erebos are carrying the torch here for Might of Hades. It's incredible.
I've lost track of everything at this stage. 56 seconds to go in game 1 of the bracket reset. The second series between these two sides, and it might just be a fifth here. It's almost a double touch off of the post, but it won't be found on this occasion. That would be taking the mix, I think, ever so slightly, as now off of the backboard. There you go. Gecko looks to go forward, cleared away. Avelios gets demoed, him and Mox having an awkward exchange with each other. 30 seconds to go. This might be a fifth. No, it won't be. It won't matter. 3 goals in 25 seconds, I can safely say, is insurmountable. And, well, Erebos are on their way to doing it. They're on the way to doing it in fine, fine style. Though a series can be a funny, funny thing. It's a funny business, this game. There's another cliche for you. But it's a cliche because it rings true. Can they keep this up? Erebos, game 1.
Imagine if they go to match point and then Disorder reverse sweep. Wouldn't that be a story to tell?
Do you know,
but,
I was going to bring up that scenario. Didn't think I wanted
it is
to.
Probably the one that's on most people's minds. And I wouldn't put it past happening tonight, just with how nonsensical it's been. It feels like I'm in a fairy tale or in a dream of some kind.
I don't think it's
but no, I'm pretty sure this is happening.
By the way.
Yeah, I heard some sort of scream in the background, but I try to put it out of my mind and just focus on the here and now. Because something that we have been neglecting is how Disorder feel. We've been talking so much about how Erebos have been able to do this, what they've managed to achieve at this point. But Disorder on the other side, choking a 3-game lead, getting all the way to Game 7 on Champions Field and getting beaten in an overtime by the very same guy that basically gave you the first 2 goals in that game, Slimy. Like, he gave them those 2 goals. He literally scored one of them. And then ends up being the dagger to take him into the second best of 7. I'm not sure how to describe how they would be feeling. I hesitate to even guess as to what their mental is right now. It must be all over the place. And that's definitely not conducive to Rocket League gameplay.
We haven't even mentioned there's a little bit of cash on the line, isn't there, in the RSC before this grand final. I wonder if that's what's driving into the works. And that, oh my word, is off of the post. Oh my word, but is the cash worth it for this sort of pressure? Here's a shot from Galaxy, cleared away by Shattered. And I think Shattered describes most people involved in this grand final. It is a mental drain.
Senji getting asked whether or not he's ready for Elite tomorrow, and he doesn't know. It's already been enough of an emotional roller coaster, and I'm right there with you, Senji. This was a fleeting feeling before the first series began. I was like, yeah, Erebos can do this. They've got that spirit. They've got that resolve to carry the torch of the franchise, be the ones to make history for the Might of Hades. Then they went 3 games down. I was like, maybe, but I never gave up hope. I never gave up belief, and neither have they. There's another goal for Galaxy, another opening goal. The link up between these 2 players, Slimy and Galaxy, has been stellar. Insurmountable for Disorder at times, and it's just, I don't want to say it's back and forth anymore, because Erebos have won 5 games in a row, and they're well on the way to a 6th.
And do you know why that goal is significant? That goal's significant because now they're favourites. They're favourites now. For the first time throughout the course of this entire evening, they are the favourites to take the championship. You know,
it's an even field in the second series, so
Exactly. I mean, take the metaphorical win predictor that we were talking about earlier on. If you were running it through a computer system, it'd probably tell you they're now 60-40 to win this championship, I would say, at this stage in the second game. And that is marvellous. It's miraculous, given what we said earlier, when they were out of it.
Hearts and minds. That's what they've won so far. Now they've just got to win 3 more games of Rocket League. Well, 2.5. To be crowned unlikely champions, should we say the people's champions? Which is strange to say, because they were the first in their conference. They dominated league play. They were exceptional in the regular season. Of course, we all know playoffs is an entirely different beast, and it really doesn't matter what your form was going into it. They lost their first series of the night to this very team. They barely broke a sweat. And now they're here. They've grown up, they've matured, they have battled so hard, so damn long, that it's arguable that they deserve it. It's likely that they deserve it at this point. And all that Disorder can do is fret because of the way that Erebos is dismantling them. They look a shadow of their former selves. Zavelios looks to get a highlight reel finish with a double tap there. This one's sent glaring across the blue net. Not dangerous enough to make Disorder worry about it too much, but they're still in the deficit. They're still losing. And it's just... I don't know anymore, Tom.
Mentally shattered, and that is awkward, and Mox puts Disorder back into the game. Do not count anything out in this series. It was Slimy who couldn't get around to it, and suddenly
Crossfield pinches, man.
that pendulum swings once again, and it's Erebos who have a little bit of pressure against them. This is downfield. Slimy will get there. He does indeed get there and chases it down into the corner. Mox will try and bring it away. Here he goes. A little bit of inspiration sparks now, and a win here in this game will bring this right back into Disorder's court. Galaxy will clear this one away. Does just about clear it away. Mox can't quite get to it. Shot for Gecko. Slimy is there. On this occasion, it's still lingering though. Galaxy can't get to it. Neither can Avelios. Neither can Gecko. No one wants to touch the football. My word. Here goes Galaxy.
Avelios just taking his time. It's like cool as ice. Nah, you're not going to hit this ball. Nah, you're not going to hit it either. So just dribbles it along. I mean, he had no boost, so he had to just drive forward and hope that no one 50'd him out. But it worked out. Aussie in the chat saying that goal was just to give them hope. Well, it could be more, as they're barreling down to an overtime. Another one, the third I believe it will be between these two teams in the second game of the second series. Who will it go to? Erebos to take a 2-game lead. They hadn't even had a game lead before that first one ended. But it still continues to be quite close. We saw the crazy scorelines, we saw the 8-0, we saw the 6-1. It's got a little bit more grounded, a little bit more down to earth now, Tom, and I'm not sure who that favours.
I find it incredible that if Grand Finals were a 5-match series, this would have been over an hour and a half ago now. It's that crazy. As here goes Avelios, looking to take this forward, to take it to a 2-game lead, gets over Gecko, goes under Gecko actually, but Shattered is home. He's trying to bring it away. He's been quiet since this, and now Gecko has a real chance to get past Avelios, and he can't. Avelios is there, and Avelios is holding firm. Now the counter-attack is an open net to aim at. He's going to opt to go for a teammate instead. Mox is there though, and Mox is clearing this away. Back to Galaxy, has to get this cleared, and that's again only a metre or two away from finding the net. Here he goes up the other end though. The fine margins are going to fall the way of Erebos once again.
Galaxy just went from almost own goaling in an OT, hitting it off his own post just to save it, all the way up the field solo to air dribble it under the crossbar and get Erebos their second game of the bracket reset. This team's here to stay, man. Obviously you would assume they were underdogs coming from the lower bracket, but you can't say that anymore. They're the better team. They've gone 6 unanswered.
If
Or 5
Disorder
unanswered
win
even.
now, then it is
Not 6.
it's an equally as impressive story. That's the incredible thing.
You've just got to start questioning whether or not this was a choke, you know, on the part of Disorder. They won 3 games. They dominated game 1. Now it's just a complete opposite story. Whether or not Erebos have just woken up, because it took, you know, 3 games for them to warm up and they just won everything after that. Disorder, you know, thinking they've won it before they've won it. It's a very specific kind of pressure where you're at the top, you're expected to perform, and if you don't, then it just continues to pile on, and it gets so much worse. So
There's a twist.
that's obviously having an effect.
They're
But
making
a
a
twist in the
substitution.
tail could change things. As a
And they're making
wildcard
a
play,
substitution.
Asterix comes in for Mox to try and do something. Change something. Anything. Stop the bleeding. And give Disorder a reason to believe again.
Super Sub, what have you got on the biggest of stages that you can get in the RSC, really? Your Tears Grand Final. Here goes Shatter trying to take it away. Galaxy is going to get Demo. It's not going to matter. Slimy is going to take an early lead in Game 3.
It is a
Substitution
huge
definitely hasn't
risk.
worked yet.
It's a huge risk bringing in a new player. As much as it can help with the mental, it can bring in a fresh set of eyes, someone, you know, that hasn't been worn down mentally and physically by the rest of the night. There's also an expectation there, as I was talking about, as just, you know, being the team from the upper bracket, people expect you to win, but now Asterix is coming into a awful situation. Has to be the one to make the difference, because clearly it wasn't working with those 3 players, so bringing in a new one, you have to think, okay, Asterix is going to be the difference maker. As much as it might make a difference to Gecko and Fusion's mentality, this is all down to Asterix now. Talking about Asterix, look at Slimy. Look at the redemption that this man has had. The change-up. Look at that dunk. The sheer power to snipe the top right corner. Confidence in spades. You'd think the guy had not been playing for over an hour, maybe 2 hours now. It's insane.
I could write an infinite number of novels about various storylines in this series. It's that incredible so far. And they'd all be in different genres because it's just that insane. As here goes Galaxy to make it 3, not quite. Can Velios follow it up? No, he can't. And Slimy has to take it off of the left-hand side. Looks to go over Asterix. Can't quite do so. The substitute holds firm for the time being. He's got to be more than firm though. He's got to be the difference maker. Here goes Ivelios. Gecko beats him to it. Ivelios not really challenging in the end, and now goes Slimy down the left-hand side. Shattered takes it away from into the centre. It goes. Ivelios clears away. A demo on Slimy gives Gecko a little bit of space to attack now before Slimy gets back into this game. Demo on Galaxy now gives a real chance for the attack, and Shattered was able to get round to it. Here goes Galaxy out to the right-hand side. He's all alone now, all alone inside of opposition territory. Lays it off to Ivelios, and it's wide.
Such smart play there. Slimy realizes he's got his teammate behind him. He's got a better angle for the shot. Just go for the defenders. Clear out the space. It's unfortunate for Elios, and Velios' sake, that he missed, but he's got an opportunity here to do something special. That one. Narrowly glances wide. But they're getting so much space. They're toying with Disorder right now. Only a single shot. Make that 2. As opposed to the 8 for Erebos. Their efficiency isn't great, but it doesn't really matter. At this point, quantity, I think, is more important than quality. They're just getting more shots away as Slimy gets a free one there. Gecko somehow manages to get back in the way of it as Gecko didn't have play to keep it in this corner. Fusion will get out for just a moment before he gets dived upon by Slimy once again. Evelios and Slimy really stepped up. It's like they've gone through a rota of who is the best player on this team. They're all the MVP, and it's been a pleasure to watch.
This has been one of the greatest contests in any competition, be it real sport, be it e-sport, that I think I've ever watched. And I can honestly say that. And that's it. I mean, we can do our post-mortems a little bit later on, because right now it's Erebos, as suggested in chat actually, who are cruising to this victory, and they are in cruise control now. Let's make no mistake about that. And that is pointing case right there. 3-0.
Cruising down the highway, one hand on the steering wheel, like it's nothing. Like this was always meant to happen. And, keep going back to it. First series, this was complete opposite. Disorder had the reins. They had everything under control. And they dominated. Until that fourth game. Then everything changed. As they still can't even get a shot away. That was a wide open net for 5 seconds. They still can't finish it. Disorder have forgotten how to score.
They're out of it. They're absolutely out of it. And there's nothing they can do. Asterix now looks to get his shot and he can't. It's Shattered who gets the shot save, shot credit. And it's an epic save as well. They're just racking up the points. Shattered can't even put it on net. And with 40 seconds to go, unless something miraculous happens now and off of kickoff, it is going to be Erebos. And the might of Hades, who are on to championship points. Here we go, 30 seconds overcommit as well. And that will be that. 4-0 in game 3 to go into a game 4. And the most unlikely sentence I think you would have ever expected to hear tonight. Disorder are going to require a reverse sweep vector.
I'm reminded of the Office gif of Steve Carell. It's happening. Everyone calm down. That's my feeling right now. I can't imagine how Senji's feeling, although there's got to be a little voice in the back of his head. It's like, no, this ain't gonna happen. Disorder's gonna change something, anything, and it's going to be the one little thing that makes all the difference. As Galaxy once again finds a brace, assisted by Evelios, great pinch. They make it 5, and I said on Forbidden Temple, you know, they're done with the crazy scorelines now. We're not going to see another 4-0, 5-0, what have you. I was wrong again. As we see a timeout called. I mean, what other option do you have? They have to do something. Extra time might be just what they need. As Gecko is either left to sub out or change car preset, whatever. Maybe he just wants to leave the lobby to get a, like you said, to stand up, go somewhere else, do anything else other than stare at a Rocket League game and fret and fear about what you've got to do. 4 games in a row. They couldn't do it in the first series. They only got 3. Now they're going to have to do it against a reawakened Erebos. This was like a sleeping beast that was just biding its time, hibernating in those first 3 games, and now they've come alive. They're unstoppable, and they've completely defanged Disorder. That is just how bad it is. Complete shutout. Incredible.
It's, you know, I'm not even going to say that this won't be a reverse sweep, because it could be. With the way this is going, it very well could. And I have to say as well, you know, after every single game, Shattered and the Erebos side, they're both saying GG in the chat, and you know, emotions are at an apex right now, and probably won't be leaving that until this time tomorrow. So to see that they've still got the sportsmanship to actually take a moment and to say good game to each other, or something as simple as that, I think it's a testament to the spirit in which this series has been played. And these two have shared one of the most special championship battles we will ever see in the RSC. And if it is going to end here, at least it was played in the right spirits.
Absolutely. Sportsmanship, showmanship, not showmanship, the other one. Well, sometimes showmanship. But being a good contender, decent human being is important. And it maintains the foundation of what this is all about. I mean, it is, in the end, just a game. We're here to have fun and to witness history being made and see some absolutely crazy Rocket League. And I think we've delivered that and then some.
It might be Auto GG, so didn't know that existed. But thank you, chat, for ruining my little storyline. You know, anyway, I'll have my moment.
Well, either way, in this timeout, we saw Gecko leave. Does this mean Mox comes back in? Would that be a good decision?
Well, I think they need someone to save this. I don't know who that would be. It's an impossible situation for the GM. This is, I mean, again, I know you posed the question in the last game. In my eyes, as I should probably tell the players, the timeout is up. I'm out.
I don't think we have everyone in the lobby. I'm not sure if we've got every single player.
I told them to join
Mox
up when
has
ready.
rejoined.
Yeah, there we go. So we have got the players in the lobby. We're just waiting a moment. This might be a lobby remake, actually, because they're taking a while. I don't think we've got enough players in the lobby for when Gecko's now back in. We've got
taking his time.
5. There we go. We're going to get this game underway, finally.
Asterix has departed the field. And the original lineup, Mox, Shattered Fusion, and Gecko are back. They had a little bit of an experiment with the GM. It didn't work. 5-0 tells you that story. But at least they were doing something. At least they were trying something different. It gave them maybe something to think about, a different angle, different approach. Started off this potentially 4th and final game quite well. They've got the offensive pressure. Now they just need to keep it up. Make sure their shooting accuracy is a bit better as well, because of the few chances that they did get in the last game, they capitalized on none of them. It was just it was upsetting to see, knowing how good this Disorder team can be. They've fallen from grace.
Here goes Gecko. And that's it's snuck in. Eventually. My word. They were holding their breath for a moment there. And this looks oddly familiar. Almost like the inverse of this was happening at Beckwith Park again.
Hey, there's something in the water here. I don't know what it is. This godforsaken map just facilitates reverse sweeps. It begins the comeback. They open the scoring. And such a generic map for such an insane situation, scenario, whatever you want to call it. The only way to describe it is insanity. Deja vu, but slightly different. This one does get through. That was actually a save by his teammate Galaxy there. He was going for the disruption and ended up getting him in the way of where the shot was planted, but they didn't know too much about it, so probably won't let it get to them too much as it's pinched all the way back down the field through the corner. Big 50 opens up for Ivelios. Fusion gets back in time. Their defense has really started to shore up a bit more. Obviously that was their biggest struggle in the last few games, the amount of goals that they conceded. And you've got to fix that before you fix anything else. You're just never going to have a chance. This one just about gets snuck across the face of the goal. That one stopped as well. Gecko with a save to his name. And they're managing to hold on to this slim, narrow lead.
Well, for how long? Here goes Ivelios challenging this one. Going to go off for the backboard. Teammate in the centre, and teammate taking the shot, but Gecko is going to get the save. Here goes Slimy. And there goes Shattered to shatter the hopes of getting back to level terms. Gecko tries to clear it away. Slimy puts it back into contention. Ivelios can't get there. And first time we've seen him really make any slight mistake in this second series. Now goes Galaxy down the right hand side, looking to go off of the backboard. I'm able to find one into the centre. Shattered to make it 2. Galaxy clears away once more. 147 onto the clock. Slimy tries to take it away. Galaxy now goes downfield. Mox is there. Remember, this Disorder's side, a matter of inches away from the championship with that goal line clearance in that Game 7 overtime. And now they're trying to spark a reverse sweep, and they've started it about as well as they could have hoped for. This might be a second. Ivelios gets there. Slimy, he's going to get there as well, and now it's an open net to aim at potentially. He's going to go into the centre for a teammate. Galaxy is there, but so he's Shattered. Downfield he goes, not going to make it 2. As the ball gratefully cleared away by an Erebos player.
This final minute, obviously a second goal would be a great boon to Disorder to have that comfort, have that breathing room, but as long as they control the pace of the play, make sure they don't give up too much possession. This was sent to the backboard. Then a goal is all they need to hold on, as this one almost ends up as an own goal from Slimy. Somehow, Ivelios pre-jumped that and read that his teammate was going to take a shot at their own net. Keeps him in contention. This one drops faithfully for Fusion to take a strike. Blocked away. Gecko to control it. Ivelios taken out of the play. Losing the ball, but goes for the disruption. It's sent all the way over everybody. Mox could be there. Opts to maybe go for the fake initially. It's back down the field. Never mind. Fusion does extremely well to keep it out of the blue half. Slimy with the last touch of the ball. Gecko drops it down. It's popped up. Galaxy's there, but Fusion's going to drop this down. Of course he is. Not going to take any chances whatsoever. The reverse sweep begins here. Disorder take game 4 by a narrow hair's width. A single goal. Plenty of shots. Fewer shots than Erebos, but so many saves. Their defense has really stepped up now. And that's technically all they need to do. Just nick one and just hold on to it. As petrifying as it can be. That's all they need. They just need to do it 3 more times.
Technical timeout. Slimy has lost connection. My word. I mean, there's
We've had everything.
There's variables, and then there's it's just madness. It's like
We've had. If you had a Rocket League bingo card, it would be completely crossed out.
If you had a Rocket League bingo card, everyone would win because everything that could happen has happened.
Who knows anymore? Who knows what to do?
I don't.
Other than wait for
yes,
for Slime to get back in. Hopefully that's swift.
My background is commentating incredibly long sim races, and I don't think they've ever felt as long as this. I've done 6 hours straight before, pretty comfortably, solo, and it's never felt as long as this series right here.
Different formats though, I think, because, you know, sim racing, there's maybe a lot of downtime between big events, but Rocket League, it's just constant. There's no time to think, no time to stop.
Gecko's now got to the
Slimy
toilet. You couldn't write this.
Well, of course he has, because who is able to hold their bladder for this long? Might be affecting his gameplay, as they're going to utilize that technical timeout to its fullest. Make sure everybody's ready to go. And
Well,
I'm
back in.
I'm not ready for this. If Disorder managed to do this, I'll just leave. I'm not doing the interview. I'm just gone because come on, man. Really? After everything that Erebos has been through.
Oh my words! I never mind that. They've taken the lead.
Started well.
I just
Who else but
can't
Galaxy?
find the words anymore.
7 seconds into Game 5. Erebos, of course, still on championship point. But so were Disorder. 4 times. They couldn't clinch it. Despite some incredibly close chances for both sides. Ended up being the ones in red to rule the day. At least half the day. And now they can see the light at the end of the tunnel that is so damn close. They can almost reach out and feel it. It's an incredible stop again by Evelius. How does he know where to be? His last like 3 or 4 saves have been pre-jumps. It's just clairvoyant.
They have the lead on championship points. It doesn't get much bigger and much sweeter than that. Here's Galaxy down the left-hand side. No boost, looking to not cause this defence to be a little bit leaky, and Evelios sweeps it away, booms it downfield. Here goes Galaxy, actually sets up Shattered quite nicely. Can he go for a shot? No, Evelios clears away once more. Been quieter in this second series. He hasn't needed to be particularly loud. His team have stepped up to the task. Here goes Galaxy now. Moxel bring it away. Evelios to the right-hand side. Shattered tries to challenge. Evelios brings it away. The pressure now absolutely on Disorder, more so than it has been this entire season long. In fact, probably in their entire Rocket League careers. Mox can't quite get to this one. Slimy's going to have to swoop round to it, and he does. I mean, I think pressure is the buzzword of the day.
I'm getting hungry, Tom. I've used a lot of energy. I mean, it's nothing in comparison to all these guys, but whew. Still, 1-goal lead for Erebos. Sadly, not a perfect sweep for Disorder's sake as he looks for the double tap. Just to make it that much worse. Mox is too slow. Fusion's nowhere to be seen. Erebos with the 2-goal lead. He just continues to step it up whenever he's needed. Throughout this entire night, he has been the one. Not to diminish Galaxy and Slimy's contributions, they've been exceptional in every single area as well. But when I see Evelios and I think of that name, so many highlights come to mind. And it's just an unbelievable output. Almost 500 points, 5 saves to keep Erebos in this game. And with 2 minutes left to go, this is... I would be very, very, very surprised if Erebos do not take it this time.
But he's the real deal, isn't he? Now Evelios, the way this series is going, he might need just that little bit more yet. It's not over.
It's not a rival player. There's no way. He's got to make the move up to elite. Too good.
We'll wait and see. Here's a shot flashed wide by Mox. Slimy will get to it, and he does. Might be quietly a very important save indeed. Gecko clearing this one away. Evelios will get round to it. And they're close. You can almost smell it. It almost feels like a formality now, but you've got to stay focused. And that, I won't say it too early. I'm very tempted to say that is that. A sublime bump play.
Bodied him.
Surely that does it.
Buried him. Absolutely just slammed him into the ground like he wasn't even there, like he didn't exist. Get out the way. Erebos is coming through. Mox denies a fourth. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. Another brace for Evelios. He's left to do this all alone. Doesn't quite get back to the second touch. And a 4-goal deficit. Just over a minute. No, it can't happen. I won't allow it.
I think we're going to have to allow it, and I think it's something that Disorder are going to have to come to terms with. And this defeat is going to sting more than anything that I imagine has ever stung for them in the past. It's going to be horrible. It'll be that sinking feeling that you just get when you look back, you think about that inch that you needed to win the championship in the Game 7 overtime. But today is clearly the day of this Arenas side to come back from all of that. I'm going to hand it over to you, Vector, because I think for Senji, you deserve to call this championship.
All for Senji. Well, have you just said the biggest jinx or curse in caster history? Maybe.
Maybe.
3 kickoff
I wouldn't
goals.
write it up.
Winnable. Comeback. All these things. Nah, it's done. Championship point after I don't even want to count how many games, because at this point it doesn't matter. All I know is that my prediction was correct. Again. Well, almost. I said 4-2 in the first series, but I said 4-1 in the second to Disorder. Wait, no, I got it wrong. Ignore me. Erebos wins the rival playoffs of RSC11 in the most ridiculous fashion. I mean, it could have been a lot more crazy if it was a reverse sweep chance, but they reverse sweeped the first series. Very, very, very few expected that to happen. I'm sure a lot of people have lost a lot of points gambling on this one. But that's just crazy. The way that this has unfolded. Might of Hades' first ever grand final, and they've won it. 100% Senji. 1 for 1. You can retire now. It's fine.
I'm speechless. I'm sure the players will be as well. We're going to get an interview with them in a moment, if none of them have to run off to do things, of course. But this is their moment. This is what you do. They've got themselves a nice little bit of cash as well to go along with it all. Now, Ozzy says, I'm lucky there was no Game 7 overtime. I don't know if you can see the shaking, but I'm very happy there was no Game 7 overtime, because I don't fancy dabbing on stream. But maybe next season. But
never make a promise like that.
Well, you know, I thought I had to. I think it was Quizzy who did it, so you know, I had to make a promise to get myself out of this situation in the first place. We are being joined by the players in just a moment's time. Slimy's in the box. I'm sure his teammates will join us in a moment. I want to go by the way, the predictions. 80%, 92,000 channel points on Disorder. It's a lot of channel points that have just been lost across this RSC.
I said it. I said that, you know, people didn't believe. But I did. I was there, Senji. I was the first. I was like, yeah, this is going to happen. I said it to Sauce. I just, the inkling. Ignore the fact that it says 6-5 to Disorder down there. That's wrong. Flip that around. And give us that credit, because we do have Evelios, Slimy, and Senji in the booth with us. I'm not sure if Galaxy can join us. It'd be a shame if not, because he had a massive contribution throughout that series. But I'll hand it over to you first for your for whatever you want to ask these guys, Tom. I know you were speechless, but I'm sure you have something.
Well, yes, I do actually. And, I was thinking throughout, what am I going to ask the Disorder guys? But no, in fact, you guys dug deep. Welcome along to the commentary box. I really also want to start with you, because
Hello.
You guys, you needed someone to step up. You're in the most desperate of situations, requiring a reverse sweep with the bracket reset in hand. I mean, you stepped up to the task. Not to take away from anything the other guys did, but you've got a big part to play in this. That must be so sweet.
I'll be honest, I don't think I've ever played as well in a day of Rocket League as what I've just played. I can't lie to you. That was so good. I've I don't know. I've never won a best of 7 in any competition ever. And so to win 2 of them, I don't know, man. Everyone, fucking, sorry, I didn't swear.
Everybody gets one.
Man. I'm so happy for everyone on our team, man. It's what a season. We should have been unbeaten after a small issue from Senji. After that, I mean, we just should have, to win the whole thing. I'm so happy. I really am.
And I'll hand over to Vector, because I'm sure he's full of questions to ask you guys. But very well done from me.
Well, it's unfortunate that Galaxy isn't here, but we do have Slimy, and I have just the one question of, I can't remember exactly what game it was.
Was it the one where I scored 2 own goals?
Well, you only scored 1, technically. You the first one you didn't quite get the touch that was necessary, and that was unfortunate. But you got the second one. I was like, Slime's playing Mafia here. He's corrupted.
Yeah, definitely.
But then we saw the comeback happen. There was the kickoff goal from Revelios, of course, but then you redeemed yourself through and through with the finish, crossbar down and in, to win the bracket reset. Absolutely incredible scenes. And it was a beautiful thing to see, but just your personal take on going 3 games down in the very first series, very few people believing in your ability to win against such a disorder side as we saw earlier from the playoffs. What was your mentality going into that 4th game?
The first game was a mess, honestly. Losing 8-0, that was quite stressful. But second game we pulled it back significantly. Third game we went to overtime, and from there the reverse sweep started. So just kept gaining momentum from that point onwards.
It was clear to see. I mean, the amount of games that you won on the bounce without reply. You lost 3 in a row and then like 5, 6, 7 games. Absolutely incredible. I said you were a sleeping giant, that you were just waiting to wake up. And that's absolutely what happened. I was so glad to see it. But sliding on over to Papa Demo himself. Senji. Might of Hades' first ever grand final. I lost my mind realizing that. I had no idea that Might of Hades, the long time that you've been here, never got to grand final. The first time you get here, you win it. And of course, it was the players, Galaxy, Velios, Slimy, Galaxy finally joining us. Thank you so much.
What are you saying?
Built this team. You put them together. You knew what their potential was. They went almost unbeaten in league play, and now they've got to this point. Just describe your emotions to me.
I'm not sure if I'm capable of describing those emotions at the moment.
Try your best, whatever you've got.
I don't know. I'm very overwhelmed at the moment. It's been a while. I've been GM since, I don't know, season 6, something like that. Up until last season, I never had a team that even won a series in playoffs. Last season, that curse was broken by Thanatos. Already a great time having a team, even just in 3rd place. And obviously, the jokes kept on coming. Might of Hades is never going to win anything. Might of Hades is always bottom of the table. And this season, we weren't. And we came into these playoffs #1 seed. I gotta say, when the first sweep came from Disorder, I was already like, no, not again. Not again. I tried to motivate them. I went into the VC and said, like, don't worry, guys. You'll get your revenge. You'll get your revenge. They went up against Uranium. They got that. And I saw how Arena Tribe was keeping Disorder on their toes. And I was like, oh, shit. Okay, third place it is again. Okay, come on, guys. You can beat Arena Tribe. And they did. And I was literally like, okay. This could actually get somewhere. Then came the 8-0. Then came the next 2 games, and I was like, nah, so close and yet so far. And I think my heart stopped multiple times in the game 7 overtime. I don't know, it just wasn't possible that one of my teams could actually win such a clutch fight, because usually that never happened. And yeah, this now, to see it, to feel that, this is honestly one of the best moments of my life.
Glad to hear it, Sanji. Couldn't have put it any better myself. Congratulations to all of you. Honorable mention, of course, to Lynx, the 4th man on the roster. You can see there on the graphic. But you 3 did unbelievable work, and to have the resolve, the mental fortitude to bounce back after that first 3 games and go through the lower bracket because of that team. Incredible story. And to get Maya Hades' first ever win, you should be extremely proud of yourselves. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I'm not sure if there's anything else.
Sorry, yeah, Karen.
I'm not sure if there's anything else you'd like to ask, Tom, since Galaxy joined us, but I'll hand it over to you anyway.
Do you know what? We could be here all day, but I think I'm going to refrain, because I think these guys probably deserve to go and celebrate in some way, or sleep, one of the two. I don't know which you guys are involved in the celebrations for tomorrow. But thank you guys for joining us. Well done. Once again, it was one of the best. Well, in fact, it was the best series of Rocket League. 2 series of Rocket League. I think I've commentated on. So thank you for giving us that. And well, on to next season now, I suppose.
May I give one shout out?
You can give one shout out. Absolutely, we've got time.
Shout out to Reggie's rap.
Yeah. Oh man, Reggie. During the during one of our playoffs, during one of the lower games, Reggie was sat there coaching us, and just was eating a wrap that he quite clearly was one of the best wraps he's ever eaten, and that that wrap just at one point him talking about that built our mental up, honestly. So good.
I went the complete opposite. I thought you meant he was spitting some bars, just dropping some fire.
That's done a rap for well. I gotta give a small shout out to McMahon. He's got to be given a small one. He does a lot in art. He does a lot in
a huge shout.
Yeah. He does a hell of a lot in Hades. So I do want to give a shout out to him.
Well, thank you guys a lot for joining us, and very well done once more. We'll get on to outro in the stream, and I think everyone needs a bit of a lie down after that.
Tell me about it.
And I quickly...
And Anaki's going to win tomorrow.
Go on, Senji.
Accidentally made a mistake just before. I have agreed to shave my head if they win it all, whilst they were 3-0 down in the first series.
I think Lane has said something like that too.
Yeah, I did say that on my stream, that I would do that. I'm a man of my word. In case you want to see it, you can come over. I don't want to plug anything big, but for those interested, feel free. And
now?
Something else I wanted to say for tonight.
Right now.
Thank you guys here in RSC. Thank you for all your hard work. Thank you, Souls, and all the other admins who do a lot. It's been a pleasure GMing here, but this has been my last season as GM. So thank you very much for everything you've did.
Way to go out with a bang, Senji.
It's going out on a high.
What a time.
Thanks.
And that you've still got 2 teams left. You've got Elite and Master.
You'll have 3 by the end of the week. End of the
that would be. I wouldn't be able to contain myself if that happened.
Right.
Incredible story. Right, Vector, back to Elizabeth and Reality. Let's talk about tomorrow, because this has been the championship Saturday. We've got a championship Sunday coming with this. I'm very glad, actually, that I've only got 2 series tomorrow, and neither of them are a grand final, because I think, you know, I need at least 2 weeks break after that. But anyway, it's all starting again at 5 o'clock UK time, going the way through up until damn near Monday morning, if it continues like this. But I'll hand over to you, Vector, to round out this stream.
It has been a crazy, eventful night, and yet we're only halfway through. This was Rival, the 3rd tier of the RSC League, and tomorrow, as you've already heard, it will be Elite, where we'll do it all over again. Thank you so much for everyone sticking around, joining us for this journey. Went all the way to the end, the very end. Well, it could have been 7 games in the end, but you know what? They would be here too long, and then my prediction would be wrong. So we don't do that. It has been a privilege and a pleasure. Thank you so much to everyone watching. Of course, to you, Tom, as well, for joining me in this grand final. Source for sticking it out this long as well through the bracket reset, which we know he hates so much, but he hangs on anyway. We hope you've enjoyed your evening, and we hope you enjoy whatever else it is you do afterwards. We will be back tomorrow with some more RSC action.
All I need tonight is your voice and an upright piano. Cause those are 2 of my favorite sounds. The lions at the gate in my mind, and we've run out of ammo. But everything is gonna be just fine. Can we roll it? Can we hold it? Can we drink it, chop it up and smoke it? Can we peel it? Can we pop it? Cause we don't like feeling these emotions. Can we try it? Can we find it? Can we please be kind and just rewind it? This is real life, these are real times, and we're always wanting to escape them. Put down that vice, they're all nice. Let's have a conversation. Cause you are one of my favorite songs. It always ends the same way for you, and those demons are chasing. Can we face them? Can we roll